50 the bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and John Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get that work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Man, I almost didn't make it on the air. I was too busy. I was engrossed in this article about an ex-Astros pitcher who's
the number one story on the Chronicle. Number one story on the Chronicle right
now. Yeah. An ex-Astros pitcher home for sale. Let me get the headline here.
It's the number one story. You're like, wait, is it Verlander? Is it Garrett Cole?
Right.
Who is it?
Yeah, ex-Houston Astros pitcher's former home hits the market for $3.7 million. It's the number one story.
Sounds like that's probably a little. That's a little cheap for Verlander's taste.
Yeah.
Okay, so how much? Who is it?
Woody Williams.
Oh, whoa, of course.
Yeah, it's not even his house. He lived in it like 3 owners ago or something.
That shows you how much journalism has changed. Like with all the data that they have, there's no way in hell some editor 20 years ago would have been like, hey,
Jenkins, get in here.
Jenkins, do you have any updates on the Woody Williams home? As a matter of fact,
I do.
As a matter of fact, Cap, it's on the market.
Oh my God!
Hold the presses,
well, dude. Okay,
hold the presses.
You brought this headline to my attention, and I'm like, yeah, that is a little misleading. I mean, it's factually correct, but it is.
He sold it 10 years ago.
Good job, Chronicle.
Woody was the first owner and sold it to the second owner, a business family, about 10 years ago.
Okay, so the number 3. You ready for this, Seth?
Yes.
The number 3 trending most popular headline on the Chronicle today: premature celebration. Ex-Titan has to eat words after Texans win.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Don't tell me it's Ryan Mouton.
Right.
It is Ryan Mouton.
Katie star Ryan Mouton eats his words after premature tweet. Ex-Titans player. So I'm like, oh, what did Vince Young say? Right? Oh, man. What did Jarrell Casey say about the Texans prematurely? Ryan Mouton.
What the hell's going on here?
Ryan Mouton won't shut his damn mouth. Everybody talks about it all the time.
It's been a weird one thing we need to take care of is the Rockets are on a 3-game win streak now. When did I put in our book of promises that after 2 weeks we would be seeing that, Ime Udoka just needed some time to put all of his principles in place, and this team's going to be a work in progress, but we'll feel better about it after 2 weeks.
I think we're getting close to the 2-week mark.
I think it was I think it was 10 days ago or so.
Yeah,
it was on a Friday right before.
Yeah, because the season just started, so it couldn't be. I don't even know if the season's even 2 weeks old.
It was after their 3rd game, I think.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
But regardless, the Rockets
3 now, I think. Yeah,
looking
really good last night. Really good last night. Blew out. They're 3-3 now. Nestled snugly right in the middle of the Southwest Division right now. Right there in the middle.
Yeah.
Right there in the middle of the pack. They're 3-3. The Texans are 4-4, and they both have green arrows next to them.
500, baby.
500
city.
Dude,
That's what we're known for.
That is major progress. You know what's major progress? Is I like to call them tiny little signs of progress. C.J. Stroud being on Monday Night Countdown last night, doing an interview with Scott
Van Pelt. Yeah,
the old SVP. The clip that was making the big rounds was the Dario Gumbawale, Scott Van Pelt asking him about Dario Gumbawale's field goal.
Yeah, and all about it, and it was pretty funny. Just CJ talking about the response to it in the crowd. He did point out that it was loud, but there weren't that many people there.
He said we need it more full.
Yeah. I'm not one that feels like I need to guilt people into what they do with their leisure time. Let's put it out there, and if people want to come, they're going to come. I don't think anybody should make it. I don't think anybody should feel like their fandom is a responsibility.
No.
Yeah. So the Texans keep doing what they're doing and correcting a lot of the wrongs from previous years, then yes, there will be many more people in attendance.
Yeah, here was a little clip from.
So to set this up.
Yeah.
So he talked about that, but then mostly Scott Van Pelt just asked, wait, how did you find out that the kicker in the second half was going to be your 4th string running back?
Yeah, I was surprised. We were in the locker room at halftime. They were like, we going for 2 because Kaimi went down. I was like, oh no, what? If something happens, we do got a kick. Who got to go? They talking about Dare. He was staring right at me. And I was like, you got it, bro? I got it.
And he got it.
I just love that picture he painted of them.
Like a death stare.
Telling him it's going to be Dare. I pictured Dare kind of looking at him like kind of scared.
Yeah.
Like kind of shell-shocked. Like in... I'm sorry, kids. I'm going to make a Seinfeld reference. But hell, what the hell? It's early and the Texans are 500. The Rockets are 500. But when it was like a Soup Nazi episode. When the guy behind Elaine was realized like he was just how scary the Soup Nazi was.
Right.
And he was frozen like a deer in the headlights.
That was Dare?
Yeah, that's what I felt like. Because remember, Dare had to be calmed down a little bit by John Weeks and Cam Johnston.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Dare did good, man. Dare did good. I didn't get to see the did you see the CJ interview? Amy and I were out, so it was on the TV where we were, but I didn't get to hear it.
No, I live my life through social media. Sean, I am so constantly on the lookout for ex-Titans players and Woody Williams former home updates that I don't have time to be watching.
You're but one man.
Scott Van Chandler Bing on my on the actual television. No.
Okay. So the DeMeco met with the media yesterday. Sounds like Hassan Ridgeway is out for the year.
Oh yeah,
he tore his Achilles. That sucks.
That's a lot of all these injuries.
That's your numerical brethren right there.
That's right. Yeah,
and he's rocking the 91.
He made a nice tackle in that game. Khalil Davis, has gotten a lot of time now too.
He's been good.
And yeah, he's really. I was just watching the All 22 there. I'm supposed to tell you that. I was watching the All 22. Grinding.
You're not puffing your chest out enough when you say that you watch the All 22.
I was grinding so hard. I almost didn't even make it in time between like looking at Woody Williams Google News alerts and
how do you do it?
It just is. I'm like, listen, family of Woody Williams. We're not bashing on Woody Williams.
No.
We're bashing the state of modern journalism.
Bashing on headline porn.
I don't think Woody Williams is stoked that his business is out there either.
Right.
And it's not even his business anymore.
Nope.
So, but Khalil Davis made some really nice plays in that game. And he has, remember John Harris was the first guy to really be trumpeting Khalil Davis and how good he is. But, there's a lot of backups that might be playing against the revived, rejuvenated, and looking much more like himself, Joe Burrow this week.
The Bengals, yeah. He had 350 yards this weekend.
Can I tell you one more thing?
Of course.
About modern media.
Yes, definitely.
One of the dumbest things, as far as the kicker situation goes with Ogunbowale.
Yeah.
So Bill Simmons tweeted, and I'm guessing this was like when the Texans were kneeling down at the end of the game instead of kicking the extra point.
Okay.
Bill Simmons says, the Texans are trolling us. This is the dumbest bleep I've ever seen. And then he apologized by this. Listen to this false hustle. I did not realize the kicker was hurt. Watching 6 games at once. Oh. I should have known nobody would be this dumb intentionally. It was like, okay, you're so basically you're admitting that you were not actually paying attention to much at all and yet delivering your piping hot takes. But then to sum up, and honestly, this sums up the entire Bill Simmons experience for me. It's like misinformed opinion giving disguised as clever takes, followed by one of his fans, one of his minions saying this: every team should have a kicking solution in times like these, which they did, by the way. Ohtani can pitch and hit homers, and you're saying one of these guys can't knock in a simple extra point? Like, oh yeah, Ohtani. Oh, that's right.
What the hell?
Why can't everybody have somebody, close to an Ohtani? So stupid. So dumb.
Oh, my God. The thing I keep hearing, and by the way, yeah, like Bill Simmons getting to where he's gotten is one of the biggest miracles in sports the last 20 years. Like you watch him on his podcast, he's got a weaselly voice. His opinions are terrible. But he is a multi-millionaire.
Oh no, he's really good at the business side of things. He hires really smart people who probably have to hold their breath, mumble under their breath a lot about. But yeah, so that was one of the stories of the NFL. It was Dare Ogunbowale.
Kicking a field goal.
Yeah, and and now his sister and his family in general is getting a lot more shine now too. Okay. His sister's a great basketball player,
good
Notre Dame grad, as you know.
Yep.
And Andy Kalu yesterday credited his. Andy Kalu said, "Shout out to all the Nigerian American parents who forced their kids to play soccer," which Dare Ogunbowale did up until he was 13 years old or so.
Till he played football. I'm getting, the Dare thing, the question I'm still getting a lot. I just got a DM from somebody 8 minutes ago about this, and this is the thing I keep seeing. Why why didn't Cam Johnston just kick? Darren just hit me with a DM. Why don't the punter and kicker back each other up? It seems so stupid we had to use a running back on Sunday, although he was great, he says. But
I think there's a couple things. The biggest thing, honestly, I think is Cam Johnston was already on IR this year, and I don't think they wanted to mess with. If they have a guy that they felt like was reasonably okay, then so be it. You can use him instead of risking Cam. Like, Cam Johnston is honestly just way more of a weapon than you would ever think a punter can be, especially for a rookie quarterback who still, has to, CJ's done a really good job of kind of learning, okay, nobody ever wants to hear this, but yeah, there are times where you just say, cool, we're gonna punt here, and we're gonna be all right. We'll live to fight another.
They did
drive.
it one time on Sunday against the Bucs.
Yeah. So I think that's a lot to do with it. The other side of it, I would say this: if you want a silver lining on something, and a lot of people noted this during the game, not having a kicker might have been the best thing for a lot of football teams, in that it forces you to be way more progressive and up with the analytics in terms of going for it on fourth down, going for it in the red zone, doing all those things. Okay, hey, we're not going to get down into the red zone. You can't bank on getting down here. We better be aggressive. The other less palatable opinion of mine is this: I think the Texans are so bad at running the football, that it keeps linebackers and safeties greedy for TFLs.
They're thirsty,
so it's instead of running it, sometimes you might be running the ball well, and guys will be like, I guess we got to stop the run, but all right. Now it's like, it's a Texans run game. Might be a run. I'm going to give me some glory.
This is my 4 TFL game I've been waiting for.
Yeah, I'm going to go hit somebody in the backfield, and then boom, play action. There you go.
That's what the Texans need to do. They need to identify all the guys on the opposing defense who are in a contract year.
Yeah.
Who are looking for numbers.
Yeah, and then really blow them up in the media the week before.
Yeah.
Man, this guy is just an animal against the run. Man. He just comes with so many TFLs.
Dude.
We're frightened. We're very frightened of this fella.
DeMeco, I hope you're listening right now on the way into the stadium. You're over there doing all your X's and O's and trying to figure out Joe Burrow with film study. Seth and I have cracked the code this morning.
It's a little bit like how Eli Manning and Ben Roethlisberger, both in their final seasons, sometimes set up the deep ball by being so bad at the deep ball.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of like you throw a couple ducks up there, and people are like, well, we don't have to worry about this. So it's a similar dynamic there. Yep. You rope-a-dope them.
All right. We're going to start looking ahead to the Bengals, although one of the games on the Texans schedule that comes right after it just got a whole lot more interesting yesterday. We will have that for you next. I want to tell you about Chris Poulos and the crew over at West Point Lincoln. Now, West Point Lincoln's got 2 stores. They've got
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Hey, we forgot to mention Monday Night Football last night. The Los Angeles Chargers defeated the New York Jets, and thus the New York Jets fall to 4-4. The Chargers elevate to 4-4, and that had an impact on the Texans. Ben, cue up the music. I don't know if anybody's heard the good news this morning.
Oh, no.
Have you heard the good news, Seth?
I have not even heard this good news.
As a result of last night's Monday Night Football game, the Texans moved up from the 10 seed in the AFC.
What?
To the 9 seed in the AFC. Uh-huh.
That's almost the top 50. That's almost the second quartile of the top two quartiles.
They're in the upper quartile of the third quartile of the AFC.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah. They are the upper quartile.
I had to think about
of
that
the third quartile.
Are in the upper? Yeah. Wait. What are they now?
They're ninth. Yeah.
Okay.
So 9 through 12, they are the upper quartile. Give it to us, Ursay.
They're in the upper quartile of the third quartile.
Winners were in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
We're in the top quartile of the third quartile.
Bingo.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they already were. They went from 10th to 9th.
They went from 10th to 9th. So 10th, they were the second quartile of the third quartile.
They're in the top 8th.
Yeah.
Of the third quartile. No,
they're moving on up.
Top 4th.
They're moving up. They're moving up.
Damn it, I'm Ursay stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I was actually a little bit concerned about this because I texted my wife yesterday as I was waiting for the police to arrive.
Wait, hold up.
More to come. And I asked her, I was like, hey, have you noticed, am I dumber lately? Like, I always want to be sure that, before either early onset dementia or potential CT creeps in,
sure.
You want to be sure you get the alert for it so you can make the proper preparations. But I've had 2 vehicle incidents in the last 3 months. One, I hit a deer not too long ago.
Okay.
That was almost completely the deer's fault.
Right.
Stupid idiot deer. And this second, he made off clean. He got away with it.
He did?
Yeah. At least for a little bit. He got off the road, as far as I could tell. Yesterday, Seth Payne didn't get away so clean. Not so lucky. Was involved in a vehicular incident.
Was this with a human or an animal?
With a human.
Okay.
With a human's bumper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was weird though because the driver didn't speak. It was just a little fender bender.
Yeah.
And the driver didn't speak English at all. And it was like it's one of those things where we're pulled off to the side of a feeder road, and I'm trying not to. Ideally, you get in a fender bender. Everybody should get the hell off the road and not not create further problems. But we were already enough off. But I was trying to. The guy didn't speak English at all, and I was trying to explain to him that we didn't have to call the police. We could just exchange insurance information. File. I showed him that I filed my claim already and everything. And without going into too much detail, there's good reason to believe that my insurance company, there's a chance they may pay for everything. Okay, that's what I'm saying publicly.
Possibly.
So
yeah.
Possibly. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. Right.
But I was trying to assure him. But at the same time, it's like I'm speaking English. He's speaking Spanish. We're using Google Translate on my phone and everything. And it felt very much like I was just trying. Like this poor guy was working as a Lyft driver at the time. He had his passenger in the car and everything. Oh. And I could tell his whole day and possibly week and month was just screwed up because of this accident.
Oh, wow.
And I felt bad. So I'm like, I didn't want to be like slick talking him into not calling the cops.
Yeah.
So we called the police for a fender bender and ended up waiting like 3 hours.
You were there for a while.
And then his passenger was in an interesting state of. He was in an interesting condition. And at first I thought he couldn't speak English at all. Turned out later that he was in an interesting condition. But I started to worry about him, and I was having a hard time even with a Google Translate communicating with the driver. So I'm like, all right, well, I got to call the ambulance because I don't know what the hell's going on with this guy in the back seat. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So I called the ambulance. The ambulance comes, and then again, remember, I'm trying to I don't want this poor driver to feel like me, the cock of the walk here, English speaking dude is controlling the situation too much.
Right.
Paramedics show up, and one of the paramedics, big time listener to the show, and Jerry, he's awesome. And so meanwhile, the driver, who again, his whole week, month, possibly years ruined, like screwed up. And meanwhile, I'm gabbing away with the paramedics on the side and everything, gesticulating and talking about CJ Stroud.
Everybody knows Seth.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, so it's one thing that you're the alpha in this situation.
Yeah.
Now this guy's like, he's famous too.
Yeah. And so, and I'm giving the number from O'Karam Law and everything.
Right.
And I'm like, hey, listen, man, I do not want to ruin your life.
Interesting testimonial that you'll be giving about
But then, so the cop gets there,
hit
and I'm
by
not,
people like me.
It took a long time for the cops to get there, but I'm not worried about that because, like, honestly, it was such a dumb. I felt so bad. So it turns out that the guy in the back seat was probably he didn't need medical attention. He might have needed other services, but he didn't need medical attention.
Okay.
So, like, I've already wasted the paramedics' time and everything, but they have to wait for the cops to get there. I'm not, like, the cops are getting there because this was so obviously not an urgent or bad situation or anything. So she gets there. She's awesome, and she's like, listen, let's. She explained to him that we need to move the vehicles and get them out of harm's way.
Yeah.
So let's go up to this establishment on the right, which was an adult entertainment
I was
store.
just about to ask you, what part of town are you
It's
in?
an adult entertainment store. So within a few minutes, after waiting a couple hours for the cops, I'm standing next to a cop with its lights on underneath the adult entertainment sign as traffic whirs by. So if anybody saw me yesterday and was worried about just what kind of business I've been conducting on the side, don't worry. I wasn't getting arrested for anything. I wasn't getting arrested at all, and certainly not for anything involving like shady goings-ons at an adult entertainment store. I was like, hey, I took a picture for Brandy just in case. I was like, hey, listen, just so you know, in case one of your little friends drives by, this is where I am. And this is what's happening with your husband.
Not untoward things, no.
Yeah, and by the way, have I been a little off lately? Because I'll totally blame my whole underworld, the side hustle on the CTE if that's the situation.
Well, at least you blend right in, when you're standing underneath that sign. At least you're not 6'5" or anything like that.
So then I ended up having an interesting afternoon because the other thing, too, is I've committed lately to just taking public transportation more often because I feel like I've become
this
more.
Before the fender bender?
Yeah. Like when I've been on vacation, I'm like, I travel so much that I lead like too insulated a life. Like I'm so good now at avoiding disruptions to my travel that I basically spend my entire life inside like metal tubes and traveling from one place to another without interacting with anybody or anything. Like I like at the airport, I'm in a lounge and like I'm done with that. I'm back to being. I need to be able to relate to people. So I'm like, all right, like on all spectrums of life. So I was like, oh, screw it. I'm up here. I gotta get my car taken care of. I was up near the airport, so I just I went over to the airport and took the bus down to downtown.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was like,
this is a renewed commitment.
Yeah. So immediately, in my effort to be just, be more of like get back to my roots and everything, I get on the bus and 3 people recognize me immediately. And I felt quite conspicuous. And I was having a conversation about CJ Stroud and everything on the way down to Congress and Milam, where I then decided, like, all right, it's back to my normal life. I'm taking an Uber. Because I had to get to the station to get my computer.
So that's what this whole thing was over? You had to get back here?
Oh, it's a whole long dude. I'm going to tell you one thing. Like I went.
Okay.
I left here at 1 p.m. Because I was like, wait, I should just stick here and finish my work at the station. Yeah. But I was like, all right, no, I gotta go do some errands. I'm gonna go up. I had to go up to Humble and take care of this thing, and then I'll come right back. And then 7 hours later,
goes your day.
I'm getting off the bus at Congress and Milam.
Okay, I have two questions. Did you at least take a selfie with the paramedic?
No. Okay. I didn't want him to be accused of any kind of favoritism or something like that. Yeah.
Number 2, did anybody come out of the adult superstore saying, "Hey, Seth"? Did anybody know you, either a customer or a worker in the adult superstore?
There was one guy with some super aggressive swingers on his car that kind of looked. Came out and looked at us curiously for a while. Yeah.
Dude.
But shout out to the Wendy's employees from Terminal E. That's who I was chatting with on the bus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's who.
A couple awesome employees. You know what? And that little less, I told you, I was quizzing them about working at Wendy's.
Yeah.
And it sounds like they were talking to me about the importance of a manager. And the two Wendy's employees, it sounded like they take a lot of pride in their work. So whatever they're doing,
Wendy's.
They either hired the right kind of people, or the manager does a good job of creating pride in the workplace and everything. Because they really were super enthusiastic and everything about how they treat the customers and all that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, good. Well, if they're listening.
But hey, by the way,
Wendy's
Sean,
workers,
I knew you were waiting to ask. Yeah, I'm fine. Okay. Yeah, all right. I know you were worried.
To be clear,
you were worried, but yeah, I'm okay. Okay. Okay, you can relax now. I'm okay.
When you texted me yesterday, I said, "Do you need any help?" I asked, "Are you okay?" All right, whatever, dude. I mean, then when you replied, I turned to Amy. I'm like, whatever. Seth got in an accident.
Seth's going to be contributing even less to the show.
Say that.
Tonight. So I said, no, I heard you say it before you hung up.
Oh, crap.
Hey,
I didn't hang up. Seth might have heard that.
This is my Saturday travel story with my friend Rich Sheeran, my college teammate, and I were driving from his house in Jersey down to Philadelphia to go to a Cornell game. And we're getting into Philly, and Rich calls our other friend, Scott, who's from Philly, who was kind of telling us where we were going to park and everything. And as he's about to get off the phone, as Scott's getting off the phone on one of the exchanges, my friend Rich, driving the car, looks up and sees a Pete Davidson billboard and was like, what the hell is with this guy anyway? And which is the last thing Scott heard as he was hanging up.
That's funny. I don't know your friend that asked that question about Pete Davidson.
Yeah.
Rich?
Yeah.
He's my new favorite person. I ask myself the same thing all the time.
Rich is one of the funniest people I've ever met.
Oh, my God.
He's classic Jersey guy. Funny.
That's funny. Hey, the Texans play the Bengals this Sunday. They play the Cardinals the following Sunday, and that game just got a whole lot more interesting. Did you see yesterday that barring a setback, Kyler Murray will start this weekend for the Arizona Cardinals? Shots. Which means if he stays healthy, he'll start in Week 11 against the Texans.
I'm excited. I like the whole Arizona dynamic of what's it like with Kyler Murray under somebody different, potentially, theoretically, an actual NFL coach.
Like a real coach.
Yeah, as opposed to Cliff Kingsbury, who does some. I think he's an awesome college offensive coordinator. There's just a big difference at times, and over the course of his time in Arizona, I think both in the way he ran his program as a head coach and what they did offensively, you didn't necessarily see that genius sprinkle in. And Kyler Murray took a lot of crap for, not studying his iPad enough or what have you. I know that the atmosphere in Arizona seemed to be pretty damn lackadaisical by NFL offensive coordinator standards, and I don't frankly know if Kyler Murray had anybody telling him what he should be studying and what he should the stuff that CJ Stroud is doing right now is very next level by NFL rookie standards, and I don't think Cliff Kingsbury was giving Kyler Murray the same kind of instruction or setting the same expectations as Bobby Slowick is doing for C.J. Stroud.
Hey, if you were a Cardinal fan, this is what I was thinking this morning when I saw this news, because I think if Kyler Murray stays healthy, let me back up. If he gets injured again, then the Cardinals are going to be what they are, one of the worst teams in football. I think there's two scenarios here. Either Kyler Murray just isn't the guy and they still keep losing a bunch of games. They lose, badly lose, and they get the first or second pick in the draft. Or he's good, but the roster is still terrible, and I think the ceiling is like what Deshaun was his last year here in Houston, where he's putting up numbers, but it's on a team where the roster is decimated because the person making the decisions was a horrible general manager. If you were a Cardinal fan, would you rather find out that Kyler Murray is a franchise quarterback, but it's a bad team, or would you rather the whole thing just bottom out?
So they can draft Waterworks there? Ah, Caleb Williams?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Old puppy cuddler.
That was the puppy cuddler.
The puppy cuddler.
So for any of you that didn't see that, Caleb Williams, after the loss on Saturday, leapt into the stands and then started sobbing in his mother's arms.
Yes.
I'm not overly I'm not overly worked up about it, but I I think it's just weird.
I would love to read the scouting reports because half the teams in the NFL have an opinion on that.
Yeah. There's some things I don't know. I still feel even as everybody is encouraged to be as real as possible and transparent as possible all the time. Sometimes I wonder, if there's almost even no, even though you shouldn't be ashamed of it. If you're not ashamed, if you don't try to hide it a little bit, or at least project a certain type of stoicism, I have questions. I feel like most quarterbacks should they might cry by all means cry.
Right.
But I think a lot of quarterbacks understand that there's a certain level of stoicism you need to show in the face of adversity, to inspire confidence.
Yeah.
And I do wonder for a guy that spends most of his time in a pocket that's as clean as a basic training floor in the barracks. I just don't know. I don't know.
All right, put a pin in this right now, Ben. Put a pin in this right now. When we get to draft time, guaranteed, when we start getting those anonymous scouts and anonymous GM articles from Bob McGinn and Mike Sando, we are going to get Hardo quotes about Caleb Williams crying with his mother from anonymous scouts.
Yeah,
it's a lock. I cannot wait for that segment.
This is where I side with Caleb Williams. There is something about I try. You know me. I'm almost always calm, cool, and collected. But as erratic as I am, I rarely cry in public. But when a woman shows me any kind of sympathy, whether my wife or mother or sister, anybody like that, it does It can reduce me to shambles immediately.
Oh, really?
You kind of feel when your mom hugs you, and it almost feels like you can kind of let go a little bit.
Yeah.
So it might have been that, and it caught him off guard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
And then she didn't do him any favors by shielding his face with.
They threw a blanket over his head or something.
Yeah.
It was weird looking.
Are you performing a tracheotomy, or is he blubbering? I don't know.
Exactly. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Ross Tucker is back on the agenda today. He'll join us at 7:25 on the show. Headlines: we've got a little bit of Texans news. Baseball free agency has started. Go Rockets last night as well. Monday Night Football. A lot to get to in headlines, and we do it next.
CJ's. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. The Texans, DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday. No updates from the head coach on the litany of injuries that the team suffered on Sunday in the win over Tampa Bay. The report, I saw Aaron Wilson report yesterday, Hassan Ridgeway, it looks like it's an Achilles for him, which would knock him out for the rest of the season. That's unfortunate.
According to speculation about Aaron Rodgers, it might only knock him out for like 7 weeks.
Yeah.
Because Aaron Rodgers can hobble around and throw a football with his arm.
We'll get to
Not
him.
his Achilles, but his arm.
Right. So there's that. As far as the Texans go, today's an off day for them. They'll get back at practice tomorrow, and that's when we'll get updates on guys like Jimmy Ward. Will Anderson left the game late in the game and didn't come back in. Amy and her friend Sarah, who were at the game, were texting me. They're like, Will Anderson was like grabbing at his leg or his groin area or something like that during the game. They had noticed that, and I'm like, what are you doing looking at Will Anderson's groin? Okay, but it's hard to ignore. Yeah, they were saying to me like
Amy texted me.
They were texting me during the game like, is Will Anderson hurt? I said, I don't know. He's out there.
Yeah.
I said, okay. Well, he looked like he was kind of
I was curious why Majai Sanders was playing a good amount.
He's number 41.
Yeah, number 41, which is an odd number to see from an edge rusher. So it jumped right out at me when Majai Sanders was in the game.
Yeah, he's like a street pickup from 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, playing left defensive end. Yeah. So, I mean, by the end of the game, they were banged the heck up. Yes. It was almost like they'd been driving in front of Seth Payne. They were no hospital trips or anything, but not great. Not
standing around waiting for the cops to show up.
Yeah. So we'll get updates on that tomorrow. Yeah, most likely. Other than the Achilles, obviously, is a tough one.
Yep.
But Khalil Davis has steadily gotten more playing time, and I think that'll end up being a good thing. Like, he's got a lot of potential. He's one of these guys that, I don't know, ultimately how good of a pro does he end up being? I don't know. But he's way better than somebody that should have been cut a bunch of times.
He's flashed quite a bit when he's gotten in there.
Yeah.
And not just in the preseason. He's made some plays during the regular season, and the big one was a sack of Baker Mayfield on Sunday.
Somebody said he was at the Rockets game last night.
Khalil Davis?
No, Will Anderson.
Oh, okay.
No, the guy we were talking about 7 names ago. He was at the
pronouns, pal.
Yeah. Will Anderson was at the Rockets game last night. I don't know. You can go to a Rockets game. Remember, Tank Dell was at the Cougs game and hopping around on the sideline,
possibly concussed.
was still in the concussion protocol. Right. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
Getting to sporting events probably not that big a deal. Monday Night Football last night. Prior to the game, C.J. Stroud was on Monday Night Countdown with Scott Van Pelt. Scott Van Pelt asked him about the Dare Ogunbowale field goal, which, you're right, Seth. You said this earlier. This got a lot of attention nationally. Hell, Peter King had Dare Ogunbowale as his special teams player of the week this week because of the field goal that he kicked against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Here was Scott Van Pelt asking C.J. Stroud, how did you guys find out that Dare Ogunbowale was going to be your place kicker in the second half?
Yeah, I was surprised. We were in the locker room at halftime. They were like, we going for 2 because Kaimi went down. I was like, oh, no, like, what? Like, if something happens, like, we do got to kick. Who got to go? They're talking about Dare. He was staring right at me. And I was like, you got it, I got it.
And he got it.
Do you think Dare was staring at him, like, confidently or kind of like, yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm as shocked as you are.
When I heard that clip for the first time, this was my gut reaction.
Yeah.
When I heard that, I took it as Dare being maybe like a little bit insulted that CJ would be like, well, who's gonna kick? And Dare like, hey man. Because Dare
knew that he was the emergency kicker.
Yeah,
it wasn't completely sprung on him.
No, he messes around with it at practice sometimes. Yeah, he told us in the post game. So,
I forgot you had him as the post game interview.
Yeah.
You need to bring those more to the show. Sometimes you have clips on the post game, and I think that because your day is so long, you kind of forget the good stuff.
We had a couple Dares yesterday. I pulled a couple Dares yesterday, but you're right.
From the post game?
Yes.
Oh, all right. You're off the hook for this week. I'm going to hold you to task if you don't get. I don't know, Perryman, whoever is next.
Yeah.
Perryman, by the way, Perryman is a good example for those young linebackers on how you can play aggressively and yet still also make tackles. Sometimes almost too well when you get flagged for what should have been a legal hit.
That was BS, yeah. Very sound tackler. Monday Night Football last night, Chargers 27, Jets 6. So the story coming out of that game, couple things. One, both those teams are 4-4 now, which puts them into a tie with the Houston Texans, also 4-4. But the Texans are the king of the 4-4 teams due to the tiebreaker of strength of victory, I believe. The Texans own the tiebreaker over the Jets because they have the best. They have the best win percentage in conference games. That's the tiebreaker.
The strength of victory, the strength of schedule doesn't factor in nearly as high. This is not the college football playoffs. It goes way, way, way down on the list of tiebreakers.
I just know that it broke the tie at one point for the Texans earlier this year. But no, this they have they are the best of the 3-4-4 teams because they have the best winning percentage in AFC games.
Take that.
Conference games. Yeah, suck on that, L.A. and New York.
Go ahead and stack up all your hollow NFC victories. We just go 2-2 like gentlemen versus the
we do.
NFC South. Is that what they are?
Yeah, they went 2-2 against the NFC South. The other thing is, boy, there are some Jets players who are very frustrated right now. Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall, after the game, were speaking openly about how horrible the offense is.
Didn't they all unfriend Zach Wilson already once before?
Probably.
Now they're going to have to do it again?
Probably.
We're going to have to go through this whole spiel. Did Zach Wilson at least say the right things in the postgame?
I don't know.
I haven't seen any headlines about him shirking responsibility or anything.
Yeah, I haven't either. But Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall, they are not happy. What do you think of Robert Saleh's beard?
I like it. I feel like it's a good, thick, and manly beard.
It's very well manicured.
Why don't you should have a beard.
No, it's full on gray. I look old when I
you look like Ernest Hemingway. He looked old, but man, he pulled.
Because I want to. Okay, I pull.
I mean, he pulled lots of things, but he you should do the
when I wake up
look.
every morning, that's what men do. They wake up, they go, how can I look more like Ernest Hemingway?
Yeah.
Without
the crippling depression.
Right. Exactly. So Chargers win last night.
I got my Hemingway joke. Yeah, go ahead.
Free agency started yesterday in baseball. I don't know if you heard that. Bunch of Astros.
Hot stove league time. This is where we had a few people yesterday say, how come you guys aren't aggressively tackling baseball free agency? Two reasons. One is the hot stove league is BS. It's the weirdest because in baseball they roll directly into the offseason without any kind of delay or anything. There's really there's no urgency or anything, and things kind of happen. A lot of sometimes the bigger signings end up happening in February as of late. So there's that, and then there's also the small little problem of after all the arbitrations, the Astros will probably have about $4 million of space under the CBT.
Yeah, it's so different than last year.
Yeah.
Last year they had a whole bunch of money to spend, so they
went out and made all their luxury purchases on all those players that you're so excited about.
Yeah.
Don't you know?
Yeah.
Montero's definitely never get old. Abreu never will get old.
Yeah.
It's just the way he played in September and in the playoffs will be the way he plays for the next 7 years.
Hector Neris declined his player option for $8.5 million for next year, so Hector Neris is a free agent. And I've seen Astro fans that are like, "Well, they can bring him back." I mean, they gave $11 million to Montero last year. Exactly. No. They don't just have endless $11 million relievers.
Dad's got money for tuition. He just spent $20,000 in Las Vegas.
Right.
So of course he can spend $20,000 on my tuition.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Duh. Real quick, because we're in headlines. Rockets 122, Kings 97 last night.
Oh man, I'll tell you what. There's one thing that I hate. It's people who doubt my ability to forecast greatness for the Rockets. My greatness, I mean a 500 record at least. I don't know where they're going to be moving forward, but I think the fact that early on they played even in those first three they played some competitive games versus really good teams.
The only game they've not been competitive in was the opener, and even that was close in the third quarter.
They pulled ahead. They pulled close within the third. It was one of those classic NBA comebacks where you know where this is going.
Yeah,
and but then you turn around and take a really good team into overtime after that. So I would have been flabbergasted if Udoka hadn't had a positive influence on especially the defensive prowess of some of these young guys.
Oh, yeah.
Şengün, it was always weird that Şengün looked so haphazard on defense because it's not like he's he doesn't strike me as a selfish dude or anything. And a lot of those guys, they were playing bad defense. It didn't strike me as selfishness as much as just ignorance at times. And Udoka's getting that on board.
Yep. Alperen Şengün, 2 rebounds away from a triple-double last night. He was really, really good. Jalen Green, 23 points on just 9 field goal attempts. That is efficiency right there. All right, those are your headlines. Coming up, what are the national media saying about the Houston Texans and about C.J. Stroud? We've got some good stuff here. Texans getting a lot of love around that nationwide circuit right now, and you'll hear some of it coming up next.
station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Seth and I are just doing some film study during the break.
We studied. It's the 9th time we've rewatched the game.
The All-22.
We've rewatched the game 17 times. Did I say 9? I meant 17
17 times.
Yeah. No, we were watching. Somebody asked about Michael Dieter, the center. And I'll say, honestly, during the game, I was really upset a couple times where they decided to run right at the nose tackle for the Bucs, one of their very best defensive players, when you've got a backup center in there. And they ran for 0 yards on those plays. But on a couple of them, it was not Michael Dieter, the backup center's fault. So I thought he did an admirable job. They were running the ball horribly before Michael Dieter became the center, and they continue to run the ball horribly after Michael Dieter has been the center. He's not the issue. And I thought going against Vita Vea had some really good reps against him, don't get me wrong, but like he does that against everybody.
Yeah.
So I thought Dieter to get a good job kind of thrown into the mix on 1 week's notice.
He had the one holding penalty on a 3rd and 1. That was the one time where that was the one time you heard his name.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, I'm not you can't. Like, I'm not going to say the offensive line was awesome in any respect or capacity in the run game, but which is another one of the. It's been a couple years now that they've actually been passable as pass blockers and yet atrocious as run blockers, and it through multiple. How many different every damn year they get a new offensive line coach. It's like a kid with a mom who cycles through boyfriends.
Oh, yeah.
So you kind of like, there's no stability at home.
Nope.
You know, you start having a warped view of love and marriage and all that other stuff. I had a friend who was like that.
Oh, yeah?
His mom was a hussy.
Really?
Yeah. I never knew firsthand or anything.
Was he the one-person equivalent of what this Texans offensive line is?
Yeah, he's a mess.
Yeah.
He's an awesome dude, but kind of a mess in his love life because he had no... all of his kind of expectations were kind of skewed. His mom had a thing for like firefighters and cops too.
Oh yeah.
So then you blend into that whole like authority figure.
Yeah.
And like somebody that like kids kind of like might idolize firefighters or cops or what have you. And it's like, yeah.
Maybe you get a different impression through the relationship.
Ended up being very successful.
Okay.
Because he's driven by a lot of demons.
Okay, well, that makes me feel better about the Texans' offensive line.
Yeah, have more demons. I think, if anything, these guys might be a little too
demonless.
Yeah. Like, embrace your demons. Do you have any demons? Or are you just like frilly little kids that had nice upbringings and whatnot?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, because that's how you're playing. You're playing like kids who had all the best video games.
Yes.
You know? You really are. You're like, I'd rather sit back here and pass block.
Right.
Run blocking. Ew. I have to get my hands dirty for that.
Mom
Goodness,
she brought me another game today.
We'll have the help do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The help's name is Andrew Beck.
Why does Daddy spend so much time with the nanny? It's
a Texans offensive line.
Explore that.
Right.
You'll find some demons in there.
Dig deeper. You'll block better. Absolutely. What are the national media saying about the Texans? We know, and C.J. Stroud, more appropriately, we know who the biggest scourge was coming into the season when it came to old C.J. Stroud. It was our buddy Colin Cowherd. Colin Cowherd, you knew he was going to make it. C.J. was going to be on that show yesterday. Here's Colin Cowherd marveling at the accuracy of C.J. Stroud.
When you watch those highlights, what's the one thing that hits you? Roll those highlights again. His receivers never break stride. You got to throw the ball accurately. He throws it where you can't intercept it. You're sitting back in a pocket. That's a muddy pocket. That ball is perfect. That was
amazing. Yeah.
Let's watch another throw. Again, literally perfectly thrown.
Yeah. Like the porn music going in the background.
This is where you got to be careful, though. Colin Cowherd will swing from one extreme to the next. Because honestly, if you watch the game, and I don't expect I don't expect any of the national guys to watch like every minute of every game. But like CJ was way off in the first 1.5 quarters. Yeah. You know. Like to an extreme degree. When I was watching the game this morning for the 39th time, there's one thing that I really noticed this time on the 39th viewing was just how off those some of those throws were early on.
Oh, to Tank.
Yeah, and that actually, and honestly, at the time, I told you up in the booth, like, okay, there are some good signs here, which is that CJ's misfiring, but the opportunities are there. But also, CJ's misfiring like to an extreme degree. It's not like he's a little bit off or anything. So almost like either it was fluke or maybe he was a little tight in some physiological aspect or something, but he figured it out. And that's where, like I said yesterday, I loved that performance because it felt so much like a really good pitcher who struggles in the first inning. And
bounce back.
And you can start, and you know what happens with a really good pitcher is you start being cocky about it as a fan. You know, you're like, well, like even with Lance, if Lance could stay healthy, McCullers, like Lance has a horrible first innings all the time, but you're like, that's just Lance. He's gonna
he'll bounce back.
He's gonna be fine. He'll get his emotions under control, and there you go.
Yep.
That's how CJ was in that game.
That's how Framber was in 2022.
Oh, 2022 Framber.
That was
those
good.
Those were the
good
days.
times. Those are really good times.
Now we're just stuck going to ALCSs.
Yeah. Come on,
Poor
Astros.
people.
Yeah, get it together. One more from Cowherd. They do a segment called, I think it's called something like something I was right on, something I was wrong on.
Yeah, he was wrong.
Yeah, he was wrong. He was wrong. He admits it.
I thought C.J. Stroud, Jared Goff was his comp, and I thought that's about it, but I don't see any juice. Lord. Yesterday, 5 touchdowns, no picks, 470 yards. He throws watch these highlights. He throws such an accurate football. He's in so much control. There's his feet, his body. There's no panic. He takes time. And he's elevating a franchise, quite frankly, that's a bit of a mess. He's already beaten the Steelers.
Whoa.
He's already beaten the Jags. So it's not like he's winning from the dregs of the NFL. C.J. Stroud has been remarkable.
Sounds like he's elevating something else there, Coward.
No kidding.
Desk grew 3 inches that day.
Play that again.
So I'm going to need a minute. The thing that I know you pointed out first, that I love that he keeps doing this, he recites this like it's the 11th commandment that Jared Goff is the comp. Like he says it like it's not an opinion or anything.
He recites it like it's a statistic.
Jared Goff is the comp. Yeah, as we know from Pro Football Reference, Jared Goff is the comp.
Right.
Like, okay, some people had the opinion that was a comp. All right. It's not like a fact of life or anything. And by the way, Jared Goff is not like Jared Goff of the last couple years of the Rams.
No.
He was, yeah. You know what? Honestly, one of the more impressive plays to me from Sunday was actually one of his incompletions where CJ scrambled for about 7 seconds. Or he stepped up in the pocket. He
kind of ran back
right,
and then moved up. Right?
And then he threw the ball away.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people that are doing kind of flyover analysis of CJ over the past couple weeks, I saw people notice that his time to throw has increased. And they were saying, like, well, he's got to do better about getting rid of the ball quickly and being more decisive. And, like, that hasn't been the situation at all. Like, yes, there are times where I think, and he has gotten better in the last couple weeks of taking the check down, this past week especially.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's always going to be there, balancing deep and short. But I think what they didn't realize if they weren't watching, they were just looking at the stats, is that teams have just started to play a lot more coverage against him. And because they know if they blitz him, he's really, really good against the blitz. So that's where, like, this is something that teams start to do in, like, a quarterback's second or third or fourth year where they're like, all right, well, we've tried everything else. Let's just play coverage and see what happens. Mm-hmm. And it's cool for him to get that working now and to see that now. And like we've seen for a few weeks now, really starting with the Atlanta game, defense is starting to treat him like a veteran quarterback. Yeah. Like they're throwing everything at him. They're not just trying to follow like as simple and executable a game plan as possible. They're pulling out all the stops.
Here was Pat McAfee yesterday. This is McAfee. They're playing during this clip, they are playing the video of the throw to Tank Dell that set up the game-winning touchdown. So that second to last pass where he dropped it right in the honey hole. The honey hole,
which is somehow not a sexual euphemism. It's called the honey hole. That spot between the safety and the safety in the corner. It's hard to find. Some people claim it doesn't exist, but he found it.
He did. He found it. McAfee was marveling at it.
How about him, that last ball on the side? He basically got in a drone, hovered over, and just handed it right into the spot it needed to go. There's two guys cover. Cover the guy. They did. They are. Yeah. That's an impossible throw, 35 yards down the field. His arm talent, bananas. How he's bought into being the representative of Houston, phenomenal. Then you talk about his football IQ is seemingly through the roof. AQ Shipley texted me and said, hey, watching this Houston offense, coordinator doing a great job. It's like San Francisco 2.0 almost what's happening. And a quarterback has to make a lot of good decisions in those types of offenses. He's been doing it since the beginning.
What did A.Q. Shipley say?
Okay, that was the one thing on that clip. I'm like, all right, A.Q. Shipley, he's a
center for the. He used to play center for the Bucks, I believe, right?
Yeah.
He dropped A.Q. Shipley in there like it was
mostly with the Cardinals. He played 12 seasons.
Okay.
Yeah. So I
didn't know if he covered the Bucks or something because he played. Okay.
Yeah, I guess he was texting McAfee at some point.
Oh, okay.
They're both from Pittsburgh, I think, so they're probably friends like growing up or whatever. But the bottom line,
he played for the Colts too.
Yeah. The bottom line is that A.Q. Shipley's assessment of this. Hey, this is like the San Francisco offense. I'm like, I know Bobby Slowick came from San Francisco, and Bobby Slowick's doing a lot of good things with this offense, no question about it. They're really able to run the football in San Francisco.
and again, though, that pass, like the exact same pass early in the game, CJ threw it like 5 yards out of bounds. Yeah. Not the exact same pass, not the exact same route, but on that play too, boy, Tank Dell did a great job of baiting the safety into being just, I know it's tempting in that situation if you're a Bucs fan to be like, how do you let that happen? How do you let him in front of you? Because he's a scary dude. Like, Tank Dell is a scary dude, and when he's cutting in looking like he's running a post, he's going to affect the safety, and it created just enough space for CJ to make that throw. Like, it didn't have to be as perfect as it was because Tank Dell had run such a great route.
Yep. Really good stuff. Dan Orlovsky tweeted yesterday. I put the wrong link in the rundown here.
Yeah.
Dan Orlovsky said that C.J. Stroud deserves to be in the MVP consideration right now. I think we're still a few weeks away from that. It was an amazing performance on Sunday. Piled up huge numbers. He's going to be the player of the week in the AFC, offensive player of the week, without a doubt. He will be the offensive player of the week in the AFC, and he's had some really good weeks. He's been by far the best rookie. He'll be on the odds board for the MVP. You know, Jimmy Shapiro sends those odds out each week, Seth, with the revised Super Bowl odds. He sends it out every Tuesday. CJ will be on the board for the MVP this week, but he'll be down. Probably, if I had to guess, he'll be somewhere like around 15th to 20th on the list.
Yeah. Oh, really? You think so?
Yeah. Yeah.
The NFL,
because it's mostly quarterbacks. And then there'll be a Tyreek Hill in there, and there'll be a TJ Watt and things like that.
It's rare that the MVP goes to a team that's not a really good football team as well.
Correct.
Like, I think maybe the most recent one was Adrian Peterson, where they were barely a playoff team.
Yeah.
And he rushed for over 2,000 yards, and he wasn't a quarterback. So I think, especially because the quarterback is so integrally tied to the success of the team, that if you're not one of the better teams, it's rare that the quarterback gets it. The other thing that's screwing things up is that right now the second leading passer in the NFL is one Samuel Howell. So, like, the passing yardage.
You mean like yardage-wise?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Not by any other metric or anything.
Yeah.
Although, no, you know what? He's
Dude, you know who his OC
is? Tied for the lead in interceptions, too.
You know who his OC is? Old Eric Bieniemy.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Is it ironically that gets Eric Bieniemy a head coaching job? Dude had Patrick Mahomes for however many years, and it's going to be getting Sam Howell to zing the ball around the yard for 8 jillion yards. That's going to get Eric Bieniemy a head coaching job.
I think the other interesting stat that people would bring up is CJ's completion percentage, which was annoying to me because a lot of times, like, you could look at out of 29 out of 30 passing stats, and they were really impressive for a rookie quarterback with CJ Stroud, but his completion percentage was below 60%, and that would be the that people would bring up, and they would point to his inaccurate passing and what have you. Like, and again, where if you watch the games, you know that accuracy has not been the issue. One of the huge issues was that he had 4 backup offensive linemen playing, and he was throwing the ball away a lot, or that he's also. And he did this on Sunday, too, even after he got sharp passing. He's very comfortable on contested passes, throwing low to Tank Dell, to Robert Woods when he's in there. Like, when a guy's going to have a defender draped over him, he's going to throw it low to avoid interceptions. Like, that's one of the reasons that he only has 1 interception. He has no ego about him when it comes to throwing a potentially errant pass. Like, and I'm not that could sound like totally biased home. Like, there's times when he's been inaccurate. Don't get me wrong. But like for JT O'Sullivan, we watch him a lot, the quarterback analyst. Like, he will not stop gushing about how accurate CJ is.
Yeah.
And he watches every snap of CJ every week because he loves him so much.
It's a good point by a texter. And look, I'm not throwing CJ Stroud into the MVP conversation at this point. But the MVP candidates, the perennial ones are mostly having down years too. That is true.
Oh, yeah,
it is an MVP that's there for the taking for somebody who hasn't won one before. Mahomes has been good. The Chiefs have been good, but he hasn't been Mahomes. Josh Allen, the Bills are 5-4 right now. Joe Burrow got off to a slow start.
What's going to start hurting Tua Tagovailoa is the fact that the Dolphins can't seem to beat a winning record.
Yes,
a team with
as
a winning
it should.
record, yeah.
As it should, absolutely. Yeah, here was Orlovsky's tweet. Stroud's tape is better than the numbers. He's absolutely in the MVP conversation after this weekend. And then there's 360 replies asking Dan if he's crazy, pretty much. So there's that. All right, Ross Tucker. Our guy Ross is back. Ross Tucker is going to join us. We'll get his thoughts on C.J. Stroud. He's our Odyssey NFL insider, and he joins us next.
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, and on the line right now, our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now. Get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Ross, it's been a while. How you doing, my friend?
I am doing fantastic. I would imagine you guys are as well, huh?
Yeah, well, I was thinking about that as we were coming back from the break. I'm like, boy, look, you, me, and Seth, we're friendly and everything, and we always enjoy the conversations with you. But it's got to be, to look. You got to be looking a little more forward to coming on in Houston and having a conversation when we've got C.J. Stroud to talk about. I would think, right?
Yeah, you know what? I do. It's true. There's no question. Like last year, it was like, all right, so the draft.
Davis Mills.
It was you. Honestly, I'll credit you, Ross, you were good with an outsider's perspective. Like, you very early thought, of course they're going to fire Lovie Smith. And at the time,
true.
At the moment, Sean and I were both kind of like, I don't know, man, like, because of all the PR stuff swirling around this team and firing three coaches in 3 years, that it didn't seem like it.
That audio from Ross had like 2 weeks of legs out of it on this station.
Yeah. So credit to you.
Good job,
so I
Ross.
guess, how do you want to prove us wrong right now? You're going to tell us that CJ actually sucks or something?
Well, it's so funny because I think that is probably the value in bringing on someone from the outside.
Yeah.
Because the way the whole dynamic had gone down with Lovie being hired, I guess I just always assumed it was just like a one-year thing, and that they were, because Caserio, for different reasons, wasn't able to get the guy he really wanted or whatever. So it's funny because that evidently that was not the local scuttlebutt. So that's one where I guess having less information or knowing less benefited me, I guess, a little bit. How about this?
I've picked up that philosophy and run with it in life.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, don't know,
How about,
just
by
go.
the way, the fact that, Lovie Smith, maybe they should rehire him in some role, because Lovie Smith winning that last game in like desperation fashion against the Colts, it feels like it changed everything. I mean, I've seen reports out there. You guys correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like if the Texans had the number one pick, they would have taken Bryce Young. That would have been a mistake.
This is where I'm going to correct those reports, because Jay Glazer reported that.
Yeah.
And this is where, for one, remember, a lot of those big-time national newsbreakers were reporting the Texans weren't going to take a quarterback at all as well, like leading right up to the draft. I think that you remember when the Panthers traded for that pick, they genuinely didn't know who they were going to pick at that point. They came to that consensus. And I do think that a lot of the groupthink got out of control with projecting Bryce Young to number one overall, because it was, think about that, Ross, like a lot of the people giving those quotes are either retired GMs or anonymous GMs or what have you that hadn't necessarily seen Bryce Young in person. And I really think there was like, I think there are a lot of people out there that, and I'm not saying the Texans would have preferred CJ Stroud or anything. I think we just don't know. I do think that the actual people with their feet on the ground, and that it like had to see exactly how small Bryce Young was, and perhaps maybe it would have had an opportunity to be impressed by CJ Stroud. I try not to waste a lot of time thinking about it. It's just, if anything, it's more just an illustration of how much of a crapshoot the draft really is, and that like the cautionary tale is don't fall too in love with anybody really this time of year or that time of year.
Yeah, and ultimately, to your point, Seth, it doesn't matter. C.J. Stroud plays for the Houston Texans. Bryce Young plays for the Carolina Panthers. I guess I'll just say a couple things on that. First of all, I would have taken Bryce Young, which I guess shows you how much I know. I mean, I for 2 years, I never saw him have a bad game, I felt like, right? Like, even when Alabama was losing some games last year to Tennessee or whatever, it was like 55-48.
Right.
And he just had this unbelievable innate ability to make the play that needed to be made. And that leads me to the Stroud conversation, because what's so interesting to me about Stroud is I thought that he had a chance to eventually be pretty good. I really thought he would struggle early, especially when you guys were so banged up on the O-line. I mean, I think I might have said on this show, but I definitely said it on my show, the Ross Tucker podcast, like rookie quarterback, with a pedestrian receiving core and a beat-up offensive line is no way to go through life, son, right? Like, that's no way to start an NFL season. And yet, you know, Stroud's been so successful, even with the guys up front being hurt. The receivers, obviously, including Tank Dell, are a little bit better than we realized, but just really, really impressive. And now I said this week, and some people got mad at me about it, but I think it's true. At this point, it would really be a pretty significant upset if Bryce Young ends up being better than C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not making a declarative statement on the next 15 years of these guys' careers. What I'm saying is C.J. Stroud is already a top 15 quarterback in the NFL, arguably top 10. Bryce Young right now has played like a bottom 5 guy, right? So think about what has to happen. Bryce Young has to get a lot better to be in the top half of the league, and C.J. Stroud has to either get worse or not improve at all. You know, that's a big hill to climb for Bryce Young, because you would expect Stroud to keep getting better and be a top 10 guy if he's not already. And who knows how high he can take it or how far he can go. So for Bryce Young, it's like, man, even for Bryce Young to just get to where Stroud already is going to be a pretty big hill to climb. I mean, he threw 2 pick sixes last week. He had 3 interceptions. I mean, and I know and by the way, several people tweeted me back, this is the best. Bryce Young's 1-0 against C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
Bryce Young won, C.J. Stroud lost.
Yeah,
like,
cool. Yeah,
if that's the case, let's just stop having any content whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like the whole show could just be like, well, Bryce Young's team won, C.J. Stroud's team lost. Let's go back to the commercials.
Yeah, right.
He was like, and honestly, that was a game. It wasn't a good game for C.J. Stroud, and it was like Bryce Young was the less awful quarterback that day.
Well, I would say too, Ross, to your point about where they both sit right now, is that it would be one thing if the guy that was trying to climb out from being a bottom 5 at least had prototypical physical stature. You know what I mean? Like Bryce Young is going to have to be shoveling out of this place that he's gotten to on the quarterback power rankings and doing it as a complete outlier physically in the NFL as a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is he really that much of an outlier? I mean, Kyler Murray's small, Baker Mayfield's small. I don't know.
They're a little stockier, though. You know what I mean? Like, he's got a tiny little bird frame, man. He's skinny.
Okay. I mean, Lamar Jackson's pretty skinny. I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess I'm not overly concerned about that part of it. Okay. I'm more concerned, like, don't throw the ball to the guy on the other team and let him return it for a touchdown. Mm-hmm. Like, that's especially when on the Even Money Betting podcast, I have your Panthers in a teaser leg up to 8.5, and the game would have been tied 13-13 if you didn't throw 2 pick sixes. Yeah. But it's okay. I'm over it, guys.
Yeah, clearly.
Ross, we were joking earlier that Colin Cowherd, like he'll state it almost as fact that the comp for C.J. Stroud was Jared Goff, which was a common comp, I think. After 8 games, and I saw 2 other national people make some weird comparisons for C.J. Stroud. One said RG3, which is interesting. Okay. Another said Russell Wilson, like third-year Russell Wilson, which is interesting because I feel like there's another dynamic at play there. Is it crazy to say that Joe Burrow or Justin Herbert might be the best comps, like for after 8 games or within their rookie year right now for C.J. Stroud?
First of all, he doesn't remind me of RG3 or Russell Wilson a little bit.
No, those people are dumb.
Not even a little bit.
That was Bill Simmons and his pal, his nepotism buddy there.
Yeah.
I mean, not even a little bit, number one.
Yeah.
I guess I can see the golf thing a little bit just because of how golf's played the last couple years. But that also feels like you're putting a little bit of a restrictor plate on like the upside of what Stroud can be. I kind of like Herbert. He's not as big as Herbert. I don't know if his arm is as good as Herbert's. Burrow, I think Stroud's arm is kind of better than Burrow's. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure he processes quite. I mean, I think Burrow might be the best processor in the league, right? So when I think Burrow, I just think crazy brain and super accurate, but I don't think like big arm. When I think of Herbert, I think about, like, I've seen Herbert a couple times in person. Like, he can almost pass for a tight end. Like, he's a big dude. I have never seen Stroud in person. You guys probably have, so I can't comment on that. To make those throws, to win that game on Sunday against the Bucs, I can't believe that. Now, first of all, Carlton Davis, every time, now I was mainly watching the red zone until the end of the game, but how many touchdowns did Carlton Davis give up? Carlton Davis spent more time on the red zone channel than Scott Hansen on Sunday.
Well,
Yes,
spent
he did.
three.
It was unbelievable. It's like every time the Texans scored a touchdown, hey, there's Carlton Davis. Hey, Carlton Davis getting some more TV time for the Bucs. I mean, what is even happening there?
Yeah.
So I would say, now I kind of want to go through it and try to a really good comp for him. I would say out of every name we've said so far, I would say he's somewhere in between Goff and Herbert.
Okay.
In my mind.
Okay. Ross Tucker joining us, our Odyssey NFL insider. Well, Ross, again, we cited this before. You kind of being out of market maybe gives maybe a clearer view as to the magnitude of certain things or opinions, things like that. Obviously, we here in Houston are incredibly excited for Burrow versus Stroud this coming Sunday because we're in Houston. What's your excitement level for that matchup this weekend on the full slate of Week 10 games here?
Well, so now what Stroud did on Sunday is he now made it's no longer like, hey, Stroud's good. Now it's like, hey, I want to watch the Houston Texans play football.
Yeah.
Because there's a difference, right? Like, Houston's still a relatively young team, 20 years or whatever. As you guys know, you guys are not the subject of a lot of national conversation. They don't talk about you a ton on ESPN or NFL Network or whatever. I think CJ Stroud, I was saying that, I literally said this today. You guys know on Tuesdays on the Ross Tucker podcast, I do my power rankings.
Mm-hmm.
I literally said this today. I'm not sure there's another aspect of a professional sport where one guy can make this much of a difference. Maybe in the NBA, if you have like the number one pick or you trade for like a star. But CJ Stroud has changed everything for the Houston Texans. Everything. Like, now people will want to watch your team play. Now people are excited about it. Now they can think about themselves as playoff contenders, and they can dream about what the next 15 years can be like. It's really unbelievable. I mean, even like an NBA guy, you have the number one pick, they better end up being one of these, Wembanyama or whatever the guy's name. Like, they better be a guy like that. That's the only equivalent to what it's like when your franchise drafts a legitimate top 10 franchise quarterback, which the Houston Texans have done. And I'm like thrilled for you guys. And by the way, it's really rare. Like, you had Deshaun Watson, who was a legit franchise quarterback. Now you have Stroud. Look at some of these other franchises. Like, look at the Bears. Look at the Jets. I mean, some of these teams never get a guy like this. And now you guys had like a 2-year hiatus, and now you're back. I mean, that's kind of garbage for these other franchises. Like, they must hate you guys.
They can come endure those 2 years. And let's not act like the Texans 2021 and 2022 was some sort of conventional bad years in the NFL, Russ. The conversion chart, those count as like 15 years, those 2 years. You came on with us enough to know.
Guess what?
What?
Bears fans and some of these other teams, Bears fans, Jets fans, they would literally sign up for 5 years of that pain right now. 5 years of it, if you guaranteed them CJ Stroud as a rookie at the end of it.
Yeah, you're probably right. Hey, by the way,
now you guys, by the way,
yeah,
now
Bears
you're
fans
in a
are
totally
upset.
different
They're
conversation.
What's that?
Well, I'm sorry. So I was going to say, now you guys are in a totally different conversation. Now the conversation is, okay, we have a stud quarterback. He's on a rookie contract. We got to try to take advantage of this and go for this now.
Yep. Absolutely. Before we cut you loose, Ross, where are the Texans in the Ross Tucker Power Rankings?
See, I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me. I think that they were like 22, maybe?
22?
Maybe 18? I don't know.
Okay.
I got to look.
Media.
Were you going to say that, Sean, no matter what I said?
No. Anything, when I heard the sound twa come out, I'm like, he's got him in the 20s, this guy. This clown Ross Tucker's
I
got him
don't
in the 20s.
even know. I'm not even, I forget.
Yeah.
I had him pretty high.
Okay.
They just lost the Panthers 2 weeks before, bro. Relax.
But have you heard the good news? C.J. Stroud threw for 470 yards this past weekend.
I'm aware. I was watching the game. It was unbelievable. He should give a thank you card to Carlton Davis.
I know. Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now. Get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Ross, you're the best. We appreciate it, man. Good to catch up.
Yeah, and Tank Dell's good too, and receivers cost it. Like, you guys need to go all in this. Like, when I tell you all in this offseason, while you have a star quarterback and a star wide receiver and rookie contracts. This will never happen again.
You should sign Jose Abreu.
Okay. Casario, if you're listening right now, yeah.
Thanks, Ross.
We appreciate you, Ross.
To address, Lamont says it sounded like I was carrying water for Casario with my take that I don't think the team that traded up for the number one overall pick necessarily knew who they were taking. I honestly, I tell you this 100%. I don't care if the Texans actually wanted Bryce Young. My issue is with the reporting around the entire scenario. The Panthers have been very transparent that they didn't know who they were going to draft when they traded up to number one overall. Like, you're talking about guys like Adam Schefter and these clowns, these nugget hussies, were like openly proclaiming that the Texans weren't going to take a quarterback. Right. Like, this is I'm so disgusted by the way sports media, some members of the sports media conducted themselves about all of that. Like, I genuinely don't care. I get PO'd when like Glazer comes on and acts like, oh yeah, the Texans totally knew who they were taking and they were going to try to trade up specifically for Bryce Young. Like, you can't trust the reporting around that kind of stuff. All
right, let's take a look around the NFL in the next segment. A Texans matchup just got a little more juicy. Not the Bengals, but one down the road. And is it just a matter of when, not if, when it comes to something I don't know that anybody a few years ago would have seen this coming. And we'll let you hear about that as well. Right now, I got to tell you about Texas sinus and snoring. Dr. Ben Salento, Texas sinus and snoring. That was me. That noise, that hideous noise you're hearing, was me about probably 7 or 8 years ago. Something. It was 5.5 years ago that I went to Dr. Ben Salento. So I let that sound, which had been going on for years, subsist for another couple years. It was my wife that recorded it, by the way. Like, you probably got a lot of you guys out there, and ladies have probably had your significant other record you snoring at night saying, I hear this Sean Pendergast guy saying that somebody can fix this. And it's not through magic or anything like that. It is Dr. Ben Salento at Texas Sinus and Snoring. He did it for me. today.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll do the top 8 at 8. 8 stories at 8 o'clock. Get your day going. If you're someone who gets in your car at 8 o'clock, lucky you. A few extra hours of sleep. The Arizona
in your car at 8 is still, I'd say the people that get in their car at like 11:30 to maybe go to the convenience store to buy a donut or something and then go back home. Those are the lucky people.
Those are the lucky people, yeah. I'm just comparing them to us, getting up at 3:45 or whatever it is, the 8 o'clockers.
Yeah, we get up at 3:45 to go to our fake job.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for making me feel terrible. Cardinals,
hey, all you lucky ditch diggers out there that got to sleep in until 7 a.m.
That's right.
Sure.
That's right.
Yeah, try walking in Sean's very clean sneakers
my
for
Puma
a mile.
track shoes. Yeah, and sweatpants. The Cardinals have activated Kyler Murray.
Yeah, baby.
That Week 11 matchup. Play it again. Yeah, let's hear it. Yeah. They've activated Kyler Murray. Now, why is that important to Texan fans? Well, because the next home game is against the Arizona Cardinals. So assuming that Kyler Murray, he's set to start this weekend for the Cardinals. I don't know who they play. I'm going to see who they play and see what the chances are of Kyler Murray getting injured. You know, if it's some really good front seven or something like that. But if he's healthy in Week 11, it looks like we're going to get to see Kyler Murray. Which inherently makes it a much harder matchup for the Texans than if they were starting Clayton Tune, the rookie quarterback. Now, there's probably some Kook fans that would have liked to have seen Clayton Tune because he, played at the University of Houston and
remember
whatnot.
DeAndre Hopkins gave some love to Clayton Tune.
He did.
People thought they were talking about people thought he was talking about C.J. Stroud. He said that kid from Houston is pretty good.
Yeah.
That was like the 48 hours or so before he left the Cardinals.
Before he got cut.
Forever.
Yeah, before he got cut by the Cardinals, he was doing that podcast. But Kyler Murray, I'm actually, this doesn't make me more nervous the Texans are going to lose that game. I'm actually more excited about that game now that Kyler Murray is
I'm a little bit torn with this because there's a part of me that just wants to see I like the experiment of Kyler Murray with a new offensive coordinator, new head coach, different I think honestly a more NFL version of the Arizona Cardinals, for better or for worse, but you'll see okay, this is going to be a very, very weak analogy, but bear with me for a second. The difference between Michael Vick in Atlanta versus Michael Vick when he got with Andy Reid, this is a lesser version of that. In that I think Vick, there were certain aspects of Vick's game that didn't really come out until he was paired up with the right offensive coordinator, and he became more of an NFL coordinator.
MVP.
It's hard not to imagine, man, what if he had played for Andy Reid his whole career?
Absolutely.
So I'm not comparing any other coordinator in the league to Andy Reid necessarily, but you might just see a much better, more polished and professional version of Kyler Murray with Drew Petzing than you did with Cliff Kingsbury.
Yep. So that Week 11's gotten a little more interesting at NRG Stadium with the Arizona Cardinals. We're going to eat what's on our plate first. That would be the Cincinnati Bengals in Cincinnati. Noon kickoff Sunday. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Our old friend Ted Johnson was on television up in the Boston area. I believe on their NBC Sports regional sports network up there.
Whichever television station he's been on since he's been up there.
Yeah, it's NBC.
So, this was this caught my attention just because it's always interesting to listen to local people where they sound, if you listen to this, they're talking about whether or not Bill Belichick should be fired in season or not, but listen to the tone of it overall.
And we should say it's Ted, it's Scott Felger, who's a morning host up there on 98.5, the Sports Hub, and Albert Breer.
Yeah, as to whether they should fire Belichick in season.
Belichick's making it really hard for him to maybe not go there just because of how the team is performing at this stage and how he's acting, I think, in a lot of these press conferences. It's not good for the brand.
So, I'm not a sacred cow guy, except I don't think Bill deserves to be fired in the middle of the year.
And I would agree with that.
I agree.
And they're going to look for a way to make this graceful. And whenever the exit comes, I think we all assume it's the end of the year, to make it that way.
I agree. The only thing is we have 8 more games. 8 more games. So, the heat is only going to get turned up.
Yeah. So, I mean, what Breer says there at the end, we all assume it's going to happen at the end of the year.
That's a when.
Yeah.
Not an if.
And that it is, he would go on to talk about that maybe they'll do the thing where, Belichick agrees to resign or what have you. Belichick got a new deal right before the beginning of the season. Except that I guess I got to watch more Belichick press conferences. I've seen Belichick. Is Belichick acting any different in press conferences now, or is he just doing the same thing? It's just because they're losing, it looks that much worse. I
thought the same thing. I thought that when Ted said that,
is he gruff and rude and dismissive in press conferences?
Yeah.
No.
And well, I guess you don't get that leeway when you're 2-7 the way you do when you're winning Super Bowls.
Well, for multiple years, especially because we talked about that. Like this would be if you had hired Bill Belichick if Bill Belichick the first had retired in 2018. Or after 2000, let's say after 2018, and he came in and he had a veteran aging quarterback but no receivers or something in 2019, and then he turned in 4 years like this.
He'd be gone.
He'd be gone. Like this would be last year probably. Yeah, I mean, you make the playoffs last year, but it wasn't like they felt great about Mac Jones.
They made the playoffs 2 years ago.
Oh, 2
Mac
years,
Jones'
that's right.
year. Yeah.
So in last year, you make your defensive coordinator and your special teams coordinator, your offensive coordinators. Like, he would have been fired after last year.
Absolutely.
But definitely this year, and he would be fired in season this year.
Yep.
So, like, you understand why he's not because of everything they've done. One of the other things they said in that exchange that nobody objected to was, I think it was Felger that said, like, we all know now that Belichick was just kind of a nice compliment to Tom Brady, but he was good in that role. I was like, whoa.
My.
Good in that role.
How the worm turns. Good in that role.
Yes.
like he's a quality control guy or something like that.
Yeah, he was a system coach.
Oh, my God.
Not a system quarterback. He was a system coach.
We got one more here that I'm looking at. We got one more from Albert Breer.
Yeah, this is why he's going to get fired. Yeah. This is something I caught my ear because this is something you've said, and you've quoted an owner that told you this many times.
Yeah.
The one thing that I think is important here, owners are okay with anger. Apathy is what they aren't okay with a lot of times. And once the empty seats start to pile up over the course of the year, once you guys on the radio start talking about the Celtics a little bit more than the Patriots, I think that does have an effect on ownership. But I don't think it gets to the point where you fire them in season.
Well, I used to live up in New England back when they were totally irrelevant.
Yeah.
Totally irrelevant. I mean, I grew up there. They were
the old Steve Grogan days.
The old Steve Grogan days. I mean, the pecking order was Red Sox, Celtics,
Steve Grogan,
Bruins.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Bruins, and then
Bruins, and then probably four other things. Boston College with Doug Flutie, and then the New England Patriots. And that was when they made a Super Bowl, actually, in 1985. They were so far off the grid. Now, the success that they had throughout the 2000s, for those 20 years or whatever, 19 years or whatever it was, has probably insulated them from falling completely off the map up there. But I think Breer's onto something. That's got to be the thing that has Bob Kraft kind of very concerned.
Yeah,
and
that's a fan base too that like they've gotten bored with success. It's just like over the year, the Patriots fans would tell you that they just kind of you get to the point where you expect to win. Honestly, I think you saw that creep into the Astros fan base this year a little bit, like where it starts to like any drug, it starts to lose its effectiveness over time. You build up a tolerance to it. And now, especially, I think a lot of them feel like, well, I've already spent half my 401k on traveling to Super Bowls.
Yeah.
It's time to sit home and watch Netflix.
Hey, speaking of the Patriots, this story from Jay Glazer on Sunday, you and I didn't get to this yesterday because we got 2 hours on Mondays and we're loaded with texts and stuff, especially after this past Sunday's game. This Jay Glazer story about the players meeting with the coaches in Las Vegas before the loss that eventually got Josh McDaniels fired is an incredible story.
They kind of aired all their grievances, talked about the way Josh McDaniels was running things, and then after that, the next practice, Josh McDaniels seemed like a shell of himself.
Yeah, that and Glazer had information on what exactly took place in the meeting, and it involves Antonio Pierce. I've got the Glazer audio right here. Here is Jay Glazer conveying this story.
players recently been going upstairs to the owner, Mark Davis, to tell them what their problems were. However, the big thing was last Thursday, there was this big airing of the grievance meeting, and players just unloaded on Josh McDaniels from captain to player to player. And finally, Josh McDaniels actually had Antonio Pierce get up and speak on behalf of him and the coaches. When Antonio Pierce got up there, he said, look, guys, we have to have our own culture. It's got to be about culture here. And he brought up the old Giants team that beat the Patriots, Josh McDaniels' team, in the Super Bowl in 2007 season. He said, no matter who we played, we thought we could beat them. We had a game plan that we could beat them. We had to believe that, and that's not here. We have to believe it here at the Raiders. We could beat anybody. Well, he finishes up that speech. Everybody thinks they're great, except for Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels then goes over to him and says, don't ever talk about the Patriots like that. That got up to Mark Davis, and I think Mark Davis looked at it and go, okay, I'm going to choose the guy who believes that we can win every single week. This is not just a throwaway for Antonio Pierce. He has a shot to keep this job.
Don't ever talk about the. Like, was he even saying a joke? I don't understand how that happens. And obviously, like, you get the retelling of a story. Like, we're playing the telephone game now, where Jake Lazer's reciting a story that he heard.
Somebody told him.
So,
their
like,
version
yeah,
of it.
I don't know exactly, like, in what tone. Like, if that was said in anything other than like a humorous, like, hey man, don't bring up the. If it was said in anything other than a humorous tone, that's just like, for me, 100% evidence that Josh McDaniels, like so many of these other Patriots castoffs, just cannot get the sweat from Tom Brady's jock out of their mouth. Like, they believe that they are so. Like so superior in so many ways, they cannot handle the fact that when confronted with the reality that they're not.
You want some three-dimensional chess?
Yeah.
Here's a theory for you.
Yeah.
This is my theory. I just thought of this. If we're wondering who the source is that told Jake Lazer that story, what if it's Josh McDaniels? What if he told him that story and I said, I went over to Antonio because he's not trying to get his job back with Bill Belichick.
Don't ever talk about. And meanwhile, Belichick's about to get canned.
True,
but he is so really, it's a message to Kraft.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Don't you ever talk about the Patriots that
Maybe
way
he's
again.
he's either angling to get hired by Belichick or get hired by Kraft to replace Belichick.
If there's something we know about Josh McDaniels, he's good at two things. One, riding Tom Brady like into the ground, like a mule that he didn't have to pay for himself. And two, getting hired to jobs for which he's not qualified.
Correct.
He's very, very good at convincing owners of things and of also riding Tom Brady around.
And bailing on those jobs before he starts them.
To give him to his credit, he did a really good job with Mac Jones. I just have to say, he did a really good job with Mac Jones.
Yep.
But as a head coach, he's abysmal.
He's
apparently he must have like the worst social skills in the history of social skills.
They were smoking cigars in the locker room after they beat the Giants this weekend. Did you see that? The Raiders players?
Yeah, I didn't know what to make of that. People are acting like that couldn't have happened. When
does that happen? Like in week 9?
Well, they were right, but they're like, okay, they won a football game. They smoked cigars that maybe Antonio Pierce is cool with or something, but that immediately turned into like, that only happened because they hate Josh McDaniels so much. Like, did LSU hate what's his face when they won the national championship?
Well, that's different. Like, that's a celebratory cigar.
Right, but you're bringing it up as like evidence that they hate Josh McDaniels.
Right, they're celebrating that they won a game.
Yeah.
I think that's what a lot of people are speculating.
I know, and that's what I find curious. Like, they're celebrating they won a game. Like that to me isn't like the evidence that like, proof positive of how much they hated Josh McDaniels.
Well, of course it's not.
And I don't doubt that they hated Josh McDaniels.
Yeah. I just I've never seen a regular season game where guys have smoked cigars in a locker room afterwards.
Yeah.
And they were mugging for the camera quite a bit about it too.
Yeah.
I think that's the chalk.
There's a whole lot of ding dong, the witch is dead going around. I guess, I was curious about the cigar part of it. Like, did Antonio Pierce go and buy them at the store saying, like, this is where we're going to smoke in celebration of not a victory, but of the departure of Josh McDaniels?
All right, let's get to headlines. You're listening to KILT and K. We're 2 minutes late.
I will.
You're the only person I've heard like even theorize that it wasn't about Josh McDaniels.
That's a pretty good indication right there that I'm correct.
That's true. You've been right about stuff before. Absolutely.
Lots of stuff.
This one I think you're wrong on.
When the groupthink runs awry.
I think you're wrong on this one, but you've been right about a lot of stuff. You're listening to KLT.
As soon as you show me the evidence, I'll be
KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Well, I wonder if it'll leak out. Like if somebody will tell somebody.
Everything else has leaked out, so I don't know why that wouldn't have leaked out.
All right. One. Thank you. Texans. Let's get to it. Hassan Ridgeway out for the season, according to Aaron Wilson. Torn Achilles. DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday. He did not give any clarity on any of the injuries, but there are a ton of them with the Texans. They paid the price for that game, for that win on Sunday.
It was
a lot of injuries.
It's a weird. The team I don't want to bring up is the Buffalo Bills. And the Texans defense was never close to being like the peak Buffalo Bills defense, but the Bills defense have gotten just crushed with injuries,
decimated,
and it's one of the reasons the Bills are so bipolar this season. The Texans defense has had some serious issues in the fourth quarter, as we saw again on Sunday. And that's with several of these guys already on the team and healthy. When you lose Jimmy Ward and when you start to lose even your backups to your backups, it starts to get a little bit hairy. So going up against Joe Burrow and the Bengals, with or without Jamar Chase, if he plays, it's a dicey proposition. It puts that much more pressure and stress on CJ.
Yeah, dude, the injuries in the secondary. Now, the DeAndre Houston Carson that came in, number 30, I believe, came in, and he played pretty well alongside Jalen Petrie back there. Joe Burrow is a different challenge. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins.
Well, right,
a lot of weapons.
And it's also like whether it's DeAndre Houston Carson or anybody else, it's when you start to compound it.
Yeah.
You can survive one or two guys filling in, but this Texans team still has depth issues. The overall frontline talent's a lot better than it was last year, but we've still got some depth issues. I guess that's a huge test of the second half of the season. For a team that's come out and beat expectations in a lot of ways, do you have the depth to sustain that over the second half?
And it's harder to find it this time of year. There's no trade. Trade deadline's come and gone.
Yeah.
When guys get cut now, even if they're veterans, they're subject to the waiver order. You're not sitting at the top of the waiver. Thank God, you're not sitting at the top of the waiver order anymore. Monday Night Football last night had an impact on the Texans. The Chargers beat the Jets 27-6. So both those teams are 4-4 now. You know who else is 4-4? The Houston Texans. The Houston Texans, Chargers, and Jets are all tied in the standings right now at 4-4. But by virtue of their amazing conference record of 2-2, the Texans are seated ahead of both those teams right now. So the Texans sitting right now, big opportunity this weekend, man. The Bengals right now are in the playoffs. If the season were to end today at 5-3, the Texans, you look at the standings right now, Seth, and the game last night was a blowout. Not much to dig into from that game, but just circling back. You start with the wild card teams at 5 as far as seeds go, and you go 5 through 12, and those are all teams that have won either 4 or 5 games. The Texans have either games against those teams or they beat the Steelers earlier this year.
The top 3 seeds the bottom 3 seeds in the playoffs. Like, tell me, okay, should the Steelers overly intimidate you as a Texans fan? Of course not.
You beat
Steelers shriveled like a man in a cold tub in that game.
Yes.
The Cleveland Browns, who are 5-3. Now you should respect their defense, and yet the Cleveland Browns have been a bit of a mess. A lot of that just rides on whether Deshaun Watson keeps up, looking more like Deshaun Watson. And then I guess the Bengals as the 7th seed are the one team of those 3 where I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a legitimate football team over the past couple weeks as long as Joe Burrow continues to look like classic Joe Burrow. The other kind of surprising thing about the Bengals is the way their defense played over the first part of the season. The defense looks a lot more like they have the last few years too. So Tony Baselli made a really good point. I was listening to the radio at the beginning of this game on Sunday night, is that the Bengals are one of these teams now that just almost don't play anybody in the preseason. Like, they rest all their starters to an extreme degree. And you wonder if they've pushed that a little too far because they just look nothing like themselves. Plus, Joe Burrow had his calf issue.
Yeah.
They look a lot more like the Bengals we've come used to in the last couple weeks.
Should be fun. Noon kick on Sunday here on Sports Radio 610.
3.
Rockets win again last night. They played the Sacramento Kings Saturday, beat them on Saturday. They played them again last night. And they destroyed them last night. Like, this was not a 25-point blowout where the Rockets just got a whole bunch of distance at the end of the game. They were blowing the Kings out from jump. Jalen Green, this was a nice game. Jalen Green, 23 points on just 9 field goal attempts. So that's a nice, efficient evening for Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Alperen Şengün, a couple rebounds away from a triple-double. They were running a lot of the offense through Şengün last night. He had 12 assists.
Şengün, the best quote of the night was, "I can say we are playing like animals right now." out there wild. Everyone is tough and physical. Everyone's helping each other.
The best.
And nobody's getting easy points anymore. We're running back. We're doing everything right now. Right, running back on defense alone. Like that's the kind of stuff where, again, Sean, as everybody else. Another example of a time I was right and everybody else was wrong.
Give it to us.
Not everybody was wrong about this, but with like a guy like Udoka when he comes in, when just the simple on the defensive side of things, like it's not going to be as simple as these guys are going to get right out and be nails on defense and be perfect with all of their rotations and whatnot. Like that takes a little bit of time. I'm honestly kind of surprised that they snapped it together as quickly as they have, and. This is the first time they've been 500 in a while as a basketball team.
Yeah.
Very early in the season where you're starting to see the better part of a lot of this young talent. It's a fun team to watch right now. Yeah. I would suggest getting back on the bandwagon, even if without making it, just as it is with the Texans right now. I think sometimes when we talk about the Texans and C.J. Stroud or some of the good things, people mistake that for us like saying the Texans are going to the Super Bowl. Like, no. I fully 100% understand the issues that still plague the Texans in some areas, but you're excited about C.J. Stroud, and you should be. Likewise, you should really start to get excited about some of these young guys on the Rockets.
Yeah, they're very similar trajectories.
And by
right
some
now.
of the young guys, I mean like 15, 16.
All 9 of them. Yeah, it's crazy. Lakers come to town on Wednesday this week.
Never heard of them.
That should be fun. They got a guy on their team, LeBron, something.
4.
NBA, let's stick with it here for another bullet point. Despite it feeling kind of weird, quote, to play in his first game of the season following no training camp with the LA Clippers, James Harden had no trouble seeing what he and his new teammates, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, and Russell Westbrook can do together. After Harden's debut as a Los Angeles Clipper last night, Seth, he said, quote, unlimited possibilities. Now, last night wasn't so good. The Knicks beat the Clippers last night, 111-97.
It's not as shameful as it used to be.
No, the Knicks are okay. Harden made 6 of 9 shots, finished with 17 points and 6 assists in 31 minutes. He said it just felt weird playing in his first game without going through any training camp or preseason. Whose fault is that? You didn't show up for any of the training camp in Philly. But James Harden made his debut last night. I don't think this is going to work.
That's just all that part of that evil ne'er-do-well anti-communist Daryl Morey, Sean. Okay? Yep. If the anti-communists would stop getting in his way, he would be in shape and ready right now.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
But yeah, poor Daryl Morey, who doesn't apparently like fascism, is evil for that. So there you go.
The Rockets do play at the Clippers on Friday, November 17th. So Rocket fans, it's in L.A., so it won't be here, but you, at least on TV, you'll get a chance to watch James Harden go against his old team. One of his many old teams.
5.
The Big Ten has informed Michigan that it might face disciplinary action. This, according to Adam Rittenberg of ESPN. A Michigan official told ESPN the Big Ten formally notified Michigan that it could be facing disciplinary action from the league because of the current alleged sign-stealing scandal. The letter sent to Michigan as part of the Big Ten's sportsmanship policy, which requires a notice of disciplinary action go to the school in the event it becomes clear that they're likely to be subjected to it. We don't know what the punishment would be or if there's even going to be a punishment, but it's likely there will be. And could Jim Harbaugh get suspended for a second time this season?
Oh, boy. And the first one, this is the ironic thing is that the first one was seemingly pretty trivial over cheeseburgers and what have you.
Yeah.
Whereas this is like the complete opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah. Well, and what I wonder, too, is depending on what the NCAA is investigating this, but that takes forever. The Big Ten would be the one administering the punishment here.
Yeah, the Big Ten might, and the Big Ten faces more immediate pressure and more literally geographically close pressure. Like people walking into other people's offices. Yeah. Or like, I'm hopping on a plane and I'm coming down there and I'm going to give you what for. Like that kind of stuff. That does matter when it comes to the way, the machinations of the way these things operate. Yeah, I would be... What are the odds? Like, are there odds on Jim Harbaugh being in the NFL next year?
There are. I can't recall what they are. I'll find
pretty
them.
Strong. I would handicap the odds are favor him being in the NFL. Next year.
I think the Bears feel like he used to play for the Bears, that kind of thing.
So the NFL has upheld an NCAA suspension before. They did it with
Jim Tressel.
Yeah.
They did it with Terrell Pryor.
So when Jim Tressel went to be a consultant with the Colts, he actually had to serve a suspension that was equal to the length of the NCAA suspension he would have got.
Yeah.
The Big Ten, would the NFL honor a Big Ten suspension?
Good question. I don't know. I would think they would.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. I think the NFL kind of values its relationship with the collegiate level, because that's their farm system.
Yeah.
I think that's, so I think they would. I have no idea, but if I had to guess, I would say
glad the Jaguars didn't honor an Ivy League academic probation when they drafted me.
You were too good. They had to get you on the field,
Your
man.
0.3 your fall semester of 1993 does not look good for, or 1996. Does not look good for our pro. That's one of the things I failed was years.
Calendar 101.
So you're out for 4 games.
0.3, huh?
Yeah, I got a D- in Native American Studies, which was the best grade I got. Before anybody goes yelling like, "Oh yeah, you didn't care." No. That was the only thing I did care about.
Yeah.
Or at least the professor really admired me as a football player.
Native American Studies was the class at Notre Dame that all the athletes took.
Oh, really?
It was the easiest course. Yeah. It was. The professor was super easy.
There was sometimes I think the professors for that class, I think because the professor at Cornell was like that. He's like he kind of really just wanted people to be aware of. He wanted to encourage people to take the class, and attendance was big on it. So he wanted to, which obviously I wasn't great at either. But again, it was the best grade I got that
Good
semester.
enough to get a D-.
Hey, that's right.
Yeah.
F's and everything else.
Absolutely.
The funniest thing was I was so checked out. I had stuff going on at home.
Yeah.
I was taking care of a grow operation for my dad while he was in jail, okay? So I not only did I get a 0.3, but I had signed up for 21 credits that semester and had just neglected to drop 9 of them. Yeah.
To get down to a manageable credit load.
Yeah. I didn't even do that. I was like, whatever.
That's amazing.
I got stuff going on.
That's amazing. Well, thank God for the NFL.
And to be clear, I wasn't taking care of the grow operation.
Right.
I was taking care of my dad's family.
Administrative things and other family members.
Operation.
Yeah.
He was a good dad that way. Kept my hands clean.
Son, your name's not going to show up on anything.
Don't worry about this.
But Aunt Gertrude needs a ride to the chiropodist every day. All right.
6.
I'm sure the cops would have totally understood if they
Of
showed
course.
up. I'm just taking care of the heifers.
Right.
The heifers.
It's amazing. Quick baseball news. We'll rapid fire these. Craig Counsell, whose name showed up on the radar for the Astros for their managerial position last week, the rumor mill. He is not going to be the manager of the Astros. He's no longer the manager of the Brewers. He's going to be managing the Cubs, which was a pretty interesting story yesterday because as of yesterday morning, David Ross was still the manager of the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah.
They basically whacked David Ross, a hero of their 2016 championship team.
I was so confused by all this because somebody made a joke about the Mets hiring him but then disqualifying him for an injury. Basically, there's a Carlos Correa joke.
Oh, okay.
But people didn't realize it was a joke and it got re-reported. And it took me way too long to figure this story out.
Yeah.
Because of one joke by a legitimate journalist who thought that people were going to get the joke and didn't.
Yeah, you got to know your audience. 5 years, $40 million. Counsell is the highest paid manager in baseball.
7.
Ever. $8 million a year. Boy, baseball managers need to step up. I mean, these other sports are.
I got to
15, 20 million.
Send out some inquiries for me for some managerial job. Astros, call up the Astros.
Yeah, there's still an opening over there. Yeah. Real quick, Dynamo are in the playoffs. Things are looking up for all our teams here. Dynamo in the playoffs. They lost in penalty kicks last night to Real Salt Lake. Do we hate Salt Lake as much in soccer as we do in basketball?
Yeah.
Okay. We hate them about everything.
I've heard everything about them is true. Whatever you hate about them.
True.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Karl Malone's probably got a nephew or something playing for
on
them
the team.
Yeah.
Decisive Game 3 for this first-round playoff series will be back here in Houston on November 11th, whatever day. That's Saturday. Is that Saturday? Saturday, this weekend. And
8.
Kevin Costner is returning to Yellowstone, Seth.
Oh, was that in doubt?
That was in doubt. Remember he had a project that he was working on where the shooting schedule conflicted. It wasn't a grow operation, nor is he having his son take care of his grow operation while he's filming Yellowstone. No, but it was in doubt. Remember, I don't know if you remember this, but he had another project where the shooting schedule conflicted with Yellowstone. I think a lot of people thought it was posturing so he can get more money. But the bottom line is, now that he's got his divorce behind him.
You know how I feel about that show. It's become C-SPAN Montana.
Yes.
And I don't need to hear any more about the procedural goings-ons of the Montana state legislature.
You don't like Governor Costner?
Hey, can we talk arcane property laws in this episode, please?
Why do these shows do this? Remember? like Game of Thrones, not Game of Thrones itself, but that offshoot one.
Prequel has become all about like a genealogy
The
lesson.
dragon, I'm like, oh, for the first 3 episodes, I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool. And then
Faust shall be my third cousin, who I will sleep with forthright. And now off with your head.
That's exactly what it was.
That's the entire show, everybody.
Yeah.
There, I saved
see
you
it.
several hours of your life.
Yep, that's right.
I shall ride a dragon, but not yet. Just several episodes hence.
Yes.
Then I will.
Now,
Where's the... Oh, nudity. Is that what you want? No, there will be no nudity. Only from the ugly ones this time.
Now get over here, sister.
Has there been any nudity in
you.
that prequel or anything?
I think there probably was.
Sex and violence, HBO.
Yeah.
What the hell? You've gotten too good for yourselves. You think you're... Jeez.
Yeah, come on now. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. 2 big but fixable things that could take the Texans to another level in this upcoming patch of schedule. What are they? We will tell you what they are. If they just get merely mediocre in these categories, it could be good things coming up for your Houston Texans. We'll tell you what they are.
free.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, two fixable things that if the Texans, Seth Payne says if the Texans get merely mediocre in these two things.
Mediocre.
If
you strive for mediocrity in these two things,
can make them contenders here, at least contenders to get into the postseason.
Right.
That's what we're eating what's on our plate.
They're very close. This is what's frustrating to me is that the Texans are abysmally, horrendously awful in two categories. That if you figure out a way to just get to not even mediocre, if you just get to like run of the mill 20th or so, then yeah, you could really be doing some damage. The first is running the football. I just like running the football at a better than bottom 3 rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would be a reasonable expectation? Like within the upper part of the bottom third of the league?
The upper quartile of the bottom third. I want the lower quartile of the middle third.
Okay.
In the upper quartile of winners, we're in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
That would put
Not
them
that high. They don't need to be that high.
That would put them like between like 19 and 22 somewhere, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so like even I know a lot of people I felt like people were getting a little too hung up on whether it was Dameon Pierce's fault or the offensive line's fault and whether they're running the ball well or not. There's a little bit of blame to go around with everybody on the Texans running game right now. The biggest and more egregious issue is the offensive line and the run scheme in general. The thing that I was saying early in the season was that it seemed to be as much mental or more mental than it was physical. I'm not so sure about that now, especially because Titus Howard at left guard is just such.
Dude, that video you sent to me this morning of him pulling on a play.
When he pulls, it's just a wasted play.
It looks like something out of a Saturday Night Live skit.
He's so lost.
He looked like a fan that won a chance to play left guard for the Texans.
And he was just going to shoot his shot.
Yeah, I'm going to watch me pull and pin this defensive end.
Yeah, I would say at the very least now when he's pulling, he's at least like, he's saying, all right, like I might hit somebody, I might not, but I'm going to go for it. Whereas before, he used to shuffle around like a toddler who needed to pee and like kind of like wasn't quite sure of himself if he wanted to go in his diaper or use the potty or whatever. Now he's at least trying to hit people. He's just this is the trouble with Titus Howard at left guard. I think because he grew up as a quarterback and didn't shift to offensive line until college, some of just the basic stuff that you learn playing offensive line your whole life, like what to do when you pull, is just not as natural to him. So it's kind of like the way, you know, like when a cornerback transitions to safety, you would think, well, he's a good athlete. He's a better athlete than most safeties. It should be easy. But in fact, it's a whole new way of seeing the game.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is for Titus Howard. And like on the physical side of things, at times he's okay. At other times it's kind of rough. But and then the screens aren't as good because not everybody's fully committed to getting out there and blocking. You know, when you watch the left tackle, Trent Williams, for the 49ers out on screens, it looks like his whole, and remember, this is Trent Williams, like 350 pounds, 63 years old. He goes out on screens and it looks like, oh, here's my chance to get in a bar fight again, like I did when I was young.
He savors it.
He just, yeah. I don't know if the Texans have the same kind of desire. They don't have the same bloodlust as the 49ers
They do not.
As a group, they do not have the same bloodlust. George Fant's got a little bloodlust to him. I like that. It doesn't always translate to really good blocking, but at the very least on screens, he's out there like a missile.
Yeah.
And like him playing incredibly well, way better than he did in the preseason. One of the reasons I see what they think they're doing now, I just hope when Juice Scruggs comes back that maybe they can figure something out, and maybe like hopefully Juice Scruggs ends up being a passable left guard.
I saw a video of him in the preseason where he was riding a dolphin to the ground in the preseason game against the Miami
football
Dolphins.
Player. Okay.
Yeah, not riding a dolphin like in the Bahamas or something like that.
I thought you were gonna.
No. Yeah, and then he was at a luau.
No, I had a flashback to we did the Dolphins thing in the Bahamas once. And I had really bad plantar fasciitis at the time. Yeah. They did this thing where the dolphin pushes you through the water.
Yeah.
Like you're a mermaid or something, and you're like rise up out of the water. But he's pushing me right on my plantar fasciitis.
Oof.
I wanted to kick that dolphin. But he just, of course, I never would.
No. Maybe.
Because what with cell phone cameras being popular by that point.
Yeah.
So
not.
Juice Scruggs even bigger than me. That'd be a tough duty for the
You're
dolphin.
right. It would.
Still feel bad for that dolphin pushing my fat ass through the water like that.
Did you tip the dolphin at least afterwards?
I gave it a pat on its little
You did?
head.
Okay, yeah, that's
a
that,
good
that
job,
works.
Flipper.
That works.
He's like, all right, we're all Flipper to you, huh? We're all Flipper to you. I see how it is.
Guess we all look alike to
Yeah,
you. Like,
yeah.
yeah, kind of. All gray with a pointy nose.
Very sexual creatures, the dolphins.
They're very affectionate. Yes, very affectionate.
Tyreek Hill too.
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
Not as affectionate. So running game competence. 2 things the Texans can fix that can make them contenders if they merely get mediocre.
So anyway, so as far as the run game, how do you get competent at it? Honestly, I do. I think the end around revolution is over. I think you got to use it a little bit, and by all means, don't depend on it, especially in the red zone as being your go-to. Like in the red zone when everybody's all up at the line of scrimmage anyway, that's not the time where I feel like you're going to replace any element of physicality in your game with an end around, and meanwhile subject Tank Dell to yet more punishment that he doesn't need.
I'm glad you brought this up because Bobby Slowick, similar to C.J. Stroud, it just happened at different times. C.J. Stroud was incredible on Sunday, but as you pointed out, he actually missed a bunch of throws early in the game.
Yeah.
But he's able to recover from that. I thought Bobby Slowick, for what he has to work with, called a perfect game on Sunday. Way more passing than running the football. Was very unpredictable on first down. CJ was great throwing the ball on first down, except the 2 times they got in goal-to-go situations, they started calling plays like it was the Carolina game again last week. On first and second down, and they're running RPOs with Tank Dell. They're running end arounds with Tank Dell.
I think this is the hard part to swallow, is that you don't have to be effective running the ball for the play action to work, but you do have to establish that you will run the ball. So you can't go 99% passing game. At some point, people are going to stop even thinking about stopping the run, and the Texans aren't good enough to take advantage of that. They're not good enough to take advantage of it's a 7-man box, off we go. They're not. I do think that you do need to concede. If you're Bobby Slowick, you need to concede that you're just awful at running the football. The only hope and salvation you might have is if you scale back the playbook on the running side of things. Bear with me, because I know what you're going to say. Well, that makes us predictable. Here's the news flash. It doesn't matter. Right now, predictable or not, you suck at running the ball. You're going to average 1 yards per carry in the first half more times this season. So as much as you can, try to get good at the basics. Try really, 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 really hard through repetition to get good at the basics, because all the razzle-dazzle stuff is taking away time and focus at getting good at the basics. You're going to suck no matter what for now. You're awful at it. Your guys don't know what the hell they're doing. They don't look like they even care. Sometimes guys don't care about getting up to the second level because they don't really know what the focus is anyway. But at the very least, scale it back, run less, which they did on Sunday. And over the course of the second half of the season, you might actually get competent or even sub-mediocre at running the football. But it's not going to be through a greater diversity of rushing attack.
No. All right, what's the other thing?
Tackling.
Yeah.
Stop leading the lead in missed tackles. And the one sign of hope I saw in this is that Christian Harris, after having he stumbled pretty badly on a pass early in the game.
It was a Rashad White pass out in the open field.
And at first I thought it was poor tackling, but he actually stumbled.
He slipped.
The field looks a little slick this year, doesn't it? But anyway, he slipped a little bit, so that wasn't as bad. And then he had some very good, sound, secure tackles later in the game. Henry To'oTo'o he would be so much better right now if he would just slow down a beat and settle down and actually make tackles. But he goes flying by tackles at times, and to the point where
thing is being too swarmy.
Yeah, there is. You're like, okay, swarms of bees work because there's thousands of them.
Yes.
You only have 11 football players.
Right.
And covering even more ground than a swarm of bees has to.
And in the open field, there's only one of you.
Yes.
Like To'oTo'o gets stuck in the open field.
And there's times To'oTo'o misses tackles where it's not even the open field. It's like, oh, wow, you got a clear shot in the backfield. Wow.
Yeah.
So Denzel Perryman actually really good at playing super aggressively, but also hitting guys like dead center down the middle.
Yep.
They need Denzel Perryman to keep guys after practice. So much of tackling is on the approach. It's not even on the tackle itself. It's on the approach. And I'm honestly a little bit surprised that DeMeco's team is as bad at it as they are. I played in the NFL. By the time I actually had a coach who was good at teaching me tackling, I was in my 5th year in the NFL. And it was special teams coach Frank Gantz Sr. So after playing 12 years of football in school, and then 4 years of college football, and then 4 more years of the NFL, it was in my 20th year of organized football that somebody actually taught me how to tackle properly.
It's amazing you made it as far as you did.
Well, and then all of a sudden I was a really sound and secure tackler. Like I became like an actually really, really good tackler because of one coach. So spend a little time with these guys on the actual tackling technique, and the defense could be 15% better like in a week with just like some basic tackling nonsense.
What was the biggest thing? What was the coach's name again?
His name was Frank Gantz Sr.
What was the biggest thing he preached to you that changed you as a tackler?
His whole big thing was quartering the man, which like go medieval on him, but not really, not like drawing and quartering. But if you try to tackle an entire human being, you end up screwing it up. When you approach it like I am going to attack the 1/4 of this guy, that upper quarter of this guy, and I am going to. And then there's some other things he did in teaching, like how to hit and where to hit and everything. But like as far as the actual using your leverage to your advantage, knowing like using the sideline and then picking the right quarter of that human being to attack, and then attacking that quarter, you can destroy that quarter of that person. And then the person goes down.
The rest of it goes down.
You know the other thing? Okay, this is the other thing that Frank Gantz Sr. taught some great. He was a special teams coach, so he worked with everybody. This is what the offensive line needs to hear, and this is what Dalton Schultz for sure needs to hear. I've held back on Dalton Schultz a little bit because he's had such a great game as a receiver. Okay, offensive line for the Texans. I've got a secret for you. Maybe nobody has told you this before. Did you know, tight ends especially, you're allowed to block more than one person in a football play?
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's true. Like once you kind of tepidly block a dude, don't just like stop and stand there like your work is finished. Like you're Thanos and you've completed your mission or something. Go ahead and block another guy. How about that? I would just go ahead and block another guy. So like Frank Gantz would, like a lot of his highlights on Mondays would be guys who blocked two. That was the holy grail, was if you destroyed somebody and then didn't even break stride and then went up and blocked the second guy. Oh, he would get so excited for that. And there's just way too many Texans who are standing around right now as somebody's getting tackled and they've just let their guy run past them and jump in on the tackle. But B, also, even when they do successfully block somebody, they're not working up to the second or third level.
Yeah, go find somebody else to go hit. Yeah, like it's like checking a box or something.
I mean, some of it on offense and defense right now is there's a lack of a mindset that surprises me a little bit from a DeMeco Ryans team.
That's troublesome on the offensive line because they're committed to a bunch of these guys.
Yeah, well,
beyond this year.
Sometimes just getting back to simplicity works, just even if, and again, look, complexity sure as hell isn't getting it done. I mean, CJ Stroud is your best running back on Sunday, okay? So complexity isn't getting it done. So accept that you're awful running the football right now and at least be awful in a simplistic way, because then guys might learn to be a little bit nasty. If they've only got 3 things to worry about, then they can be like, okay, at the very least, I'm not going to be a punk out here.
That's right.
I'm just going to go attack somebody.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday here. The Texans play the Bengals on Sunday. They might catch a huge break on the injury front. We will let you hear the report on that next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. This is what I want you to hear right
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it's a Tuesday, so at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock, we will power rank the power rankings. Where do the experts have your Houston Texans?
Ross Tucker failed.
He wasn't sure where he had them.
Well, you know what? I forget to remember. We got to be sure we don't just spring that on guests because, like, it's usually they do a power ranking and they might not have remembered like all 32 of their positions. It's very easy for us to Google their power rankings and like, say, hey, yeah, the Texans ranked 24th. Why?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, he does his. He said he does his on his podcast.
Yeah.
He said 22, maybe 18th, something like that. Yeah. So, I would expect that. On the heels of last week, I think they averaged, because we go through 5 of them. We go through ESPN, CBS, SI.com, The Athletic, and Florio. And I think they averaged last week being around 18th. And that was after losing to the only winless team still remaining in the league. Now, Tampa Bay is not Kansas City or anything, but I would think that the nature of that win, as exciting as it was and how high a profile C.J. Stroud has this week, may be able to kind of play some mind tricks and bump the Texans up higher than we think in these rankings.
The whole thing is, it's funny. It was, I was talking to one of our listeners earlier, or texting with him, and he had texted in when we were talking about C.J. Stroud and the Texans in general. He said nobody in the national media is mentioning how bad the rushing attack is, and I thought he meant that, like, okay, people are glossing over some of the weaknesses of the Texans, right? So I responded to him. I said, well, I think that people are just more excited about C.J. Stroud, the quarterback, not necessarily the Texans as a football team.
Yeah.
So, and you can have both those things. Like Peyton Manning, sometimes it gets made too much of how many interceptions Peyton Manning threw his rookie year. He did some really good things his rookie year. It was very clear that he was worth the number 1 overall pick his rookie year. It's just he also happened to throw a boatload of interceptions.
Right.
So, and the team was they won 2 games, 3 games.
Yeah, they were high enough to draft Edgerrin James the next year.
So then I guess that should be my point, is that it was a bad outcome, but people were very satisfied with the way he was playing.
Yeah.
Remember, he still had to take a few games to prove that he was better than Ryan Leaf.
Right. Well, I was going to say the other thing that helped Peyton Manning is Ryan Leaf was having a major meltdown in San Diego.
But what our listener actually meant, he told me, was no, it's like the national media isn't really pointing out that he's doing this that C.J. Stroud is doing this without a rushing attack, without the complement of a rushing attack. And honestly, he's exactly right. That has been under-discussed especially when you look at the context of most really good rookie quarterback performances have a very good rushing attack attached to them. Tom Brady in his second season, but Russell Wilson in his rookie year, Ben Roethlisberger, they had really, really good rushing attacks. Whereas CJ, same as Joe Burrow, and Joe Burrow is another guy that the team wasn't necessarily doing great, but Joe Burrow was obviously doing very, very well.
They were competitive.
So I think CJ, that's why I use Joe Burrow as a comp for the rookie season a little bit, because Joe Burrow was doing a lot of it just by virtue of his passing ability, not being helped out by a lot else.
Yeah, it feels like the offensive line injuries and maybe the lack of elite wide receiver talent gets mentioned way more often.
Yeah.
As far as things that could potentially have dragged CJ down,
right? And
he's overcoming now.
Whereas, like so many other good rushing rookie performances have been with just almost as a compliment to the more important rushing attack.
Yeah. And I say overcoming with air quotes because I think the receiver talent is a whole lot better than people thought it was going to be coming into the year. I don't think the receiving room is a detriment to C.J. Stroud.
I don't know who was on air. Who would have been on air at 6:20 last night as a guest? I thought it was Andre, but he sounded a little bit different. I was listening in the lobby as I was going to the air. But the point he was making, if it was Andre Ware, somebody let me know. But the point he was making about the receiving core was like something about kind of like their blue collar nature right now, where there's like Tank Dell never looked one bit frustrated that CJ was airmailing footballs in the first half. That there was some missed opportunities there. Nobody's really clamoring for the ball all that much, and maybe that'll change. As guys get closer to contracts and all of that. But for now, it's just a beautiful little Shangri-La of just guys happy to contribute to the cause
and getting open too.
Yeah, and getting open, right? And just kind of all those guys working in complement with each other. Like some days it's going to be a Nico Collins day, some days it's going to be a Noah Brown day, and other days it's going to be a Tank Dell day.
Yep. Some days in Cincinnati it's a Jamar Chase day. Some days it's a T. Higgins day. A lot of times it's a Jamar Chase day, though. Jamar Chase in that Sunday night game, he came down nasty fall on his back going up for a ball. DB kind of undercut him, and he came down like flat back on the turf. It was pretty nasty. He was pretty banged up getting up from that play. Here is Adam Schefter on Jamar Chase's back injury and what it might mean for Sunday's game with the Texans.
Chris Collinsworth predicted that Jamar Chase would be very sore when he woke up this morning, and Chris Collinsworth nailed that because Jamar Chase was telling reporters that he was extremely sore this morning after falling on his back last night, uncertain whether he'll be able to play this week, so we'll be charting Jamar Chase's progress to see whether he can make it back in time for Sunday's game.
Okay.
So that was reported as he might miss the game on Sunday.
Yeah.
He said that he was very sore. I guess other and beyond that, and I think some of the tweets that encapsulated that report right there kind of got a little
game of telephone, maybe?
Yeah, well, not even that. Just the whole, the Texans may not draft the quarterback. Like all these reporting possibilities. As it is with any other injury, then obviously, you just don't know. He had a hairline fracture of his hip. Was that last year or 2 years ago? That was last year. It was last year in October. He ended up missing 4 games after he had that hairline fracture
of his hip. It's on my fantasy
hip.
team. I know. It was definitely last year.
He played 8 games his rookie year. Then he missed those 4 games with a hairline fracture last year.
He only played 8 games?
No. I'm sorry. No. He played his entire rookie season. I was reading.
Because he had like 1,800 yards.
I had everything inverted in my brain.
Gotcha.
So is there? Well, I got confused because I saw some Bengals fans complaining about how he's always injured, and I'm like, okay, no. He played his entire rookie season. He missed 4 games with a hairline fracture of his hip, and that feels like I feel like if you have a hairline fracture of your hip, that's one of those ones where if you got your fingers crossed that it's only going to be 4 games. So I feel the pessimism of him claiming that he was sore the day after a football game is a little bit overblown at this point. I would expect Jamar Chase to play.
I think he'll play.
Hey, he played a football game in the National Football League and was sore the next day.
Yep.
Ooh.
Collinsworth called it. Did you hear that?
Ooh.
Chris Collinsworth predicted it.
He said
That's
he was going to be
said.
sore the next day.
Collinsworth he's clairvoyant. Oh, that guy who landed from 8 feet in the air on his back on basically a cement parking lot is sore the next day. Dude, I'd be in traction for 3 weeks after that. Of course he was sore the next day.
There's not one part of me that's going to entertain Jamar Chase not playing in this game. I'll tell you that much.
No. We're not that lucky.
I wouldn't care if it's it's one of those things, though, too. I feel like that's the one that jumps up and bites you when Jamar Chase doesn't play and then your team plays poorly against them even without Jamar Chase.
Oh, yeah. Tyler Boyd ends up going for 10 catches for 186 yards.
Yeah. Give me the full Monty here.
I do, too. Yeah, I want that. This game this Sunday.
Litmus test.
No, it kind of is, right? I mean, this will be, since Baltimore in week 1, this will be the best team the Texans will have faced so far this year, this coming Sunday. And everybody's loving on the Texans now because of the big comeback at the end of the game. Everybody's loving on C.J. Stroud, kind of ignoring the fact the defense gave up 37 points to Baker Mayfield. Got a lot of injuries. But this will be their toughest opponent since week 1. So it is kind of a litmus test. Do I expect them to win the game? Right now, no. I got to wait and hear what the injuries are, honestly, before I make a prediction on this game.
Yeah. And honestly, the defense in the state it's in right now is the biggest concern.
Tough.
Yeah, that's the one that you don't know how they're this secondary is a bit of a mess.
Dude, we don't know who the kicker's going to be this week.
Oh, yeah.
There's that.
Look, as many of our listeners have pointed out, this is not an original take. There's a chance that maybe for a lot of teams not having a kicker, especially if you're in that, the Texans are in that mode where maybe they should be gambling a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe they should be riverboating
especially in a game
bit.
like this.
And you've got a defensive-minded head coach. Not to lump all defensive-minded head coaches together, but they have a tendency to be a little bit more conservative at times. Maybe it ends up working out in terms of aggressive play calling.
Yeah, I would be.
Yeah, especially when you're not favored.
Right.
And you got to Daryl Morey would play the high variance game. Yeah.
Yeah, I would be more nervous about losing Kai Fairbairn if they didn't have C.J. Stroud at quarterback. If you're going to be playing a lot of games that are 19-17 and things like that, I think we learned last week, they can get into shootouts with teams.
It's the second week in a row where a potential future Texans receiver is on the other side of the ball. Mike Evans. People got excited about Mike Evans last week. Now, Jamar Chase still doesn't have a new deal. He's not a free agent until next year.
Right. Well,
They'd franchise the hell out of him.
He was a rookie in 21, so he'd be eligible for an extension after this year.
That's right, and they're likely going to give T. Higgins would be the other.
T. Higgins is a free agent after this year.
T. Higgins is the one that would be.
Yep, absolutely.
So talk smack to Jamar Chase. He's likely going to get locked up. T. Higgins is the one.
He could be a Texan. You never know. You never know.
Not that I'm clamoring for one right now.
I'm not. I said
I'm pretty
that yesterday.
happy with the honestly, Mike Evans is intriguing depending on where Robert Woods is, and how does he stay healthy. If Robert Woods comes back and he's healthy the rest of the year, then awesome. But he's like the veteran dude out there that maybe swap out for somebody else.
When what's he want money wise too? If he's expecting $20+ million a year, I'm not signing Mike Evans at age 31. Do a multi-year deal.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up on 9 o'clock, let's do it. Power rank the power rankings. We power rank the experts and how they're assessing your Houston Texans, and we do it next.
CJ Stroud.
fantasy station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do it. It's 9 o'clock hours here on a Tuesday. The experts have spoken, the national experts who put together the NFL power rankings. Completely subjective, but very, very emotional for me every week.
We'll decide whether or not they've earned the moniker expert.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, are these experts or are they so-called experts?
I'll let you know in 15 minutes.
There's no bigger put down than so-called experts.
That's right.
That's right.
All right. So let's do this here. There's 5 that we subscribe to here on this show. ESPN, CBS, The Athletic, SI.com, and Mike Florio.
I do not. Okay. I don't like you say that I subscribe
3 that I subscribe to.
I signed up to my subscription to Mike Florio's Twitter account.
Subscribe in so much as we use them for a segment.
Yeah.
So let's do this here. We go from 5 to 1. 5th in this week's power ranking of the power rankings, SI.com. Now, this is encouraging, though. Last week, the highest of the rankings was right around here. This week, this is the lowest ranking for the Houston Texans, and it is 18th.
Oh, wow.
18th is the lowest ranking for the Houston Texans. Here's their comment. Complete thoughts on C.J. Stroud can be found here, and they give a link to a long-form article about C.J. Stroud by Connor Orr, which I'll read later today. But in short, my goodness, I loved that Stroud wasn't just putting up hollow stats, which we can sometimes see when these rookie passing records are broken. Okay, now that's I'm going to just put I'm going to circle that thought right there. I'm going to read the rest of this.
Yeah.
This was a big game, a tight game, a formidable defensive opponent against Tampa Bay, and at every opportunity, Stroud rose to the occasion. His game was so incredible that it's easy to forget the Texans were missing a kicker for most of the game. Stroud was called in on hard-to-convert two-point situations to use his body as a runner, all while taking a ton of dropbacks. The point in that paragraph that I love is that these are not hollow stats CJ's putting
up. Right. These are not garbage time stats.
These are close games.
Like Blake Bortles was the king of garbage time stats.
Yeah.
All these stats accumulated. He set records for stats accumulated when trailing in a game. Whereas the Texans have had very competitive football games. That's one of the biggest issues with this defense right now is that they've managed to play pretty well until these final drives at times, and they've completely collapsed. And games have been won and lost in that vein. Very competitive last possession types of games. Yeah. He's not hitting the easy button on any of these.
That 17-7 deficit they had against Tampa Bay in the first half this week, I think the first time they've trailed by double digits since the Indianapolis game in week 2.
Right, yeah, the Colts game was the only game where you could say, all right, well, okay, CJ did some good things, but it was trailing a pretty substantial margin, right?
Yep.
Whereas now, so if you were to replicate that game, if you're going to be down 28-10 and CJ played well, instead of those are garbage time stats, it would feel like, oh, yeah, that's what CJ does. He's bringing them back into it.
Right.
So 18th?
18th in SI.com.
I feel like that's kind of like being the ugliest Beatle. That's the Ringo Starr. That's not bad.
Not bad.
Okay.
Well, there's more to come here. It's going to get better. It's only going to get better. You're about to become George, John, or Paul. ESPN.com is 4th this week.
Are any of them alive? Oh, yeah, Paul McCartney
Paul's still here.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want to be
Paul's
him.
still with us.
Yeah.
I think Ringo is too, right?
He might have died recently.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Ben is Ringo alive?
Yeah, look that up. Ask
He
Siri.
is.
He is, okay. 4th in the power ranking of the power rankings, ESPN.com. They have your Houston Texans at 17th. Up 6 big notches.
Like Ringo with a
week.
nose job.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, 17th. Now ESPN.com's, look, I like DJ Bieneme a lot. I think he does a good job. I disagree with him wholeheartedly on this one here. ESPN.com has them 17th, and they do a different topic each week for each team. This week is who is the team's non-quarterback MVP. I would have had to dig deep to get to the one that DJ names. He names Laramie Tunsil as the team's non-QB MVP. That's a tricky one for me on a team where Nico Collins has put up the numbers he's put up this year.
Oh, yeah. For the non-QB MVP, because Laramie Tunsil is tricky in general just because they're he's a very, very good left tackle in pass protection, but he's also on an offensive line that is an absolute atrocity right now when it comes to running the ball.
Yeah.
So it's hard to, not that Not that he's obviously solely responsible for that or anything, but it's a huge issue with this offense, and he's not part of the solution right this moment on running the ball.
Let's see if DJ sells us. Let me read the paragraph here and see if he sells us on this. Tunsil continues to show the world he deserves to be in the conversation for the best left tackle in the NFL. He's third among tackles in pass block win rate, 94.1%, and is one of the biggest reasons rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud has performed so well. Tunsil has anchored the protection around Stroud, who's been sacked only 7 times in the past 6 games.
Yeah.
So he's getting credit for what the offensive line has done well this year in this assessment. He did miss a few games. We'll point that out. And the offensive line didn't give up any sacks in a couple of those games that Laramie actually missed, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
So I just... Laramie's been fine. I don't think he's been bad. Like Titus Howard, it's been rough watching Titus Howard play left guard. That's been tough. Nobody on the line is blocking well in the run game right now, it feels like. I just disagree that Laramie Tunsil's the non-QB MVP.
Right, yeah, it's when so many other guys on there are playing so well. So they all I honestly, I'm having a hard time giving a lot of credit to anybody. If you're the leader of the offensive line and you guys are running the ball 7 carries for 7 yards in the first quarter, until the quarterback started becoming an option in the option game. They got it better than that.
Third in the power ranking of the power rankings, Pete Prisco and CBSSports.com, who also have the Texans 17th. ESPN.com got dinged points because I disagreed with DJ's non-QB MVP. But they'll live to fight another day. Here's what Pete Prisco says. C.J. Stroud is proving to be the best of the rookie passers. He lit up the Bucs defense for more than 400 yards as the Texans even their record at 4-4. These are the least interesting ones, the CBS ones. They're basically just recapping what happened with the team the week before. So I say, yes, he did do those things. Moving on. Number 2. Power ranking of the power rankings. So far, the Texans have been 18th, 17th, and 17th in the first 3. Number 2, Mike Florio. His comment. Oh, by the way, he's got them 16th, up 1 big notch from last week. 17th last week, 16th this week.
That's the top.
That's the top half, and there's still 1 more to go.
That's the bottom
Get ready
quartile
to be
of the second quartile.
You got that right.
That's not bad.
Not bad at all.
Yeah.
16th. Florio's comment. They're finally learning how to win. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. All right, and finally,
I do feel like they have learned how to win. They're just not that good at it. They know. I feel like they've got the know-how. The problem is the defense, and it's usually the defense. It's the defense. CJ has done enough to win the game in the final minutes at times. What the defense has just let them down. So, but that's more about talent than a know-how, I think.
I know I'm about to use a name that's taboo around here, but it's very Deshaun-like from early in Deshaun's career.
Yeah.
Deshaun left the field with a lead against the Patriots in his second start. Deshaun left the field with a lead against Seattle in his last game as a rookie before he tore his ACL. Eagles game, the Saints game on Monday night in 2019. There were a lot of games that Deshaun left the field with a lead, and then the defense couldn't hold it. CJ's at that stage now. It's great. All right, finally, here we go. Number 1, power ranking of the power rankings. Have you heard the good news? The Texans are 15th in the athletic power rankings. 15th. Here's what they say. Houston has its quarterback, and they give a report card for halfway through the season, where a team is at. Their report card grade on the athletic, A. And it's based on expectations, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
If the Chiefs were 4-4, they'd be getting a C-. Report card for the Texans, A. Houston has its quarterback. That's an automatic A. On Sunday, C.J. Stroud set a record for rookies with 470 passing yards. He lists all the stats here. Became the 6th player in NFL history to have more than 450 passing yards, 5 touchdowns, and no interceptions in a game, according to ESPN Stats and Info. Overall, he is 7th in the league in passing yards, 2,270. And 3rd, this is a big one. You know me, us gamblers, yards per attempt.
Oh, yeah.
Yards per play, yards per attempt. Those are 8.1 yards per attempt.
On his passing, and then the
You're
whole
over
thing,
8, that's
the
big.
week before, he had bemoaned their lack of shots downfield, and they had taken some shots, but CJ had misfired on those shots, and that's where I was getting a little bit nervous at the beginning of last week's game, where they're taking shots downfield, but CJ's misfiring on these shots, and he reeled it right back in. That one, the time I thought they were doomed last week was when CJ had misfired to tank a few times, and then CJ hit Tank Dell on the sideline, and Tank dropped it. I'm like, well, they're doomed. It was that very drive that they kept marching down and scored a Tank Dell touchdown.
That's right.
That beautiful drop in the bucket to Tank Dell.
Yep.
So, like, that Tank Dell drop was almost like it felt like it balanced out the universe. And all of a sudden, they were good to go from that point forward.
Well, I like he went right back to him. You know what I mean? That's big.
Yeah, there was none of that. I think CJ's calm, cool, and collected demeanor is good in that regard. That I think that when he gets frustrated, it's nothing that would make him abandon like his core principles. Like, it's not going to be panic or anything like that. Like, there's frustration that sometimes it leads to panic. It doesn't here, and that's why they are in the top 50% of the bottom quartile of the second quartile.
That's exactly
which is a
right.
damn fine place
That's
to be.
exactly right. They are in the
top 50% of the bottom quartile of the second quartile.
You got that right, Seth Payne. Nailed it. Yeah, along those lines, though, like as far as the demeanor of CJ and the team and whatnot, I tweeted this out yesterday. I watched the game-winning touchdown for roughly the 800th time yesterday afternoon and just sat there and just marveled at it and just basked in the glory of having a franchise quarterback. And it dawned on me at viewing 801 that I thought this was really cool, that it almost seemed like for a game-winning touchdown with 6 seconds left, there was no pig pile in the end zone. There was no excessive celebration penalty. There was, like, Tank Dell, C.J. Stroud. Hell, DeMeco Ryans was in his microphone figuring out what he was going to do next. They kind of conducted themselves like they expected to go down and score on that series.
Yeah, that was like very workmanlike.
Yeah.
Just kind of like, here we go. And then, you know what it always reminds me of whenever I see people doing that? It was that one time in either a Super Bowl or a championship game when Peyton had scored a late touchdown and they flashed up to the booth and everybody in Peyton Manning's family's luxury suite was going crazy except for his father and Eli. And they were just like stone-faced.
I remember that.
Yeah, and people thought that it was like Eli being like a petty younger brother or something, but it was no. Like Archie and Eli were very much thinking about like, okay, what's the next move?
Yeah.
There's still like a minute on the clock or whatever the situation was. That's what it felt like to me. It's kind of like, no, they're thinking about what's to come next. One of our listeners pointed out too that there were also like 19 flags on the field. So it was, and you pointed this out. There were 3 flags on the field, and they were all in different locations.
Yeah.
So it like very easily could have been
something.
It'd be one thing if you could see that it was totally defensive holding or something, but like it could have been any one of those things. So I think everybody was holding back a little bit.
Maybe. I choose to think that they're workmanlike and they expected to score a touchdown, but it's a fair point.
Florio trolled Cowboys fans a little bit by saying this. Both Texas teams got the ball back yesterday with exactly 46 seconds left. Both needed a touchdown. The Texans pulled it off. The Cowboys did not, which is factually correct.
It's a pattern for Dak, though.
It's a pattern for Dak, except that it was also a very weird end of the game, including like Dak did get hit in the head on that play. The reception that wasn't a reception was like that wasn't a touchdown was caught like. Like people are still debating whether that should have been a catch or whether it should have been a touchdown because he gained possession in the end zone.
Across the goal line.
Yeah, like all that stuff. But regardless of all that, I think a lot of people said, like, first and foremost, well, look, the Cowboys were playing the Eagles, the Texans were playing the Bucs. The Eagles' defense, their pass defense in particular, has not been all that great this year.
Wasn't great on Sunday.
It's been kind of weird. They've allowed the second most passing touchdowns in the league. Like, they allowed up 400 yards passing to Sam Howell and 4 touchdowns. And yet, I think there is some merit to that in that, like, the Eagles' defensive line is still, they're scary. Whereas the Bucs don't really have a genuinely scary element to their defense.
Yeah.
I think it's still it's a higher degree of difficulty going against the Eagles. And also, as one of our listeners pointed out, the one Carlton Thompson III,
Carlton Davis.
Carlton Davis. Yeah, excuse me. Carlton Davis III specifically was not playing for the Eagles that day.
No,
that was our little pet. He was the most valuable Texan in a lot of respects.
He was.
He specifically allowed 3 touchdowns and was actually involved in all 5
No.
of the touchdowns.
He was involved in 4. The first Nico touchdown was Jamal Dean was on him, number 35, who got knocked out with a concussion.
But Carlton got stiff-armed on the way to the...
That was the Noah Brown touchdown.
That was the Noah Brown touchdown.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay,
Yep.
Okay, so, and then the next three were Carlton.
Were his. He was in coverage on the next three.
It's a rough day. Man.
Yeah.
I would have blamed the safety for at least two of those if I were him.
Yeah.
I would have done the one thing where I go immediately running over to the safety and yelling at him. Yeah.
Lonnie Johnson would have done that too. That was his go-to move. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a
Lonnie
Tuesday.
Johnson kick?
I don't know.
Maybe it feels like
back here.
Is there any news on that?
I'm going to check during the break.
Okay.
I would imagine that they're trying out some kickers over at NRG Stadium today, I would think. Unless they're just going to roll with Dario Gumbawale, which would be amazing. All right, so we'll check that during the break. I am disgusted with my alma mater for this weekend. I have a big reason why I am disgusted with my alma mater, as I know most of you are 24/7.
Yeah.
I will tell you why.
You got another reason for him too.
That's right. I'll tell you why next.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
She was in Green Card.
Green Card. Okay.
Andy McDowell, of
Yeah,
course,
that's what
we're talking about.
Yeah.
Groundhog Day. She was maybe her most famous movie that she was in was Groundhog Day.
How'd you wind up in an Andy McDowell wormhole during the?
For the love of
break?
God, I don't know how. Oh, we were talking about which Beatles were still alive. And one of our listeners
naturally you wind up in an
pointed
Andy
out that
McDowell wormhole.
Mickey was the only monkey still alive.
Out of nowhere.
And then we got talking about how Michael Nesmith's mother invented liquid paper. Michael Nesmith of the Monkees.
Of the Monkees,
which
yeah.
led me to searching something that led me to
Andy McDowell.
Andy McDowell,
Okay.
who is still looking quite fetching for at her age,
How old?
65 years old.
She's 65.
She's 65, and if her hair is gray, she'd
Yeah.
let it go naturally gray. I feel she could really, like, if her hair were dark like it used to be, I think she'd be even.
And straighter, as you said. The poofy look doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I hate getting overly just nitpicky about aging people. I'm one of them now, turns out.
Somewhere
48
somebody's
years old.
nitpicking about you right now.
Yesterday, or this weekend, I felt old when I went to that Cornell game because I was with my friends that I hadn't seen in a long time.
Mhm.
And their football injuries are starting to mount up on them. And it's like, geez, guys, just, hit your medical marijuana vape a little harder and just shut up and quit whining about whatever the hell you're doing, okay?
Your friends?
Yeah,
you're
my
talking
friends,
about? Okay.
yeah.
I didn't know if you were talking about the Cornell players in actuality.
They didn't look like they were smoking medical marijuana.
No?
They looked like pretty with it. They had a couple anyway, I won't go to.
They win?
We sat next to. No, they lost. They lost. But they were down to they were on the 1 yard line twice with potential to score and didn't quite pull it
They
off.
run an RPO with Tank Dell.
We sat next to the band, and I got to tell you, honestly, I feel like I chose the wrong extracurricular activity in college.
Oh, dude.
The band had so much fun.
Okay.
They were having, I don't even want to say, I don't want to get any kids in trouble and talk about what they were doing, but they were having fun. And I'm guessing that those band members, like that entire band, I bet they have way more sex with each other on road trips than we did as football players.
Oh, yeah.
It's, they were.
With each other.
They were, yeah. They for one, a lot of
very infrequent
flautist
sex with
flirting
each
with
other.
the tuba player and everything, but then also drinking solo red cups of unknown beverages and just they are having a good old time. Guys down on the field getting injured, not scoring touchdowns, losing my money on gambling bets that I may have made.
We're gonna get to why I'm disgusted with my alma mater in a second.
Yeah.
But as long as you're bringing up the band, I know you saw this.
Yeah.
The TSU tuba player
Yes.
that beat the snot out of that guy.
Without missing a note,
Dude,
literally. He literally didn't miss a note. He was playing music, punched a dude, and I don't know if he missed a note.
Find the video of it. I'll tell you what the weirdest thing about the whole thing was about my finding out about it this weekend. And for those who didn't see it, it's TSU is playing a game in Jackson, Mississippi, and there's a tuba player who's on the very left end of the row for tubas up in the stands. They're up in the stands. Some person is standing at the feet of the tuba player, like a fan, and is clearly mocking him or harassing him.
He's yelling at him.
Yelling at him.
I would and it's always dicey with these things because who knows what preceded it. But in the moment, let's just go with that. This guy is screaming at the tuba player while the tuba player is trying to play music.
The tuba player's trying to play music. So finally, the tuba player, while he's still kind of rocking back and forth, takes his right hand and just belts the guy 3 times. Security steps in and tackles the guy.
Yeah.
And
it looked like the guy's own friend may have grabbed him too.
It could have been.
Because he's getting beat up by a tuba player.
But the funniest part about this to me was 2 things. One, as you pointed out, Seth, the tuba player goes right back to tubaing.
Yeah.
He just goes right back to the song and he's rocking back and forth. The other funny thing about this for me, you know who posted this video? You know whose Twitter account I found out about this video from? Mark Berman.
Yeah.
Mark Berman in retirement is now a dude who posts fight videos on his Twitter
his
feed.
Bliss.
Yeah.
That's what he always dreamed of doing when he was hustling. He was on the grind, driving around in rush hour traffic in his news van, going up to the airport 3 times a day to try to track people down. Going over to the emergency room, and all he was thinking was God, I wish I could be on the tuba beat.
Someday I'm going to post fight videos.
The tuba beat down beat.
That's it. That's it.
What do you think about that?
Right. I think it's awesome.
How do you think that guy feels?
Here is his tweet. Here's his tweet. Wow. A heckling fan in Jackson, Mississippi got more than he bargained for as a TSU tuba player let his fist make sweet chin music while playing music. And then he credits the outlets that had the video.
It was
like
impressive.
any good retired reporter would.
Yes.
Dude.
I don't know. I honestly have a lot of respect for marching band members, especially in the South. I don't
Those uniforms.
I really don't understand how they do it. Because it's those are not they're polyester, man.
They don't breathe.
Those aren't
and it's
layers
of polyester
and like fake wool and everything.
And a hat, which keeps heat.
Yeah, not to mention a hat, a bulky hat.
No,
that's not some little trucker's cap or anything, which I've long recommended.
That would be great. T-shirts and truckers caps for all college bands. All right, this was Dabo Swinney last week on his coach's show prior to the game against Notre Dame this Saturday.
Why are we paying you $11.5 million to go 4-4? And it's not just this year. It's been, just the refusal to accept.
All right. What's this guy's name? Tyler. Hey, Tyler. I've listened to enough for you, Tyler. You can have all your opinions that you want. All right. I don't know how old you are. Don't really care. All right. But let me tell you something. We won 11 games last year, and you're part of the problem, to be honest with you, because that is part of the problem. It's people like you that all you do is the appreciation, the expectation is greater than the appreciation. And that's the problem. And so, we've won 12, 10-plus win seasons in a row. That's
okay, so we know how this went. He went through his whole resume. We don't need to do that again. But his whole press conference the next day after that coach's show was 45 minutes of that, like him just sticking up for himself and the program and everything else. They were 4-4 going into that game against Notre Dame. Dabo was on the ropes. I love college head coaches that are on the ropes and doing press conferences every week. They're much more unfiltered than NFL head coaches.
They are, aren't they? Yeah.
Yes.
And the whole, I've thought about this a lot, actually, more than I should. The issue I have with that is the same issue I have with some people talking about like the Texans fan base right now. I never like a coach or players or anything trying to shame people into supporting them.
To liking them.
Like you're shaming somebody into like, you need to feel this way or that way or what have you. Like it shows that Dabo doesn't actually understand the precarious nature of the head coaching position in college sports.
That's
or
right.
that perhaps he believes a little too much in the love and adulation. Like he might believe a little too much that's like unconditional love or adulation or something. He's read too many of his pro and press clippings. So like shaming or bullying people into supporting you or liking you, like just let it go.
So as much as I love college head coaches on the ropes, there is my alma mater favored at Clemson this weekend. And what do? They spit the bit. They fall behind 24-6. Sam Hartman, the quarterback, stunk. They end up losing 31-23. Had multiple chances at the end of the game. Hell, Clemson tried to run out the clock and fumbled the ball back to Notre Dame late in the game.
Gloating.
At that time?
Yeah.
Probably.
Pretty
a
excited.
little bit like, it's meant to be. They are going to
Deshaun, really.
They're going to keep the foot on Dabo's throat, and we're going to get much more content this week out of Dabo Swinney. Instead, this is the content we get out of him right on the field after the game.
And I'm really proud of him. We ain't had much to go our way this year, but the one thing that has shown up every week is the heart and the fight of Clemson. And I know we're down and everybody's throwing dirt on us, but if Clemson's a stock, you better buy all you freaking can buy right now. Let's go.
Dabo Swinney, stockbroker. Yeah, it's buy all the Clemson stock. I'm disgusted with you, Notre Dame. But you let that guy off the mat.
Who does the best at? I feel like Dabo, you know what? It always bothers me more when Dabo plays the victim card, just because I feel like so much of his message about peace, love, and positivity that I get a little annoyed when he calls out the Colin Cowards of the world, just because I feel like it's not on brand. Whereas with other coaches, I'm like, okay, that's like Belichick. It's never. Sometimes it's bothered me. Like Belichick has managed to for a long time was able to paint the picture that the world thought they sucked when in fact they were at the top of ever power ranking and everything. But that was kind of his Dark Knight MO. With Dabo, it annoys me more than others. I don't know why. It feels like hypocrisy.
I think Deshaun.
It feels phony.
Deshaun might have something to do with it too, though. I kind of associate the two of them with each other. You know? Yeah, we had Dabo on the day after Deshaun got drafted here. Remember, he promised us a Super Bowl. That's the big thing for me. Dabo promised me a pony.
He vouched for
Deshaun.
We're gonna go mob rules.
He said
Dabo brought him in, so now he's responsible for him. He vouched for him.
He said on our show, I think Houston just drafted a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, is that and I recall him saying basically he was promising us a Super Bowl. That's how I recall it.
I like that version of Dabo Swinney. I like
the one that
version.
doesn't live up to his promises of giving me a pony and a Super Bowl?
Kind of supportive, all about his guys type of Dabo, even if it's irrational at times.
Some of it's about who the guy turned out to be.
Well, yeah.
Deshaun.
No, but just in general, when we had him on, we interviewed him before.
You and I did the Bear Bryant Awards.
The Bear Bryant Awards, yeah.
He was fun.
And, honestly, I love that side of him. It's like when he all of a sudden starts to try to play the us against the world part. I don't like that.
Little hollow.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Texans are dealing with a bunch of injuries today. There's gonna be a lot of news coming out today. I think today we find out C.J. Stroud is the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. I'm guessing we're gonna find out some Rookies of the Month for October pretty soon too. So we may get some hardware. But the big thing, injury updates. I'm guessing we're gonna be getting out of NRG Stadium. I am proposing based on one of the names I saw trying out for another NFL team yesterday. I'm proposing a redemption story.
Oh.
Let's see if Seth approves of my proposal.
Well, I've shot you down on several things today.
I'm guessing
accurately so.
I'm guessing the trend will continue.
So, no.
Next. on a Tuesday. All right, so I'm looking at Twitter, and Aaron Wilson. X.com. Sorry. I'm looking at Aaron Wilson. Usually has like every team's guys that they're working out every day.
Yeah, he does
all the
that.
time.
He gotta post all that transactional stuff.
Yeah, and it's helpful for sure. I noticed the name. Titans must do their workouts on Mondays for guys that they're thinking about bringing on the roster. And I know the Texans. I'm assuming they're working out some guys this week. They better be. They got a ton of injuries, including kickers. I've not found anything yet to indicate which kickers they may or may not be looking at.
Okay.
However, the Titans yesterday, the Texans are in need of a defensive lineman now, it would seem, with Hassan Ridgeway out for the year. The Titans worked out Ross Blacklock yesterday, Seth. Are you here for a Ross Blacklock redemption story?
You know what? I mean, he really seemed like a solid dude. He's a local guy. I always felt like Ross Blacklock was kind of like a couple little technical things away from actually being pretty solid and good, like using his hands. It's one of the things that drives me insane is scouts seem to think that a defensive lineman learning to use his hands is like no big deal. It's like saying like, yeah, this pitcher, all he has to do is learn how to pitch better. This defensive lineman who didn't know how to use his hands all that well just has to get away with this. Hey, this guy who has no artistic ability needs to learn how to be a better sculptor. So it's not always so simple. So yeah, I wish the best for Ross Blacklock, although he would be facing the Texans twice.
He would be
at the end of this year.
They just tried him out. They didn't sign him.
You know who's starting for a football team that used to play for the Texans?
Who?
Kendall Lamb. Was
Miami, right?
Yeah, starting for the Dolphins, who are versus bad teams are really, really good.
They're incredible. Yeah.
They just can't seem to beat teams with winning records. Mike McDaniel, in particular, since he took over the Dolphins, has a really hard time beating teams with winning records, which is odd because the way I understand it, they're the best offense that ever lived.
Yes, that's what I heard.
Unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who's ever going to beat the Miami Dolphins except for several teams already this year?
I can't wait to fade the Miami Dolphins in the postseason. Fade meaning bet against them, people.
Oh, yeah, they've got
inside
big time
lingo.
Different composition, but that same feel of what the Ravens were for a long time, where they destroy lesser teams.
Yeah.
They don't, good teams beat better. It's harder when you face against better teams, but the Chiefs for a long time, the Colts back in the day with Peyton Manning, and then the Ravens would have these absurdly lopsided performances and yet fizzle in the playoffs when it come up against actual hard competition. And that's what the Dolphins look to be so far this year.
This is where, for the Dolphins, that 70-point outburst against the Denver Broncos kind of comes back to bite them in the perception realm a little bit. Like, they bullied a team so badly that they scored 70 points against them, magnifies this aspect to the Dolphins.
You know, you might usually say, though, too, okay, well, you lost to the Chiefs by a touchdown, but this isn't the same Chiefs. You know, if anything, the Chiefs defense doing what they did to the Miami offense is more of an indication of what the Chiefs are this year. They're a much more balanced football team than you've seen out of the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I say in recent years, since they've been really, really good.
Yep.
They've done some good things defensively, and they've gotten it together, but this year, by necessity, they have to be more balanced.
Yeah. Boy, the adulation for C.J. Stroud continues to come in so many different ways. SportsCenter posted this tweet. Looks like timing of it is it was right after the game on Sunday, actually, 5:41 p.m. on Sunday. How about this? Right after C.J. Stroud got done throwing for 470 yards. The young talent in Texas is the caption on the tweet, Seth. Which rookie has impressed you most so far? C.J. Stroud or Victor Wembanyama? C.J.'s getting put on. Victor Wembanyama is a LeBron James level prospect in that sport.
He's
that's where C.J.
and that's
is
where
right
honestly, I think it's pretty easy for a lot of people to try to keep a level head about your rookie quarterback because we've seen so many rookies come and go or be rookie of the year and then out of the league several years later. Or on television right now, trying to put themselves in the ring for the Jets job, whatever it might be. I think with CJ, the difference is compared to say RG3, and compared to say Russell Wilson, those two guys, RG3 was very much a threat with his legs, which opened up things downfield. And it was also, remember, the zone read was really just new in the NFL.
Yeah.
Andrew Luck also benefited from that. The zone read being new was like they were able to ambush teams somewhat with part of that. Like athletic guys, especially Luck was just so strong.
Yeah, he was big.
And then with Russell Wilson, they had a really, really good defense on the other side, and they had an awesome rushing attack with Marshawn Lynch. Like, CJ doesn't have any of those advantages.
Nope.
The biggest thing is, and that's why the Joe Burrow comparison, I think, feels the most accurate in terms of especially not just skill set, but also rookie year and how it went. Joe Burrow really didn't have a lot to lean on, but he was still playing very, very well. At times, he was passing the ball like 55 times a game. Because that's what they had going for him, and that's where CJ is right now. The biggest part, and I think the most encouraging thing is that, who was it that said this yesterday? I mean, a bunch of people have said it, but like everything that you hoped were like all the positives from that Georgia game, like that were things that people weren't quite sure what to think about CJ Stroud, the scrambler, for instance, because he hadn't scrambled a lot. And then all of a sudden in the Georgia game, he's scrambling all over the place against the best defense in the country and doing very, very well with it. Like, that's showed up. I think the accuracy, the ball placement specialist, all that stuff, that's showed up. I think the biggest thing that maybe wasn't discussed that much, I guess there were questions about how would he do throwing to a receiving core that wasn't just loaded with first-round talent going up against college kids. But I don't know if they necessarily discussed as much the anticipation. Like, I thought he showed good anticipation in college, but he's throwing with anticipation at a level at which a lot of veteran NFL quarterbacks never get to.
They never get to.
You think about, like Jay Cutler's the first guy that springs to mind as far as, like, okay, smart enough to have gone to Vanderbilt, so supposedly a smart guy.
Rocket for an arm,
but, man, he needed to see that guys were open before he would throw to them, like especially on deep balls, where like somebody pointed this out, the throw to Tank Dell, that touchdown, Tank Dell wasn't even, like usually the rule is if he's even, he's leaving.
You're talking about the first one, not the second one.
Yeah, the first one.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
It was like 4 yards before he even really made contact or entered the area of Carson Davis, the defensive back.
Tank wasn't even open yet.
Yeah.
when
they
CJ
just unleashed it,
Yeah.
Now maybe that's partly, CJ having the good scouting report. But again, that's another, like, kind of understanding the adjustments and who to attack and everything. It's like that's the mental stuff. CJ's just nails on it already.
Every reply to this CJ or Wemby tweet, which, I mean, it's a silly topic, right? I mean, like, Wembayama is a rookie in the NBA. And CJ's a rookie in the NFL. Every reply, CJ. CJ, and it's not even close. Stroud, and it's not even remotely close. Hell, someone put up a poll. Settle the Debate is a Twitter account. Sorry, an X account. At @settle_debate. And they said, which one? CJ or Wemby?
What are the most of the results?
5,389 votes. Who do you think wins?
Who is the Twitter account?
Settle the Debate is the Twitter account.
That's the Twitter account?
Settle
the Debate?
It's _debate, but their name is Settle
I'm
the
going
Debate.
to say just by virtue. So if that's like some random account that has a lot of people from all over the country, there are way more NFL fans on there than NBA fans, so they'll say CJ Stroud.
73% CJ Stroud.
Yeah. NBA just wins over NBA and anything like that.
Yeah, NFL, yep.
Unless it's already, like, after one... we get to the NBA playoffs, that would be an interesting one. When it's not football season any longer, and when Wembanyama is getting a whole lot of press and play if they're in the playoffs. Then
Wembanyama's been good so far. He had 38 against Phoenix the other night. This was funny. NFL memes. Do you follow NFL memes?
No, they've come on my account.
They pop
a lot.
up. It's a pretty funny account. They posted this yesterday. CJ Stroud has a chance to make history next Sunday if he passes for 86,946 passing yards against the Bengals. He'll become the NFL's all-time leading passer. That was pretty good, I thought. See, sometimes I should have just read it and not given my assessment.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do that, and then
I
watch Seth's face.
You blew it up a little too much.
Yeah.
That might just be your type of humor versus. Like, Sean, I've got a more intellectual. That's what I'm more, the cartoons in the New Yorker. That's my secret thrill. Yeah.
I Google people picking their nose in public, and I just laugh and laugh.
Yeah.
LeBron James tweeted about CJ Stroud. That's a sign that you're a big star. If LeBron is opining on you, that's a sign.
What did he say?
He tweeted. All he put was CJ. He tweeted this during the game on Sunday. He said CJ Stroud, and then it looks like
during our game or his game?
During the Texans game.
Oh, it's like he's shouting. It's a little shouting emoji guy.
Okay, and he says CJ Stroud with 4 shouting emojis, and then that's all.
Man, the kids these days, these 39-year-old kids. I guess, yeah, it's like, is that a shout out or is that say it louder? I think that might be say it louder. Say it louder for the people in the back. That's CJ Stroud.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's when LeBron is a sometimes Ohioan.
Yes.
That's where his
Ohio guy.
His lifelong and undying devotion to at least 2 seasons of play for the Cavs.
Hey, let me read this NFL memes to Lopez and see what he thinks.
Lopez.
Hey, Lopez, check out this post from NFL
Depends.
memes.
Is it highbrow humor? Because that's all I get.
I learned not to build it up. Okay.
We've got a wine and cheese party we're going to.
CJ Stroud has a chance to make history next Sunday. If he passes for 86,946 yards against Cincinnati, he'll become the NFL's all-time passing yards leader.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay, yeah.
I like that. Does that fit the criterion?
Seth didn't like it.
If I were writing a column
smart enough
titled Tired or Wired, you're in the Tired column there.
Tired? I like that. Sounds like a good segment, actually. So how you doing, man?
I am fantastic. Well, about it, it's all CJ all the time
Dude,
right now, man.
Did you? I didn't get to see. I've only seen the clips of the interview with Scott Van Pelt. Did you happen to see the interview with Scott Van Pelt?
Just bits of it on social media, but like, who's not talking about him?
Nobody around here.
Nobody anywhere.
Ross Tucker was on with us earlier.
Yeah.
Did you hear Ross with us?
Yes.
We had people texting and tweeting us. They were getting chills from what Ross Tucker was saying about C.J. Stroud. Like that he was so over
across
the top.
board. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Almost feel like uncharted territory here. Like, I mean, it's been a long time.
Well, it was Deshaun Watson's rookie year. That was what you're trying to remember.
This is very similar.
Because people were talking about him, and it was like very big. And then, and remember, well, it was devastating, but it was also weird because the Astros won the World Series, and then as they're celebrating that, we find out Deshaun Watson had torn his ACL.
Yeah, that wasn't a good day.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I was looking at the stats for the CJ through 7 games. CJ's been in 8 games now, but CJ through 7 games versus Deshaun. Yards, they're about even. Touchdowns, Deshaun had way more touchdowns, 19-9. Mm-hmm. Deshaun had thrown 8 picks in his first 7 games.
Yeah.
That's the part, it's not getting as much attention now because the number's not 0 anymore.
Peyton Manning's name was invoked a lot during that time.
Yes.
Like, hey, look, this is the price you pay with a rookie quarterback who's not afraid to take chances. Look,
1 pick.
Yeah. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs or throwing some interceptions.
Yeah. Now he's got 14 TDs, so he's making up a little bit of the ground. What's up,
that,
Landry?
Deshaun? Good for him.
Yeah.
He doesn't have 14. How many does he have? 3 yet?
He had 2 on Sunday. I know because I had to pick him up. I had a bye-week situation.
Imagine if you had to pick him up at the airport.
It was disgusting. I had to root for Sean Watson. It was the worst. Hey, Landry, Seth enjoyed the video of Titus Howard. I forwarded it to him of Titus Howard pulling on a play.
And whiffing. I give him credit for at least trying to block somebody.
That's progress.
Yeah, early on in the season, he would pull and just kind of stand around, like wondering,
looking at the clouds.
Yeah, like he was on like one of those mafia no-show jobs or something.
Yes, no work.
That cloud looks like a puppy.
Deshaun's got 6 touchdowns on the year, 3 interceptions.
Well, he's crushing it. Yeah. Yeah. What's up, Landry?
What's up, man?
How are you?
I'm pretty good.
You enjoyed that video a lot, I could tell.
I mean, it's just Yeah. It's rough, man. Yeah. Titus, I mean, I think he just needs to start treating run blocks like Twitter. Like
if he attacks it with that level
if he searched out run blocks like he does his name on Twitter, he'd probably be all right.
Oh, yeah.
Or average, at least. Mediocre, maybe. I don't know.
Big time.
I kind of stay out of that. He's giving away a lot of tickets, though, I hear, too.
Yeah, 100 next game, right?
Yeah, Titus.
Oh, is he really?
Giving away tickets.
He's good. He does trivia questions for them. The one he asked this past week was really hard. Like he asked, name all the 2011 quarterbacks for the Houston Texans.
Yikes.
And that was the year that they wound up finishing up the season with Jeff Garcia and Jake Delhomme on the roster.
Well, I wouldn't have guessed them.
I try not to crush, I wouldn't tweet that video out or anything just because, I don't like crushing Titus Howard for being bad at playing guard because it's not, that's not his role.
Right.
It'd be like my wife criticizing me for not being a credibly good lover. It's just it's not my thing, you know? Just, she knows she's got to deal with it.
Right. She still sends you footage of it, though, just to remind you.
She sends that to her friend. Just like me, she won't tweet it out.
It just gets passed among the group.
Look at this atrocity.
It just gets passed among the group.
Why is he crying like Caleb Williams?
You look so disinterested.
All right. That was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies.
Thank you. And we are done. We are out of time. In the Loop, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they start now.
The National Love Fest yesterday for C.J. Stroud, it kind of hit a peak. We had it on McAfee. We had him on Sunday Countdown. We'll get into that at 10:35 when we localize it. Pretty easy to localize that Love Fest. But tomorrow, I think, is going to be one of the more interesting days. It's going to happen during our show. This is going to be a very anticipated injury report. I don't know what it's going to look like. I anticipate it might look like a CVS or Walgreens receipt, and I think we'll figure out the severity of the kicking situation, which I fear the worst. We went 4 weeks without Cam Johnston. Might have to go some time without Kaimi Fairbairn. I would assume if he wasn't good enough to go out there and kick 30-yarders, and you were making Dare do that, I'm assuming that you're going to have to go without that. But I think it's going to be a much-anticipated injury report. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday talking about the state of the team, the injuries, and all that.
We'll see. Yeah, we have a lot going on with injuries. We'll get more of an update as our guys go and get scans and things from the doctors, and we'll have an update later in the week.
So, Dameon Pierce, Robert Woods, you mentioned the kicking situation, Kaimi Fairbairn. I'm thinking we might get reports of some kickers coming in today for some workouts or whatever. They're not going to go, they're not going to run it back with Dare as great as he was. But those two guys alone, Dameon Pierce and Robert Woods, are going to be big to see.
Yeah, I don't know how the Woods thing's going to work out. I would actually err on the side of caution with that. If I don't think he needs to push it or anything like that. If an extra week of rest would help out Robert Woods, I would very much err on the side of caution. I actually think Dameon Pierce might be needed on Sunday. And I know this is crazy. I know a lot of people got pissed off on the text line. I actually think they might be able to run the ball on Sunday. I'm not saying they need to turn into a run team. I'm not saying you don't still let CJ cook. I'm not saying you don't still pass early. But I do think some resemblance of a run game is going to benefit you at some point. Cincinnati sucks against the run. They're really, really bad against the run. So I anticipate that there could be some running. The other thing that I anticipate is there could be a potential break for the Texans, and a huge break in that Jamar Chase doesn't sound like someone who's going to play. This was the quote from Jamar Chase from the Cincinnati beat writers yesterday. This is what Jamar Chase said about his back. Quote, "I'm going to support my teammates, man. Let those guys do what they do. Only thing I can do is get healthy for the team." That's
not this week.
And I'm hoping that the Texans maybe get a break where Jamar Chase doesn't play. And I don't want to say that's like a complete equalizer, but that would be a good thing for the Texans.
Oh, that would be a huge thing for the Texans. And as far as the run and Dameon Pierce, the run game and Dameon Pierce, I'm with you 100%. I'm curious just how much the point counterpoint, the adjustments are going to be on both sides with what we saw from C.J. Stroud. Throwing the ball like crazy. We quoted the stats, all over the place yesterday, throwing the ball out. Are they going to kind of counter that with maybe some more run? The Bengals, I think, are 27th in the NFL in rush defense. So, yes, Dameon Pierce back, maybe a little more running. We'll see how Bobby Slowick decides to do it, or maybe he just rides with his best player.
It's going to be a really, really interesting situation. Texans getting a lot of love. C.J. Stroud getting a lot of love. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We'll talk to John McClain. John McClain is coming through. He's going to make his way into this studio. We'll talk to John at 11. Hear what the hell he has to say. You say that you have zero worries about C.J. Stroud. Zero worries, absolutely zero worries. I'm not going to say I disagree with you, but I want to hear you lay out the case because we've been burned by the franchise quarterback before. John Lopez, quoting Lil Wayne, he ain't got no worries. Why not?
Well, because we know who the last quarterback was here that brought this kind of, or anything close to this kind of excitement, and it was all phony. It was all fake. It was wrong. So C.J. Stroud became elite on Sunday, not like elite like he's going to be in every year Super Bowl. We don't know that yet, but in terms of the national media, you've been talking about it. Like who has not been raving about this guy? like everyone across the board has just been raving and calling him, one of the best players, quarterback. How does he not eat the cheese like Deshaun did? I don't think he will. I really don't. And I'm curious. It's a legitimate question for you guys and the loopholes. Like, do you think there is zero worries about CJ ever either eating the cheese, getting showing some signs of overconfidence, maybe showing some signs of kind of cracking or what? I don't
think he has sociopathic tendencies.
I don't. Yeah.
So no, I mean, I don't. It doesn't seem like there's not sociopathic tendencies. Like, he's not writing books about being servant leader that just completely get like.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think that he's gonna get paid and all of a sudden we're gonna see a change in him. So no, I don't see that happening.
I couldn't put it better myself. That's the best way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, and that was something that I talked about before anything. We can throw the off-field stuff aside. Like, I'm not even gonna. We don't know what did or didn't happen.
Actually, I am. I'm talking about just like eating the cheese.
Eating the cheese and all that. Yeah, I just don't see it happening. I don't think that it's
CJ
possible.
Stroud.
He could fall off, but it's not going to be for anything other than maybe just like natural regression, which I don't see.
Well, he's
either.
confident.
Yeah, he's very confident.
But like, you can walk into a room at let's say at a cocktail party, at a party, and you can talk to 5 different guys. We all can. And know which guy is just not sincere. CJ Stroud is sincere. You're around him, you talk with him, you see him interacting with others, you know he's sincere. So that alone separates him from that eating the cheese thing. The other thing about it, and maybe and this is where I'm asking a legitimate question, because Deshaun Watson didn't exactly have a great upbringing. He had some challenging times. But once he got to about 8th grade, he was coddled, he was brought along. He had all kinds of people coming at him. He kind of partnered with a lot of people.
Yeah, he got discovered by Quincy Avery when he was 16.
CJ Stroud never has done that. I mean, he's always had, because first of all, he wasn't coddled from 8th grade. It wasn't until his junior year, between his junior and senior year in high school, that he really kind of burst onto the scene. So he was always fighting. You know what I mean? He's always trying to make his name for himself. Nobody was giving him a lot, et cetera. So that, I think, also separates him from proverbial, the proverbial eating the cheese. The other thing is family. Now, Deshaun Watson is very, very close with his family. I'm not saying he's not, but it seems like his mom and he's the youngest of all the kids. His big brothers and sisters are just like trying to do everything they can to keep him grounded. They're not letting all these outside influences come in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you can tell. Yeah, I mean, you can tell that he talks about it a lot. Yeah, I think the intangibles are the least thing that you have to worry about when it comes to CJ.
And then here's the last thing that I think is important. Deshaun Watson had Bill O'Brien, then Jack Easterby was in the picture, et cetera, et cetera. CJ Stroud has DeMeco Ryans. He has a guy that shares everything in terms of, your priorities and faith and all that he does. I don't think DeMeco Ryans is gonna allow anything like this to happen. And then there's Gerard. We talk about Gerard Johnson occasionally. But Gerard has known him since high school, when he was coming up. And in every press conference that C.J. Stroud talks, about things, he always unsolicited brings up Gerard Johnson. Like that's the guy that's in here. He did it on Sunday. So I think the fact that you got guys that share his faith and his priorities, I have zero worry about C.J. Stroud.
And I think, it's easy. And why are we talking about Deshaun? Because Deshaun was kind of the toast of the NFL at this point of his career, just like C.J. Stroud. And C.J. Stroud, it seems like the height might even be getting higher. And sometimes you try to anticipate the worst. You try to forecast the worst potential thing. The other thing that I think, and this is being fair to Deshaun, and this is what I've always said about Deshaun, even with all that other stuff aside, the intangibles, I think the sociopathic tendencies, I think the bad company of Quincy Avery is the worst thing to ever happen to him. I think he might have actually ended up okay had he never gone down that track. But I think that the organization is more stable. I think you just mentioned it, but like as far as Deshaun wanting out of town before all the other stuff happened, I didn't blame him.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't blame him. You had Bill O'Brien, you had Jack Easterby, you had all that stuff. So you basically just said it, but I'm just saying that even like some of the stuff,
dysfunctional. This is not.
Even like non-outside influences aside, if Deshaun had come into this organization, maybe stuff would have been different as well. And again, we're putting the off-field stuff aside. Maybe it would have been different, but I think it's a perfect mix of things, and I think you got a stable organization with good leadership, a good offensive system, and then I think you got a guy that's just very, very grounded, very, very level-headed.
Now, here's the question, though, and it was a question before the draft, so it's fair now. He is represented by the same agent as Deshaun Watson. To me, that's a non-factor. And you mentioned Quincy Avery, and there's been some other guys. What's his name? Brian Burney. And
I like Burney.
I know, but I'm saying he was.
By the way, Burney is CJ's guy.
He was pulled.
But
I'm saying he was just pulled in a bunch of different directions and allowed himself to be pulled and swayed. I mean,
Bernie does CJ's work too.
I know, but I'm saying like Deshaun, like taking pictures with the Ferraris and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
CJ
and they have a different relationship.
Right.
It's a little more like CJ's relationship is business.
Yes.
It doesn't have like yes men like going and fighting his battles on Twitter and stuff like that. His relationship is it's different.
Yeah.
It's different.
So do you have any worries?
I mean, you have natural worries, like can they get to where they need to get? But I think all of the outside influences and all of the circumstances, whether it's, off field, whether it's in the building, which might matter more, I think they're lined up better for CJ Stroud.
I totally agree.
And I do think there's a level of authenticity. There's also a level of love. We'll hear it at 10:35. My God.
Yeah.
I ain't seen nothing like this. This is a lot of love that CJ's getting.
You truly couldn't click on anything. You couldn't. You go through social media, you go through websites, programs that you like, podcasts that you like. It was CJ.
Yeah, he got interviewed yesterday by Van Pelt for Monday Night Countdown. And by the way, some people are upset that the Texans game didn't get flexed for Sunday Jets Raiders. I'm glad. I really don't want any primetime games this year. They might get some. I think next year you're going to have 3, maybe 2 primetime games. I think it's very possible. But I'm okay with no primetime games at this point. I don't mind flying under the radar. I like the fact that they got a little noon routine. I don't want expectations to get too high. I'm fine with no primetime games.
It's kind of like when people talk about, well, this World Series is not going to have high ratings or this. Who cares? Who cares? If it's primetime, you're still playing the same team. I mean, you still got to do the same things. I mean, it's nice, I guess, but I don't care. I mean, I'm not going to, slam my fist into the table. Oh, he deserves. No, why?
Let's keep an eye on that injury report tomorrow. It'll be really interesting to see what that looks like for the Texans and Jamar Chase as well for the Bengals. That's going to be really, really interesting to see as well because I'm not anticipating a win against the Bengals. I could be pleasantly surprised. I think the line is 7. But for me, it's very simple. It's laid out for me where I am looking at it as win one of the next 2, get to 5-5. Right now you're at 4-4. After that, your final games, you're going to have Jacksonville, Denver, the Jets, the Titans, the Browns, the Titans again, and the Colts. And that's where you can do some serious work.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. That's where you go do some serious work, and that's where I'm looking.
The Bengals are right now maybe the most, outside of Baltimore, the most dangerous team in the NFL. And so it's a big ask. It's a big ask to go into Cincinnati and get that win. So I'm with you. I don't think I'll pick the Texans in this game. Not that it matters to anyone, but I don't think I will. But I said it yesterday, and I still feel the same way today. I wouldn't be surprised.
You have 15 teams with a winning record. You have 3 teams at 500. Texans are one of those, and you have 14 with a losing record. So you're right there in the mix. You're right there in the hunt. And you face a team in Cincinnati who's a game ahead of you this week. You go on the road, though, and you beat Cincinnati. I mean, that's where it gets really interesting. That's where people start. I mean, that's where the playoffs, it's one thing to talk about it right now, but if you beat Cincinnati and you steal that game that maybe you probably didn't anticipate winning, and you're looking at an Arizona team. By the way, Kyler Murray could be back Sunday, so we could see Kyler Murray. That'll be interesting in a couple of weeks. Be fun to see what he's got. But yeah, we will definitely be. I don't want to eat the rat poison that DeMeco Ryans keeps mentioning, but we will definitely have a different mindset if that happens.
Well, that's kind of the next step, not just for us, but for the national perspective on the Texans, because we just mentioned it's all about CJ right now. You go into Cincinnati and somehow come out with a win, well, then it'll be playoffs. Like, there's a couple of, we've talked about it here, and we just did, like, how they kind of could be in the mix. But from a national perspective, from the NFL taking notice, the next step, if you beat Cincinnati, then it's not just, oh, wow, look at CJ, what a player. It's going to be, look at CJ, and I'll be damned, the Texans are in the playoff mix. I mean, that's going to be the next step if you can get out of Cincinnati with a win.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. John McClain coming in at 11, headline Showdown coming up at 1 o'clock. Business kind of picking up with the Houston Texans with C.J. Stroud and with those injuries. The injuries we got to look out for. I'm anticipating if it's serious with Ka'imi Fairbairn, I think it drops today. Yeah. I think we know that Ka'imi Fairbairn is going to miss some time. I think that happens today. I don't think we have to wait till tomorrow. I'll be shocked if he's on the field Sunday.
I would be.
Because if it was bad enough to where he couldn't just go out there and do what Dare did, it's got to be bad.
And what do you do with soft tissue injuries? You have to let them rest.
Yeah, especially kicker, and with all the movement, legs, all that type of crap. I'm keeping a really, really close eye.
You realize we didn't mention Derek Stingley?
By the way, it's been 58 days.
We didn't mention him.
It's been 58 days since Derek Stingley has stepped on a football field. We're talking about his college teammate Joe Burrow. We've talked about his college teammate Jamar Chase. Derek Stingley. It's been 58 days.
I just didn't even think
since he has stepped on a football field. So we're 7+ weeks now. We didn't know that. We said IR. The 4 weeks minimum. We're 7 weeks. I know. Aaron Wilson reported or said that he thought it would be 10.
Damn. That's I'm sitting here. I mean, I'm not even counting on it at this point. Juice Scruggs, if we're going to get to all the guys that are.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Juice Scruggs. I don't know what a Juice Scruggs is. I have no idea.
What does a Juice Scruggs
I don't know.
do?
I don't know where he fits in. Mm-hmm. A lot of people are saying put him at center. Really? You want CJ to have his 5th center?
Yeah. No.
I mean, maybe put him at guard so Titus can go back at right tackle. Good God, that video of Titus Howard trying to run block.
It ain't great. It ain't great.
Man. Lord.
Yeah.
I know that you change positions and sometimes you just get a little bit uncomfortable. That ain't a change position.
That's not uncomfortable.
That's just that is insane. Yeah. That was one of the worst highlights I've ever seen.
I mean, just try. That's all.
I don't know what that was.
Just try.
That was rough.
Yeah.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, can't believe I'm saying this. We thought this was dead, but I want it alive, and I think DeMeco Ryans agrees with me. The Texans, with where they are right now, with all the national love, with all the praise, with the word playoffs being thrown out there, it is time for DeMeco Ryans and his team to embrace the Patriot way. We'll do it next. First, I want to talk about U of H. They're back home. They're coming off.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio.
Bring back the Patriot way, baby.
Yeah, no.
Bring it back for just a week.
That's all right.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you.
I'm
the
good.
Patriot way has been dead for a while. You know what? I'm happy about it. But this week,
Capital P, capital E, capital A, capital M.
I want it back. I want the Patriot way back for 5 more days.
And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make the decisions that I think are the best for the football team. T-E-A-M as in team.
Speaking of team, we have a kicker, practice squad kicker.
Yeah.
From Oklahoma State, I believe. I believe he also kicked with the Jets. What's his name?
Matt Amendola.
Matt Amendola. My God, that makes me nervous. But okay, is what it is. But the Patriot way should be alive and well the next 5 days, and I will explain it. And I think DeMeco Ryans is embracing it. Now, do I think they need to adapt the Josh McDaniels offense? No. Do I think Bill O'Brien needs to come here and be a blowhard? No.
I'm glad you feel that way.
Do I think that they need to go to the podium and act like complete belligerent blowhards?
Why don't you sit up? Look at your posture. Why don't you sit up?
I don't believe that. But I do think that one of the best sound bites in the history of New England Patriots football needs to be embraced. C.J. Stroud's getting a lot of love. Dare getting a lot of love. Tank Dell getting a lot of love. The Texans getting a lot of love. But you know what? They need to be focused on one thing. Let's go back in time. One of the best sound clips in the history of arguably the best coach to ever do it at the NFL level. And one of the rally cries of the Patriot way that we've had some fun with. This was Bill Belichick, and this needs to be the Texans' mindset with all this rat poison and cheese running around town. Take it away, Bill Belichick.
We're on to Cincinnati.
What do you think having a 37-year-old?
We're on to Cincinnati. It's nothing about the past, nothing about the future. It's right now we're preparing for Cincinnati.
Okay, do you feel like the talent you have here is good?
We're getting ready for Cincinnati.
What is your I'm just asking, do you think you've done enough to help Tom Brady?
We're getting ready for Cincinnati. That's what we're doing.
So as you get ready for Cincinnati, does Tom Brady have the talent and protection around him to be on to Cincinnati and have that?
We're going to game plan and do the best we can to be ready to go Sunday night. We're getting ready for Cincinnati.
All right, so there you go. On to Cincinnati. Who did the Texans play Sunday?
Cincinnati.
Okay, let's hear from DeMeco Ryans. Tell me DeMeco Ryans ain't on that Patriot way for the next few days. This was DeMeco Ryans yesterday addressing the media types. His team improved to 4-4. A lot of love going around. Here is DeMeco Belichick Ryans.
Congrats, it's over. Say Cincinnati, let's go to work. No, we don't care. Tampa Bay is over, it's done with. Everybody's going to pat you on the back, say you're the best in the world. Nobody cares. It's on to the next game. Tampa Bay game is not going to help us win. All right, Cincinnati. So everything, all of our preparation, everything that we're focused on right now is on to Cincinnati.
There you go.
We're on to Cincinnati.
Thank you. So there you go. Patriot way. Let's get it. Let's adopt it. Let's adopt it for 5 days. On to Cincinnati.
You make me sick. Everybody does that. But it is coincidental that it is Cincinnati that they're facing this week after Belichick's world famous on to Cincinnati statement there. Yeah, look, I mean, here's the thing. It is we just talked about eating the cheese in the last segment, and we were talking about C.J. Stroud. But let's
eat the Skyline chili. Forget the cheese. Let's eat the Skyline chili. It's time to eat some Skyline chili. On to Cincinnati. Bill Belichick rally cry. Let's adopt it just for a week. And then we can go on to Arizona. And then we can go on to Jacksonville. But for the time right now, I am adopting the Patriot way.
Yeah, no. We can adopt on, let's go on to Cincinnati. DeMeco Ryans just said it. Why can't it be his deal? He doesn't have to be Patriot way. That's just the way he's trying to keep his team from getting too full of themselves here. I get it. Look, everybody wants to say you're the greatest ever. We're saying stuff about C.J. Stroud that is, I think, accurate, but pretty over the top, pretty incredible. You just have to I just hate that correlation, man, with Bill Belichick. And we've got some bad memories, man. We've got some bad experiences with dudes from over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear a little song here. Babes in Toyland. What do you know about this song?
Babes in Toyland?
Babes in Toyland.
You talking about the old one or the?
Yeah, 1986.
Yeah.
The song they sang in the song. Yeah. What do you know about this song?
Not much.
You know how to spell Cincinnati?
Yes.
Spell it.
Cincinnati. I got it right.
Should have heard this song, man. This song would have.
I heard it right.
Had it down. Hit the song, Figgy. Hit the.
I come from Cincinnati.
I had it right.
The best town in Ohio, USA. At first they called it Cincy.
I don't think it's the best town in Ohio, though. I don't even think it's top 5, if we're being honest.
I'll take Cleveland. I'll take the land.
I'll take Cleveland. I'll take Brunswick.
Columbus.
I'll take Berea. I'll take Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, it might not be top 10 in Ohio, honestly.
Cincinnati ain't even in Ohio, for real.
It's right on the Kentucky border.
Yeah, it's Cincinnati, Kentucky.
I've been to some festivals in Akron and all that. Oh, listen to this guy. What? You know what he just did, Figgy?
Who?
Not this guy, Figgy.
What do you say? It's in Kentucky.
Just pulled the. Why don't you go to South Oklahoma?
Man, nobody respects Cincinnati
to be
in
fair,
Ohio, man.
A lot of times when I've gone to Cincinnati,
their airport is in Kentucky.
Yeah, you fly into Kentucky.
Their airport is in Kentucky.
Yeah. Get out of here, Cincinnati. Cincinnati's kind of a garbage town.
Come on, don't do this. We're doing this town on town
I ain't about
stuff.
to do all that.
We're doing the town on town stuff. God, what is this?
You know I hate that
You want to do 5 reasons I hate Cincinnati?
No. You know I hate that stuff. We avoided it with the Rangers and all that. But some things are just true.
Come on. Get this out of here.
Jacksonville.
I thought you were above this crap.
I am.
We're doing this town on town stuff.
But I'm being honest. Figgy, be honest.
Goodness gracious. I might say it's not top 10, but it's a crap town. What the hell's wrong with you?
Figgy doesn't want to be canceled.
Listen to this guy.
I'm just being honest. The reason I sit in this chair is because I try to be as honest just like you every day.
Yeah, but you know what? We don't need to.
Sometimes honesty hurts.
It might not be a top 10 in a state, but it's a crap town. We're calling it a crap town. Come on.
It's a crap town.
Man, one of my favorite athletes of all time is from Cincinnati.
Good.
A big part of this show, too.
Good.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Adrian Bronner, man. Ohio, stand up. Did you ever talk bad about Adrian Bronner's hometown?
I love Ohio. I love Cleveland. Had some great times in
Cleveland's
Columbus.
underrated.
Cleveland's very underrated.
That downtown, man, Cleveland is underrated.
Everything about Cleveland is underrated.
Underrated.
Yeah.
I'm shocked y'all saying that, man. A lot of people don't say that.
Cleveland is bad.
Mistake on the lake.
No.
The stadium.
Mistake on the lake. That's all I hear.
Nah, you can go to every scene in a matter of like 10 minutes. It's like the downtown, the character. They got the ballpark, like
casino,
they got the baseball, the casino right there. Although
the racino.
That casino. There's a mall right there in that casino that I'd like to shop at. Man, that goes hard. They got the Great Lakes Brewery. You can go across to the Heights. You can go downtown.
Yeah.
Cleveland's
the Flats.
Their downtown.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Their downtown's better than Houston's.
I think. No,
yeah.
It
all
is.
3 of their sports stadiums are there. They have a casino. Every single vibe is there. Yes, their downtown
People
is better.
go downtown.
It's arguable.
People
It's
go
not
down.
Arguable. They got everything. Like it would be like NRG being there and everything being there.
I love Cleveland. I do.
Yeah, can you go to the casino here?
No, I
No,
wouldn't.
exactly.
We'll talk to Tillman about
The
that.
downtown is legit.
Yeah, it's always open.
Now you go 10 blocks past the downtown, you might get shot.
Yeah,
For sure. Shout out to the Facebook killer out there in Cleveland. But between Cleveland State University, where I used to hoop all the time, the Cleveland downtown is legit. Downtown Houston's fun, but it's not downtown Cleveland. You can't go gamble.
I love Cleveland. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
We didn't even mention that.
Yeah, right there. You're on a lake. You're looking at it.
We didn't even mention
legit.
that. Now, the mistake by the lake was Old Cleveland Municipal Stadium. That much is
Houston
true.
as a whole is better. I'm just saying downtown. Houston as a whole is better. Just downtown. Their downtown's legit.
Yeah, so I'm being very fair and very honest. Cincinnati's a crap town. It is. Crap town.
They got the casino too, though, man.
Whatever. Bunch of guys smoking no filters on the slot machines with their nickel.
Hey. Don't threaten me with a good time. Coming up, the CJ Stroud Love Fest is hitting a peak. You are about to hear 2 of the biggest displays of love from some of the loudest mouths in national media next.
CJ.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, the CJ Stroud Love Fest, it's hitting a peak. John McClain joining us in 18 minutes here on In the Loop for his weekly visit. We'll hear what he has to say about it. This was Pat McAfee and A.J. Hawk. A.J. Hawk, an Ohio State Buckeye legend, linebacker, one of the best that they've ever had. They were talking about CJ Stroud. This is a very entertaining back and forth. This was yesterday on ESPN following the Texans' 39-37 win. This is the back and forth between Pat McAfee and A.J. Hawk on C.J. Stroud as the National Love Fest continues.
Greatest Ohio State quarterback in the history of the NFL is happening right now, AJ. And we got a chance to watch him play against the Georgia Bulldogs down there at the college football playoff in Atlanta. As soon as we saw CJ do anything, though, we all, with right minds, said, boom, there's a Sunday quarterback right there. Then as the draft process was happening and Bryce Young was Steph Curry, remember? Yep. Bryce Young is the Steph Curry of football. You need to sign him. He's got to be the number one, obvious number one. Carolina's not working out. That's probably a lot more than just him. But this C.J. Stroud dude, you're an Ohio State legend. You see him from the beginning whenever Ohio State fans wanted him out of town, all the way through his development and his growth of who he is and who he's become. Did you know it was going to be like this down there in Houston? Did Ohio State fans know that this is what C.J. Stroud was going to do on Sundays in the men's league? He is phenomenal. Game-winning touchdown was in a bucket. He never blinked. And then at the very end of this, C.J. Stroud showcased his it factor and leads him on a game-winning drive. AJ, did you guys know this was coming out of Ohio State?
I definitely think everyone in Ohio State, they knew that this was a possibility. I think what is surprising, I guess, is how easy he's making it look. Like he makes it look like,
did you see that ball?
Like he's been there forever. Like he's been in the league for a long time doing this. Like he seems so comfortable in the pocket. I've mentioned on here multiple times, like the first time I got to go watch CJ play in person in the stadium and just watch how he handled himself in between the snaps, how he handled like the O-lineman, everything about it. Like he just seemed to always kind of be in control and be that level-headed dude that never is really too high or too low.
How he's bought into being the representative of Houston, phenomenal. Then you talk about him, his football IQ is seemingly through the roof. AQ Shipley texted me and said, hey, watching this Houston offense, coordinator doing a great job. It's like San Francisco 2.0 almost what's happening. And a quarterback has to make a lot of good decisions in those types of offenses. He's been doing it since the beginning.
Yes, he has. And A.J. Hawk, let's be honest, you did not know that. Like
no one did.
Yeah, nobody knew that. Nobody at Ohio State, et cetera. I thought it was put pretty well yesterday. I think it was Lance Zierlein that said that, you know, coming into the draft, and this was one of the biggest talking points, the debate was, okay, is C.J. Stroud what he was his entire time at Ohio State, or was that Georgia game something to anticipate? And I thought the best way that it was put was all of that Georgia tape has translated to the NFL. It's basically been like he's been playing that Georgia game for now 6-7 games. I know we're 8 games in, but 6 or 7 games it's looked like that Georgia game.
Yeah, Kirby Smart was Dean Smith.
Yeah. So what do you mean?
Like the only person ever to stop Michael Jordan was Dean Smith?
So
not Kirby Smart.
Yeah, what are we saying?
Ryan Day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about that. I might want to dump that. That was a bad effort by J-Lo right there. I don't know about that one.
You've heard that.
Yeah, but I don't. I mean, he wasn't like handcuffed. I mean, he did some things at Ohio State, I would say. Yeah.
But he let loose in the Georgia game, and boy, that it's accurate. And we're seeing all that.
Yeah. But A.J. Hawk didn't know this.
No. Nobody
knew
Anybody
this. I mean, if he knew this, he's going number 1 overall, the end.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the Texans are probably doing whatever the hell they can for it.
More.
Yeah.
Yeah, and everything they needed to. Anybody would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, if you would have known, like, we hear all this talk about tanking and all that. Like, if you would have known that you were going to get this or this effort was going to happen, it would have been tanking.
Yeah.
But one of the arguments with C.J. Stroud, even among the biggest supporters, was, well, you know, you got to get a quarterback, and if it's not Bryce, you can get C.J. And then I also think there was an element of this. I also think there was an element of, and this is good because you should be passionate about your squad. You should ride and die with your squad. I think there was an element of, we're not going to get Bryce, so we're just going to say he sucks, he's short, he's little, and we want C.J. Stroud. I think there was a little bit of that too.
Well, and there was also an element that was holding back C.J. Stroud of, Bryce Young was maybe not unanimous. In fact, he wasn't. But he was the consensus number 1 overall pick. And we talked about this. You and I did, and Figgy. Like, there's no guarantee that the number 2 overall pick is anything close to the number 1 overall pick. And there was all kinds of questions about other things in test, which was nonsense, and other stuff. There were legitimate. No one in their right mind would have predicted really anything close to this, much less this,
Then there's Craig Carton. Craig Carton's got takes as well. Formerly of WFAN, now has his own show on FS1. Here's what Craig Carton had to say about C.J. Stroud as the National Love Fest continues.
I know it's only been 9 games, but there's no doubt that the Houston Texans lucked out when Carolina took Bryce Young and they got C.J. Stroud sitting in their lap. He has turned around a bad franchise, and that shows you the importance of having a really good quarterback. He's top 10 in every category. Right now, he's got to be the runaway favorite for Rookie of the Year. And because he's playing so competently, the Houston Texans, just past the halfway point of this NFL season, are in the playoff conversation.
Well, he's mentioned playoffs. I think that's going to pick up considerably as we move forward, especially after the Cincinnati game.
Especially if they win the Cincinnati game.
If somehow they can win it, yeah. But, it's off the charts. Like, you can't go anywhere and find anybody not talking about C.J. Stroud.
I've kind of minimized this game because I don't think it's like an end-all, be-all situation. I think if you go 5-5 with the final 7, you have a chance to perhaps make the playoffs. But could this game be? Am I kind of underselling it? Because Cincinnati, they've been to a Super Bowl the last couple of years. They've been at multiple AFC championship games. They got one of the best young quarterbacks in the game. They're obviously a tier above the Texans, no matter what happens on Sunday. I think we can agree with that. Yeah. They're ahead of them in the process, etc. But much like when we saw the Texans go on the road in 2019 and win in Kansas City, and we said, okay, that was a big win. Perhaps this is a sign that the Texans are capable of going from good to great, because that was the rally cry. It was good to great. If you beat Kansas City, then you're at least showing signs and you're showing abilities to go from good to great. Ended up playing Kansas City in the playoffs that year, blew the 24-0 lead. Rest is kind of history.
Yeah.
But could this be because Cincinnati is a team that's a game above you in this playoff push? Again, Cincinnati started off really rough because Joe Burrow was hurt. He couldn't walk. Mm-hmm. But could this be a measuring stick game to where if you win this game, you kind of solidify yourself as really bad to good instead of good to great, like really bad to good?
No, I think, that's one thing I mentioned in the very first segment today. Like, if, it's as much as it's all about C.J. Stroud and wow, what a player, it's going to turn into more of a discussion about this is a playoff team. This could be a playoff team in Houston. It's going to be C.J. Stroud leading them to the playoffs. It's going to be more discussion about DeMeco Ryans, more about Bobby Slowick. Both their stars are going to start to rise. It's absolutely kind of a litmus test because, and the other reason I'm not totally dismissing, as much as I think Cincinnati will win, as much as I'm not totally dismissing that the Texans could win here, is they're not going to get run off the field. I don't think they're going to get run off the field.
I think it would help if Jamar Chase doesn't play.
Yes.
I think it would be nice if you could just focus on T. Higgins. Now, if they have Higgins and Chase, that scares me a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, for sure. Higgins had another good game. He's having a good season.
Yeah, that would concern me. But if they don't have Jamar Chase, it's a completely different team.
Yeah.
So I think that could be kind of an equalizer. With all these injuries that we're talking about, by the way, Will Anderson was at the Rockets game yesterday. He was smiling, seemed okay. I don't know if he's going to be good or not, but I would be surprised if Will didn't go on Sunday. Who knows,
I would be
too. Who knows, though? But if Jamar Chase doesn't play, that equalizes out everything. That equalizes out all these injuries.
I just think, that this squad, how many times in the last few years have we gone into a game like, boy, this could get ugly, and oftentimes it did. I don't sense that with this team at all in any game. Like they're not going to get run off the field against anybody. They're not going to win them all, but they're going to have a chance to be in the game. That alone with C.J. Stroud, and we just saw it, gives you a chance, a puncher's chance, so to speak. So I don't want to pick the Texans in this game just if I want to be right, but I wouldn't be surprised. And that would change everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they're, 3 touchdown underdogs. They're a 7-point dog right now.
Yeah.
And they got a quarterback, and we've talked about this. They've got a quarterback that has a chance anytime that he gets the rock.
Exactly.
So we've learned that. We'll see what happens. He's going to Ohio. DeMeco Ryans, he's Bill Belichick right now. He's on to Cincinnati, and we all are. On to John McClain. John McClain is in the building. John McClain, that crazy SOB John McClain. He is here.
Why are you calling him a crazy SOB?
Is he not?
He can be.
Yeah.
He can be.
So we'll talk to that crazy SOB John McClain, find out what he thinks about the Texans.
You crazy SOB.
That's next.
No idea.
Hey, guys, tomorrow, man, we're
Line up, everybody. Stand up straight. Make sure you fit your hat. Fix your collar. Don't be looking all like that, man. The general coming. Make sure you don't back to him, man. Here he come.
John McClain is here. John, was that the best individual performance by a quarterback on Sunday, C.J. Stroud? Deshaun against the Bills kind of came to mind. Would you put that at the top? Would you put it in the conversation? If so, what else are you putting in the conversation?
Well, for Texans, yes, because they were losing players. They lose their kicker. They know they're going to throw. They can't run the ball worth a damn. So all the pressure's on him, and he keeps bringing them from behind. And the defense was awful, and they blow, I think, 4 leads, 3 in the second half. And then what he did on that last series was unbelievable. Now, Deshaun, when it came to certain plays, like getting kicked in the eye against the Raiders and throwing a touchdown pass, getting sandwiched by the blitzers against Buffalo, bailing out, completing the pass to Tywan Jones, set up the winning touchdown in overtime. Those were spectacular, but the only passing performance in Houston history that was better was Warren Moon in the Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium, 1990, rain, cold,
That's
wind,
the Titans.
and he threw for the second most yards in history.
I didn't say Titans' best performance. I'm talking about the Texans.
I told you it was best in Texans history.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about the Titans.
Well,
I know you want to talk about the Titans. I don't want to talk about the Titans.
I'm talking about the Oilers. So it was the second best I've ever seen in Houston history.
So where does this end for Deshaun Watson? People are
Deshaun Watson?
I mean, for C.J. Stroud.
We don't want to talk about Deshaun Watson.
Rent-free.
We want to talk about C.J. Stroud.
Rent-free.
You guys need to move on.
Lopez is struggling today.
For
you get Lopez some coffee.
I misspoke about Ryan Day. C.J. Stroud.
Dean Smith.
Yeah, it was the same reference. Where does it end for him? I mean, the Offensive Rookie of the Year award is a wrap, right?
Well, unless he gets hurt, of course.
Oh,
even if he gets
that.
There's a lot of media had been pushing Puka Nacua like crazy.
Come on.
I read a thing 2 weeks ago that he was a lock. This wasn't by an L.A. writer, it was a national writer, as Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Blogger.
And now, of course, everybody's saying it's wrapped up by Stroud. But Stroud had his worst game of the season the week before.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't mean he's not going to come back and have his worst game against Cincinnati, the best team they'll play the rest of the season. But what he did under the circumstances was an incredible performance, the best by a quarterback in the NFL this season. I've never seen anything like it because of the circumstances of not having any running game whatsoever, all 6 players leaving, including a kicker, him being a rookie, him being under a lot of pressure, and I thought it was just extraordinary.
Do you think that this game against Cincinnati is winnable? I know you. I can kind of sense you don't think they have a chance against Cincinnati.
I don't. I think, of course, every game's winnable. We see a lot of upsets, but the Bengals are red hot. They've won 4 in a row.
What if they don't have Jamar Chase?
Well, they didn't have him Sunday. Did they against Buffalo?
Yeah, he got hurt, though.
So
he landed on his back.
I don't think it makes a difference. I think
style.
the Bengals are on a roll. If the game was here, I'd say yeah. But they won at Jacksonville, but they've lost their last 2 on the road to bad to mediocre teams on field goals with no time left. You know, thinking about the defense with giving up 18.3 points a game, and they stopped the run again. They actually improved from 11 to 10, but the defense was scary bad against Baker Mayfield. So what's going to happen against Joe Burrow?
Yeah.
And but I can't. What's the spread? I know
7.
7. If they could come within a touchdown, I think they'd earn a lot of respect. And if they come within a touchdown, it says they got a chance.
Is this the best play calling you've seen since Gary Kubiak?
Well, not the week before, but it was in this game.
Just in general, just for the season.
Overall, yeah, Bobby Slowick's doing a great job. He's not going to get a head coaching job after one season as a coordinator, but if they keep it up, you know, every great head coach other than Joe Gibbs always is a great quarterback. And so DeMeco Ryans got one, Bobby Slowick's got one, and I think Slowick, it's amazing because they are terrible run blockers. They can't run at all. You can't win in the NFL consistently with having the kind of running game they have. But I got to ask Slowick, do y'all think the play where Singletary took pitch and then pitched
I was just saying that yesterday.
I was surprised they didn't ask that.
Called play?
I think it was. It looked like one because C.J. Stroud kind of took the spacing.
Yeah, because otherwise he wouldn't be running out there.
Yeah,
I was really surprised that wasn't asked.
And Hutchinson is a better runner on the end arounds than Tank Dell because he's bigger, he's stronger. The way he bowled his way for a first down at the end of that run.
Speed.
You know, their receivers are doing great. I'm going to write a column this week about the players they brought in this year and how we were all worried about wide receivers. It was the biggest need. They had to make it priority in the next draft, and they're doing pretty well. And but Hutchinson, I bet if he gets a chance, and he won't unless it's injuries. But if Hutchinson gets in there,
he was
based
in there.
on what we saw.
He was in there though.
I'm talking about a chance to catch the ball.
Oh, okay, but yeah, he was in there.
I think he'll do really well.
Yeah,
the Texans have 3 wide receivers, and I had to do the old double take on this, in the top 10 in the NFL in yards per catch. 3
explosive plays.
Yeah,
and like Noah Brown, it was a perfectly thrown crossing route. He picks up the block from Dell, sprints down the sideline. There was a thing I saw a graphic of CeeDee Lamb, Noah Brown, Dalton Schultz, and Amari Cooper were among the top 5, and 4 of them played for the Cowboys.
Yeah, and can I interest you in a stat real quick? I think this is kind of funny. Remember Brandon Cooks, Jack Easterby's disciple, the Kool-Aid drinker?
Squat.
Yeah, that Jim Jones following type relationship they had. So Noah Brown in 4 games. This is Noah Brown in 4 games, okay? 14 catches, 267 yards, 19.1 yards per catch, 1 touchdown. That's 4 games. Brandon Cooks has 3 more receptions, 17. He has 102 less yards, 165 to 267. He's averaging 9.7 yards per catch to Noah Brown's 19.1. And Noah Brown has 1 touchdown. Cooks has 2 in 7 games.
Yeah.
That is 3 more games.
Yeah. By the way, the 3 receivers are Noah Brown, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell. None of them average fewer than 15.1 yards a catch.
Doing their thing.
Yeah. All the receivers together average 15.5 yards a game Sunday.
Yeah.
That includes short passes. That includes Beck's 1-yard gain. It's amazing now. I couldn't believe Tampa didn't come out and play some defense the way Carolina did. They blitzed. They were third in the league in blitzing, and they played a lot of zone. They come out with one safety, daring him to throw the ball down the field, and he did. And I wouldn't, if I'm a team, I'm playing deep to guard against that like Carolina did, and daring them to run against the 6 people in the box.
Mm-hmm. You think they're going to try to run the ball against Cincinnati since Cincinnati's so bad against the run? Are we going to see? I know that they need to be a pass-first team. Like, it's CJ's team.
Absolutely.
He throws well early. I get it. But do you think that this is kind of an opportunity, though, this week to run the ball at least a little bit better than they have?
Carolina was 31st against the run, and they couldn't run on them. And
I think Cincinnati's 27th.
And Cincinnati's 27th. The Bengals' stats across the board are not good, and yet they've won 4 in a row. And they're going to try, but he's going to have to be pulling rabbits out of the hat. Things to do to try to keep them off balance. The reverse is to Tank Dell now that everybody's ready for him.
Yeah.
I like on Hutchinson's, they faked to Dell and gave it to Hutchinson, and everybody stopped thinking Dell was going to get the ball. I like to see him throw him first down, even if it's 3 yards. That's better than a run for
Absolutely,
this team.
100%. At what point, don't they just at this point have to realize this is what they are? Landry references, I've been talking about it for a while. This is a pass-first team. You don't give up the run. You talk about you have to be able to run the ball, but at some point you have to just know who you are.
Well, I think they know. They can't run the ball. They can't run block. The linemen deserve praise for their pass protection, but they can't run block. Titus should be playing right tackle. They think that because Fant's playing better. I can't remember if his next-gen stats or Pro Football Focus that Dieter was the highest-graded player they had in the offensive line, run blocking and pass protecting.
Look at this video. Watch Titus Howard right here. I just want your live reaction. You see Titus?
Mm-hmm.
Watch this.
Yeah, it was not pretty. It was not pretty at all. He's just...
Oh, my goodness.
I'll show it to the people.
Don't you know he
I'll
got some grief
on YouTube.
Some grief from his teammates when they watched that.
Yeah.
But Titus is a right tackle. He's not a left guard, but they say they want the 5 best. But I don't know that they are going to be able to run block any better. You can't just wave a magic wand and make them into something they're not. So throw a lot of short passes, make them respect the short one, then hit them down the field. They work the crossing routes like crazy. Based on the way they did Sunday, I'm thinking Robert Woods will stay out until you're 120%.
Yeah, hang out. Chill.
Get right. I'm with you, man.
Get right, baby.
Yeah. Noah Brown, I thought, okay, he might be all right. He'll be a good blocker. This guy is like Nico out there just stretching the field. It's great.
He's 225, 6'2". Dalton Schultz said yesterday, I wish you guys could have seen how far Noah has come.
Yeah.
And he had come before him and talked about his maturity as a player. Because where did he go to school?
Ohio State. Oh, barely caught the ball. I don't think he had 40 catches. And he worked his way on the Cowboys as a blocker and special teamer.
He had a long way to come, and he got better last year when he got an opportunity to play. And then Cowboys let him go, and the Texans got him. And no telling how much better he's going to get.
He definitely had a long way to come. 33 yards, 33 catches at Ohio State.
Wow.
Yeah. Like a porn star.
That is amazing.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Worked his way onto a squad. 33 catches. Jersey guy, man. He's been in the league now, 6-7 years?
Yeah.
How about that? And he's one of the leaders. I think that was the biggest play of the game. I've said this because the way that they were going to have to sustain drives, the fact that they could have some breathing room, was a 2-possession game, and they could go back to the sidelines and kind of gather themselves. I thought that was actually the biggest play of the game because I feel like it takes a lot out of you when you have to sustain drives the way that they had to, which is what made it even more impressive. But the fact that he just turned up field, Tank Dell gave him the block, boom, biggest play of the game for me.
Gave them the jump start they needed in the second half. To me, the biggest play is the pass to Dell. But other than the pass to Dell,
which one?
The game winner
was pretty incredible.
The sideline one?
Yeah, that's what
the
I'm talking
sideline
about.
one.
That's the one I'm talking about.
To set up the touchdown was unbelievable.
Yeah,
the one that he threw, the first touchdown was perfectly thrown, but the one with Brown turned the game around.
So, Dare Ogunbowale, what he did, you talk about, you've never seen anything like
amazing.
What compares to that?
Well, Justin Reed, he fooled around the kicker and kicked. I think he missed
That was a pressure
He
kick.
missed a field goal and was always dying to kick, and he kicked all the time in practice just because he liked doing it. But Agumbawale, and it was funny, I taped every post-game national, local. Those national guys, they struggled, and a couple of locals, about pronouncing Agumbawale.
Yeah.
And but for a guy, he came into the league in 17, and he got cut, bounced around, came back. The players were so happy for him because, it's one thing to come in as a second overall pick in the draft.
Yeah.
But when you bounced around like a pinball and you get a moment you never anticipated in your life and you come through, is one of the greatest moments in franchise history.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Are we throwing out the P word? Are we throwing out the word playoffs or not?
I think it's
playoffs.
Not unfair. They should lose this one, be 4-5, beat Arizona 5-5. Then they got what? Denver and Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, then Denver.
That Jacksonville, they need. If they could beat the Jaguars again, they were talking division title, because then it'd be like 3 because of the tiebreaker. And so yes, I think the Texans are definitely a playoff contender. Sean Pendergast had said before the season he'd like at some point when they're putting the playoff teams up and those seeing the Texans in the hunt. Well, they're in the hunt.
Yeah, get them in the hunt. There you go. And I can't wait for this game this week. On to Cincinnati, Patriot Way, baby. That's what we're doing. It's the Patriot Way for 5 days. On to Cincinnati, just like Bill Belichick, baby. That's what we're doing.
As somebody pointed out, everybody's learning the Patriot Way was the Brady Way, and the Patriot Way is dead.
Dead.
Well, it's alive right now because on to Cincinnati. Didn't you hear Belichick say that? On to Cincinnati.
Yep, and that's what Stroud said.
And that's what DeMeco said. Patriot Way alive. Nick Caserio is giddy as hell in those halls right now.
Cincinnati.
The little taste of the Patriot Way, alive and well. On to Cincinnati. On to the Bengals. John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Who's the best team in the league right now?
Record-wise, it would be Philadelphia. I don't think there's anybody in the NFC close to them. 49ers. They could lose to Jacksonville for 4 losses in a row. In the AFC, it's Baltimore, Kansas City. I still think the Bengals.
The
Bengals are
keep
the hot
winning.
Yeah.
The Bengals will keep winning. I don't put Jacksonville in the same class as them. Miami, no way.
So
I saw somebody yesterday
10
writing
teams.
in a national publication that Mike McDaniel is the leader for Coach of the Year. There's no way Mike McDaniel is the leader anymore. He can't beat a winning team.
I think for his last 6 against.
So since I picked Baltimore before the season, I'm going to say Baltimore.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think Mike McDaniel is in that conversation.
No, not anymore.
No.
And really, is Dan Campbell?
To be determined, I think.
He's up there.
Yeah, he's up there. It's to be determined.
He's up there. I think John Harbaugh needs a lot of credit, man.
He does.
They completely changed everything.
He fired his coordinators last year. He's got new ones. He's got that Mike McDonald's defense is the best in the NFL. They're blowing people out at home, and they're built for bad weather. They just rushed for 298 yards, even though they lost their best running back before the season. They've got balance. Like Miami, they lose these 3 games when the weather's good. What are they going to do when they're playing and the weather's bad?
Right.
But they haven't beaten a team with a winning record, or Tua has in like over 400 days.
Wow.
Yeah, I think for their last 6. I think maybe this year or something.
So the other thing about it with we're with John McClain here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Like if you start looking at like the playoff race with the Texans, 4 teams in the AFC North right now are all in the playoff picture. They're going to beat each other up.
Of course they are.
They're going to beat each other up. Like they're going to.
Worst record is 4-3, right?
Yeah, and I think Pittsburgh and Cleveland, like it's only a matter. I mean, their ceiling's kind of limited because.
Too bad they can't.
On offense.
Pittsburgh's defense, of course, is really good. Cleveland's is great. I mean, great. And Texans need the Browns to lose, of course. But right now, it's between, to me, Cincinnati and Baltimore.
For sure. And in Baltimore, man, they ran the ball. They went 298 the other day.
How many games does it take the Texans to run for 298?
298.
We were talking about that yesterday.
3+.
Yeah.
3+. For sure. It's 3 or 4 plus. Yeah,
Probably 4, right?
No, it's what are they getting? 81?
90.1.
Texans are getting 90.1?
I think.
Damn, that's impressive.
Somewhere in
higher
there.
than I thought.
But they've been sliding pretty bad lately.
Yeah, pretty
I
bad.
think at one point they were 22 or 23, averaging 91. It's amazing when you think about other teams running the ball worse than the Texans.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really wild. John McClain with us, the great John McClain, here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
87 now.
87. All right. So, yeah. So, three
And what are
plus.
they, like 27th now?
They are 28th.
I was listening to a national person
3.5
yesterday
games.
saying that Texans' running game was great last year, and they were
Yeah.
32nd.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of stuff like
Great.
that. Sometimes it's hard to follow everything. World famous McClain Leg Hiking, one of the best segments of the week, and we got a lot to get into next.
That new vehicle. You want it. You know you want it, but you have your.
John McClain saying, "Thank you, Faggy."
All right, world famous McClain leg hiking. Concept very simple. We throw takes at John McClain, not necessarily our own. He either agrees or he hikes the leg. Texans have a shot against the Cincinnati Bengals.
I get Figgy. The Bengals are going to beat them. Y'all think they have a shot to beat them?
I think they got a shot. Yeah.
Sure. If Jamar Chase is out, for sure.
Yeah.
If Jamar Chase is out, yes.
C.J. Stroud will finish top 3 in MVP voting.
I get Figgy. I don't think. Everybody's talking now about one of the wide receivers, Tyreek Hill or A.J. Brown. Give me a break. Wide receiver's not going to win it. It's going to be one of the quarterbacks.
Well, it's good to know the voters are so damn close-minded. Goodness gracious.
It's going to be a quarterback.
This is the week where the Texans run the ball effectively against that dog-butted Cincinnati Bengals run defense.
I get Figgy. 2 years ago, Carolina was 31st in the NFL, had no wins. They couldn't run it against them.
The Texans should keep at least a 2-to-1 ratio passing on first down.
Oh, absolutely. I agree 100%. Even if it's 3 yards, it's an improvement over the way they're going to run. Now, people look at the rushing stats in the second half and go, wow, they rushed for 46 yards. But
first of all, that's
Stroud
a wow.
and I know. It's how desperate they are.
Yeah.
Stroud and Hutchinson had 22 of those.
Yeah.
Skyline Chili is A-OK with John McClain.
Yeah, A-OK. It's not. I don't think it's. I think it's overrated. A-OK.
Yes, it is.
It's definitely overrated. I love their barbecue up there at the barbecue at the Montgomery
I don't know how
Inn.
much barbecue I've had in Cincinnati.
At the Montgomery Inn, there's 2 of them, and it's great. But the Skyline Chili, those are fighting words.
You said their barbecue's great?
Barbecue's fantastic. At the Montgomery Inn, I've never had it anywhere else.
Okay. Titus Howard has to go back to tackle.
Well, he does, but he should be a tackle. He shouldn't be a left guard. Maybe Fant could play left guard, but
what are they going to do?
They're going to keep.
Brother, come on.
They're going to keep doing the same stuff. And they're going to hope they keep winning, and a rookie quarterback bails out the passing.
He looked up
You're
that
telling,
barbecue
you're
place.
telling me that's fantastic? Look at this picture, Lopez.
Oh, man, I can do that in my
As soon
sleep.
as we got to Cincinnati, they ran to the Montgomery Inn to eat their barbecue.
Damn, the McRib is back. Holy crap. Are you kidding me?
It is great.
Man, you must have been hammered.
Great.
You must have been trashed, man. You must have been drunk as hell.
You've never even been there.
I mean, I'm looking at this picture right here. I mean,
You
my
base
goodness.
on food, on pictures?
Yes, it's kind of important. The McRib is back. Look at this.
Dang, that's harsh. That is harsh.
Goodness gracious. What is that sauce? Is that freaking Big Red? Cheering in the press box is a massive no-no.
Absolutely it is. They announce it before every game. They're cheering in the press box. Usually they threaten to take your press pass.
Yeah, I heard there was a little controversy about that.
Threaten to take your press
Andre
pass.
Ware up there or something?
I was in the suite. Nah, Andre just
He's
needs
in the
to-
broadcast
He needs to
booth.
quit clapping when Vandy's calling the game. He just needs to quit. But yeah, apparently there
Well,
was
they're
some
in the
cheering.
broadcast booth. They're not in the press box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they work for the squad.
That's an absolute no-no.
Absolute no-no.
Absolute no-no. If Daria Gumboali does not win Special Teams Player of the Week, they should do away with the award.
I agree. Peter King had him as his special teams player of the week in his Football in America column. I can't imagine somebody else would get it.
Figgy, you got to look.
What
at
he
these
did
ribs
was
during the
historic.
It was historic.
break. You got to look at these ribs for real. They served them with potato chips. Look at that side.
They have no real bones in them.
Homie, look at that.
It's not what they serve. They ordered that.
Boneless
It's
ribs.
size just like everything else. Why don't
Every
you order
single one
something
I see have
and
potato
have them
chips.
ship it down here?
Look, every single one I see has those potato
A
chips.
lot of people like their potato chips, I guess. I've never had them.
Oh, my God. I'm offended.
That's Cincinnati for you.
You just
You're
lost.
offended and you've never tried it. You ever even been to Cincinnati? Of course not.
Yes, I have. I have.
Well, you should have gone to the barbecue inn.
Man,
I'm
my goodness.
sorry. I get in the barbecue in here in Montgomery Inn.
Yeah, the Montgomery.
Miss Vicky, you gotta see this
Everybody that used to go up there in the media loves the Montgomery Inn.
You got to check this out, man. Well, because it's
What's
on the
next?
damn water.
People don't give a damn.
It's cool. It's on the water.
The
It's a
original's
cool vibe.
not on the water.
Right there. It's right there. Look, it's right there on
The
the
original's not on the water. That's where I go.
I'm looking at their menu. The original world famous pork loin back ribs. First of all, you don't do baby back. You should do St. Louis style, but that's
I don't know. I just know the barbecue is great.
Full slab,
and people listening don't give a damn about the Montgomery Inn. Give me some
You're
more.
not looking at the text line.
Give me a question about the Montgomery Inn barbecue.
Well, like they have their pork loin ribs. They have barbecue.
No, so I can
look at that salad.
Okay,
I can figure.
Look at that salad.
Let me read the sides first. These are the side dishes that go with the menu. Saratoga chips.
This side salad?
These are the sides. Saratoga chips, onion straws.
Oh, my God.
French fries, broccoli.
Oh, my.
Macaroni and cheese.
This is the barbecue sides.
Yeah, and a baked sweet potato. Baked sweet potato.
Never had it. Eat the barbecue.
The Montgomery Inn in Cincinnati is average at best.
Hike it, Figgy. It's great.
Great.
We need some fans that's going to the game to try to spot out.
I've eaten barbecue in Kansas City, all over Texas, Colorado. I've eaten barbecue a lot of places.
I think this
North Carolina.
Can I tell you my theory?
Yeah.
My theory is this is a when you were at your fattest. I feel like this is when you were fat.
First time I
soda.
went was 1980, and I weighed 180.
180 in 1980.
180 in 1980. How about you?
That's right, I did.
Were you
weighed 180, and I got married in 1988.
Were you?
All right, let's go. What else? I don't give a damn talking about how fat I was.
John McClain, back from 1980 to 1988, before he got married, was slinging it around like a champ.
That's fat.
Yeah! Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is a big one here. Texans fans are back.
Hike it, Figgy. There were a lot of empty seats and a lot of fans.
After the fact, I'm saying.
And a lot of fans left early. I don't understand. I guarantee you they won't be leaving early next time.
That's my point. Yeah, like the Texans fans now are back.
I want to see when they play Jacksonville, every seat full.
Yeah.
I can't imagine why they sell 68 or 70,000. Why they don't show up? They got a thing on their website where you can donate your tickets.
Yeah.
And people just don't use them.
The Rangers signing Shohei Ohtani would make John McClain happy.
Hike it, Figgy.
He's out there. It's out there. Aaron Rodgers will be the starting quarterback when the Texans face the Jets.
Hike it, Figgy. I don't think.
He didn't have his cast.
Jets are so bad right now. That offensive line would get him killed. I don't think there's any way they're going to trot him out there with that offensive line.
Well, they're pushing that he had a better QBR than Herbert yesterday.
Sure.
Matthew Berry put it out there, and I saw Jets fans, and I was like, man, I have a weird relationship with stats. Yeah. If you watch that game and you're trying to sell
you hear Troy
Zach
Aikman?
Wilson, dude, they weren't even like the chart. Herbert didn't even have to do anything.
Yeah, Troy Aikman just torched him at the end of that game.
He deserved
torched him. It was wild.
And Jets fans, he was,
and their line should be getting torched too.
Yeah, it's a rough watch. I actually think Robert Saleh might. I mean, if
their defense is good,
4-4, I'm actually really impressed. They're 4-4. They did a good job, but my goodness, absolute insanity. John McClain believes that the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to win the AFC South by not 1, not 2, but 3 games.
Well, I don't have any. Hike it, Figgy. I think they're going to win it. I think Texans are going to be the second best team, put heat on them, but I'm not going to say 3 games.
John McClain anticipates Thanksgiving dinner starting as soon as the month of November hits.
Hike it, Figgy. I started thinking about it about a week before when Carol tells me all the things she's going to be cooking.
What is Carol's go-to dishes? What does she make?
I'll just tell you what she makes every year. She has turkey. She's got stuffing. She has green bean casserole, mashed potatoes, sweet potatoes, macaroni and cheese, and rolls, and pecan pie, and pumpkin pie, and I guess that's
I'm getting the feeling now. I'm ready for it.
Let me get over
Anyone who puts up Christmas decorations before Thanksgiving should tarred, feathered, and dragged through the town square.
Hold on, man. Wait a minute.
I've seen a lot of them up already.
What an absolute slime you are.
What about Christmas music? Should they wait till
till
after
the day
Thanksgiving?
after Thanksgiving. The day after Thanksgiving. It doesn't have to be December.
Christmas is like 2 weeks after that.
It's not. It's a month.
Like 2 weeks after that.
It's a month.
Disrespectful for Thanksgiving.
Yes. Thanksgiving needs to be respected.
Thanksgiving's the best football holiday that there is.
Absolutely. Especially since they added that third game, especially since the Lions are good again. You know, usually the Lions were just there. I don't even know they play, and it's always fun to watch the Cowboys.
New Year's is making a comeback.
Hope they have a good primetime game.
Very much.
But, man, the primetime games and the game in Germany this week, my God, they're all awful.
They were awful, but New Year's weekend is making, or New Year's Day is making a big comeback now.
I'm guessing there'll be a lot of flexing too.
Yeah,
John, we appreciate you. Thank
I
you so
appreciate
much,
you guys having me on as always. Thank you very much, and have a great rest of the week.
That's the man, John McClain.
Man, Saratoga chips, they're proud of them. They're also an appetizer.
Brother, I can't wait till Figgy comes in.
I gotta
here and
get a
checks
load
this
of.
out.
I gotta get a load of these Saratoga chips.
I can't wait till Figgy comes in here and looks at this. Coming up, the hits are lit. Oh my gosh, a first for a long time now by another team in town. Plus the state of the NFL and something Texans fans should all be watching for. Manana, the hit.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so tomorrow is a big day. Let me lay this out for you. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Let me explain this. So tomorrow the Texans are going to practice.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get updates on who's practicing, who's not. That's going to give us the context. Then we're going to see the injury report. The injury report will tell us how hurt some of these guys are. By the way, they've already added Amendola to their practice squad. Not Danny, the kicker. Matt Amendola. So keep an eye on him to be kicking on Sunday in Cincinnati. But
former roughneck legend.
Yep. We will know if the Texans are going to have Will Anderson, if they're going to have Kaimi Fairbairn, if they're going to have Jimmy Ward, if they're going to have MJ Stewart, or at least are going to get the first clue as to whether or not they will. Meanwhile, in Cincinnati, the Texans' opponent on Sunday, Jamar Chase has a hurt back. If Jamar Chase doesn't play, that's a break. That cancels out everything, and that's a massive opportunity for you because now you can just focus on T. Higgins instead of having to worry about Higgins and Chase. And, oh, by the way, Chase's college teammate Derek Stingley, not sure he exists anymore. It's been 58 days.
I'm glad you brought that up. Give me a YouTube figgy, confidence level 1 to 5, that they will play on Sunday. I'm going to mention these names.
Oh,
yeah. I'm going to go through the list. Dameon Pierce.
1 to 10?
1 to 5.
1 to 5, probably like a 4.
Figgy?
I'm going to say 3.
I'm going to say 3. I just don't feel it. Kaimi Fairbairn.
0.
0? Me too. Robert Woods.
Probably about a 1-5, but I don't. I think they're
that low.
I think they'll err on the side of caution with him.
I'm going to say 3.
I'm going to say 1.
Derek Stingley.
Negative 6,743.
I'm not even going to say Juice Scruggs.
I was going to say the scale of Kenyon Green.
Yeah. Negative.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even mention him either.
Negative 13,755 trillion.
Chase.
0.
1.
Yeah, I was
going
to say 0.
I actually think the Texans kind of benefit right now because as much as C.J. Stroud has everyone's attention and as much as we're excited about the Texans, I think a lot of people, shout out to the Loopholes, if you listen, you are one, are excited. I don't think Jamar Chase looks at this and says, I really got to hurry up and get on the field.
Yeah, I got to get on the field, man.
So I think you kind of benefit where
it's the Texans.
Err on the side of caution. They're still the Texans.
I think the whole Bengals team is they're going to be told,
oh, yeah,
these guys are good. Are they? That's what they're thinking.
Yeah.
I
mean, they got Joe Cool. He's kind of in a rhythm right now. But, yeah, so tomorrow it's going to be interesting. Let's hear what DeMeco Ryans had to say about it yesterday when he met with the media types. Here's what DeMeco Ryans had to say about the status of the health of his ball club.
We'll see. Yeah, we have a lot going on with injuries. We'll get more of an update as our guys go and, get scans and things from the doctors, and we'll have an update later in the week.
All right. Well, we'll get that update tomorrow. It's going to be really, really wild. So the NFL through 9 weeks, we have 15 teams with a winning record. We have 14 teams with a losing record, and we have 3 teams, including the Houston Texans, Los Angeles Chargers, and Jets, who we saw yesterday, with the Chargers topping the Jets. They both fell to 500 like the Texans. 3 teams with a 500 record.
They're in the mix. They're entering the chat, so to speak, of the playoffs. This is the week, though. This is the week that if you can pull something off. By the way, I just noticed this. So the Bengals played Buffalo Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
Then they got Houston. After Houston, they go to Baltimore.
Yeah, it's tough.
They're kind of,
what if they overlook them?
And then Pittsburgh.
Yeah. What if they overlook them?
They go from Buffalo to Houston, then at Baltimore and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, maybe they gearing up for Baltimore.
Yeah.
And then also other news, Kyler Murray, barring a setback, will start Sunday. Why are we telling you that? Because the Sunday after that, Texans return home, hopefully in front of a full house. Kyler Murray could be starting against the Texans. I put this stat out earlier today, and I think it's interesting because Brandon Cooks, who was here for 3 years, he was probably the best receiver on the team for 3 years, wanted out of town after Jack Easterby left. He wanted to go drink some of that Jim Jones with him. Brandon Cooks right now in 7 games has 17 catches, 165 yards, 9.7 yards per carry, and 2 touchdowns. That's through 7 games. Noah Brown has 14 catches, so 3 less in 3 less games, 267 yards, 102 more yards than Cooks' 165. He's averaging nearly 10 more yards per catch, 19.1 to 9.7. And he has 1 fewer touchdown, 1 to 2. This is crazy because, we were talking about the Texans receivers and we were wondering, who's going to step up, et cetera. Oh, damn, who's going to fill the void of Brandon Cooks? There's 3 receivers, 4 if you count Dalton Schultz, that are outperforming Brandon Cooks. Now, are they Stroud made?
Yeah.
What does that mean? I don't know. But I think that's interesting. I mean, that's interesting because no one ever thought Brandon Cooks was like an unquestioned, solidified number 1 receiver. But he was the best guy here. Mm-hmm. And now, in a short time, C.J. Stroud comes, and there's 3 guys, 4 if you count the tight end, that are outperforming Brandon Cooks.
And that doesn't even count Robert Woods. Because Noah Brown, Nico Collins, Tank Dell are all in the top 10. I mentioned this stat earlier. In yards per catch. Top 10 in the league.
Yeah.
That's Air Slowick, man. I mean, it's
crazy. It's really crazy. I mean, because
who is that?
Air Slowick.
Oh, okay.
As in Air Coryell. That's stretching the field like crazy.
I thought you said Eric Slowick.
Air Slowick.
So Noah Brown was basically just dumped by the Cowboys. They didn't want him.
Yeah.
They traded for Brandon Cooks. So I put this stat. I think it's kind of relevant because Brandon Cooks played here the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Kavanaugh covers the Cowboys, does a good job. He's got his YouTube stream. He works at 97.1 The Freak there. He replied to my tweet. This is like weird, like Cowboys, like insecurity / I guess a lot of people do like chase clicks for Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
He said, Landry, why did you pick a Cowboys wide receiver to compare? There are so many teams.
He played here
3 years and wanted to be traded.
Yeah.
he acts like I was like talking about CD Lamb.
Yeah, right.
Like he was literally here for 3 years.
He wanted to go to the Cowboys.
I literally covered him. I literally asked him about the Jack Easterby thing. We literally had him on our show. He literally wore a Texans uniform. They literally signed him to an extension before the rebuild, and now he's with the Cowboys. Texans took the Cowboys scrap. It's the only guy to compare him to.
It is.
What the hell are you asking? There are so many other teams. All right, let me compare Noah Brown to Scary Terry in Washington. What the hell is he talking about? Goodness gracious. Rockets last night, they got a dub. 122-97, their second straight win over the Kings. Now, I want to say this. This is the first time they've been 3-3 since
a long time.
3 years ago, I think. Kings didn't have De'Aaron Fox the last two.
Wow, we're going there. I mean, they won.
Well, I mean, De'Aaron Fox, he's averaging 31 points
good.
this year. He averaged 25 last year. He's all NBA. So as long as the Rockets can play De'Aaron Fox or De'Aaron Fox-less Kings, I think they'll be okay.
They looked a little better. I watched.
And I'm enjoying watching them play, but I'm just saying, like, I do think it
pumped the brakes a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't even know if the brakes need to be pumped. I'm just saying, like, they beat Sacramento twice without De'Aaron Fox.
No, that's fair.
Pretty good. He's averaging 31. I think that's okay.
It's pretty good.
He was All-NBA third team last year. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I think they made the playoffs last year. Yeah, that's all right.
4 out of the last 5.
Yeah. Guy. I think that's pretty good. I don't know.
I think that is too. But I did check in on the Rockets a little bit yesterday. I was watching a lot of basketball yesterday, and you're starting to see some signs of
they're well coached.
Of Ime. Yeah. Udoka. A little better defense on the perimeter, a little better defense on fast breaks.
I mean,
a little better defense.
Hey,
no, they are.
Let's see him play someone else.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're just
the guy who has the ball in his hands 85, 90% of the time.
Still not altogether in with that.
We'll see. Let's see what happens there. That's a little
just an observation.
Rockets back.
No, just an observation.
No, I like what they got going, but man, De'Aaron Fox is pretty good. I think. It's a pretty good guy, pretty local guy, College football this weekend. Michigan traveling to Penn State. Michigan is just a 4.5-point favorite against Penn State. For me, maybe this is a hate bet because I've watched Penn State a couple times, and I think they have the worst offense that I've ever witnessed. I would bet on Michigan here. Like 4.5, I would bet on Michigan here significantly. Maybe I'm dumb.
No,
I think I'm going to put my money where my mouth is here. If you piggyback me This is not me just giving you betting advice without me doing it. I think I am going to go heavy on Michigan because I think Penn State cannot move the ball, and I think Michigan is good.
I absolutely agree. Penn State can't win these games. They're like right there.
They don't have any deep threat. They don't throw the ball deep. They're like Iowa now.
I mean, look what happened when at Ohio State. I mean, come on.
Lost years of my life watching.
They can't. They're just not there yet.
That was just really, really, really rough. Texas travels to TCU. Texas favored by 10 in that one. I would probably take that too. TCU stinks too. 10, okay. I'm just losing money here left and right probably.
You're much more down on Texas than I am, but you watch them a lot more.
They're not good, bro.
You watch more of them.
They're not good, bro. They're treading water. I'm telling you, man, they're not good, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I know that they're 8-1. I'm not. It's not a bit. I'm telling you, they're not good.
It's not a bit.
Caleb Williams in Oregon. Caleb Williams and USC are going to Oregon. Oregon is giving up 16.5 points.
Ooh,
I would take the 16.5.
They got a new defensive coordinator.
If you get,
they can't stop anybody.
Yeah, but is that bad?
But they can't stop anybody.
Okay, but
they're going to have 1 week to change things.
I would take you. Look, if you want to give me 17 points and USC's offense, I'll take it.
That's a lot. No, that's fair.
That's
a lot of points. But boy, I mean, they can't stop anyone.
I'm taking it
at USC, and I think they're just
the over under 73.5.
There's my point,
which is good.
Yeah, I think they're just deflated too. I mean, they had high hopes, and they're out of it. They're done. He's out of the Heisman. They're out of the race. It's Washington. It's Oregon. Who knows who else? But that's it.
It's Washington. It's Oregon. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And by the way, don't sleep on Oregon State.
Washington State is pretty decent.
That coach.
They're pretty good.
That coach started talking about mental health.
That doesn't mean they're not good.
Because Lee Corso said something?
Doesn't mean they're not good.
I'd
like to have a conversation.
I'd like to have a conversation with Lee Corso about mental health. Because he said that Washington State, no one wanted. How are you saying Washington State's good? What are you watching?
They're okay.
They're 4-5.
They're okay. I said they're okay.
Oregon State's 7-2. Oregon State's looking good, man.
Oregon State's playing well.
Oregon State's looking okay. Yeah, Pac-12. How about that? Rest in peace. 4-1 out. Colorado's got a uphill battle to get bowl eligible, by the way. They're 11-point dogs against Arizona. Shout out to Dion, though. He's still doing his thing. Don't let people set you up with unrealistic expectations and then hike their leg on what you did. Yeah. I said this after they beat TCU. Now people are just going to set it up like Dion's like a national championship contender. Shedeur Sanders is all of a sudden Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Don't let Colorado fans, Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, don't let people that set you up with unrealistic expectations drag you down. You're doing a hell of a job, sir.
No, I agree.
College football. Can't wait. Saturday. Already looking ahead to it.
It's going to be another, and it's just going to get better.
It does feel like it should be Wednesday today, though. Tuesday, I always get a grasp. It does feel like it should be Wednesday.
Does it?
I think so.
Not to me.
It feels like Wednesday to me.
Usually that feeling is kind of, all of us feel the same.
You just got back in town now.
Feels like a Tuesday to me.
You just got your legs under you.
I did. Damn, 10.5. They're dogs. Colorado. I got 10.5 and 11.
Yeah, they're up there. Those are the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the Patriot Way is alive and well. How big of a game is this, though? Are we kind of underplaying, underselling, which I've never really been accused of, the magnitude of this Cincinnati game? How big could this one be for C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans, and company? We'll talk about that. On to Cincinnati. On to Cincinnati. That's where we're at. We heard Bill Belichick say it. I know we don't like the Patriot way around here. We might need to adopt it for the next 5 days. This was Bill Belichick back in the day. On to Cincinnati.
We're on to Cincinnati.
What do you think having a 37-year-old?
We're on to Cincinnati. It's nothing about the past, nothing about the future. It's right now we're preparing for Cincinnati.
Okay, do you feel like the talent you have here is good?
We're getting ready for Cincinnati.
What is your responsibility?
I'm just asking, do you think you've done enough to help Tom Brady?
We're getting ready for Cincinnati. That's what we're doing.
So as you get ready for Cincinnati, does Tom Brady have the talent and protection around him to be on to Cincinnati and have that?
We're going to game plan and do the best we can to be ready to go Sunday night. We're getting ready for Cincinnati.
All right, we're getting ready for Cincinnati. So Bill Belichick said.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Okay.
I mean, yes, on okay. What are you saying?
All right.
I just don't like that.
Tell that to DeMeco.
No, DeMeco is saying it's time to no more patting on the back.
Don't tiptoe around what he said. Say what he said.
I'm not tiptoeing around anything.
What did he say?
I'm not tiptoeing around
on to
anything.
Cincinnati.
That's what he said.
He did use that term, but he's saying there's no time for pats on the back and all that. We have to, all the accolades you're getting, thinking that you're going to get, that you're so great. It's time to go move on to Cincinnati.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just not bring Bill Belichick into this thing.
I mean, I think it's a good mindset to have, and I think the coach agrees with me. Let's hear from him yesterday.
Congrats, it's over. Cincinnati, let's go to work. No, we don't care. Tampa Bay is over, it's done with. Everybody's going to pat you on the back, say you're the best in the world. Nobody cares. It's on to the next game. Tampa Bay game is not going to help us win. All right, Cincinnati. So everything, all of our preparation, everything that we're focused on right now is on to Cincinnati.
All right.
We're on to Cincinnati.
There you go. So like Belichick, like DeMeco, and I'm okay with it. But I do want to ask this.
Mm-hmm.
How big of a game would this be for the Texans? Now, Cincinnati's not playing their best. Cincinnati got off to a rough start. I think most of that had to do with Joe Burrow being hurt. He's took the bye as an opportunity to get healthy. How big of a win would this be, though? I don't think this is the Texans in 2019 going to Kansas City and winning or anything like that. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's, beating the Super Bowl champions and while you're trying to go from good to great. I don't think it's that significant. But if C.J. Stroud can go on the road to Cincinnati and beat Joe Burrow with the Texans a game back of Cincinnati in the playoff standings, how big of a win would this be? Would this be one we look back on? Is it just really like a small window, like bigger for the short term type of thing? Like, how big would that be? Because I'll tell you this right now. I don't want to speak for C.J. Stroud because he does a good job speaking for himself. He's one of the best that we've ever seen at the podium. I think it would mean a lot to him because you hear C.J. Stroud talk about a lot of guys, and a lot of times he'll say, yeah, that's my brother. That's my brother. That's one of my brothers. I feel like he has like 800 brothers in the NFL.
Yeah.
If you hear him talk about Joe Burrow, that is one of the guys that he idolizes. Like, he seems to look up to Joe Burrow. And we've seen him beat Pickett, garbage. Already has more touchdown passes than him in his short career. Trevor Lawrence, that's cool. Trevor Lawrence is a good player. Baker Mayfield, okay. That's tight. If he could go on the road and beat Joe Burrow, I think that would be perhaps C.J. Stroud. I know he's gotten a lot of records. He's set a lot of records. Also beat Derek Carr. But I think that would mean the most to C.J. Stroud. Like, I think that would be his proudest accomplishment, going on the road in the state where he played college ball and beating a guy and a team that's ahead of the Texans in the playoff standings and a pretty good squad that we still have high expectations for no matter what happens on Sunday. I think that would be perhaps the proudest accomplishment of C.J. Stroud in his historic start to his rookie season.
I'll take it a step further.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's you.
Buckle up.
I'm buckled.
Figgy, buckle up.
Buckled.
If they beat Cincinnati, you're going to start on a trajectory that this city hasn't seen in a long, long, long time.
And what does that mean?
Like it's going to fans are back. I think now.
You sure?
Yeah, I think.
Positive?
No, but I think. Now, you beat Cincinnati, you come back, and you're facing the Cardinals with Kyler Murray. I mean, all of a sudden, I think the trajectory just changes. Like, we've had so many moments this season, most of them around C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick probably would be the three, that have just kind of like been, sort of trajectory in small ways changing, You go to Cincinnati, you get to 5-4, and then you've got, and that's Joe Burrow.
Yeah, and you're looking 6-4 straight in the eyes.
Yes.
Then you got Arizona. Don't even know if they're trying to win. Now, they are playing Kyler Murray, but don't even know if they're really trying to win. They're trying to compete.
Like fans, the city, just buckle up.
I think it's a long-term thing, too.
Absolutely, it's a long-term thing. Absolutely, because then you've got you will have beaten. Now, look, let's be honest here. This is a huge, huge, huge if. But you beat Joe Burrow, go to 5-4. Then you get Kyler Murray. Then all of a sudden you got Trevor Lawrence. Then all of a sudden you got Russell Wilson, who's playing good football. And people don't notice it, but I think he's top 6 or 7 in quarterback rating this year in the entire NFL. So you go.
It's cute.
Look at the stats. Or look at the numbers. I think his touchdowns and interceptions like 16-4, something like that. It's more than cute. But forget what you think. You go, Joel.
What's that supposed to mean?
Because I'm saying
it's pretty nice.
Screw what you think.
Yeah,
Jeez.
Screw what you think.
Welcome to the show.
No, what I'm saying is you go Joe Burrow, Kyler Murray, then Trevor Lawrence, then Russell Wilson, with a chance easily to win the next 3 after the Cincinnati game. Buckle up. It's going to go nuts.
The final 7's laid out pretty nicely.
Yeah, it's going to be nuts.
It's laid out pretty nicely because you got the Titans twice, you got the Colts, you got the Broncos. You have a lot of winnable games. It's kind of weird. Like, you feel like their schedule's been like really hard so far?
It's been harder than it's going to get.
But doesn't this feel like if you were just thinking about a schedule, like wouldn't this feel like kind of like the easy part?
I love this schedule.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't even played consecutive home or road games. You should. Like,
and
it's
not
perfect.
really the great teams.
Yeah. So, but if we were just like, let's just say we didn't even know the whole schedule and we just had to take it week to week, and let's say like they unveiled the opponent on Tuesday. Based on what the Texans have been through right now, the first 8, wouldn't you think this would be the easy part, or hard, easy part of the schedule?
Yeah,
it's actually been the hard part.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you, man. I wouldn't put it past them. It's not likely, but you beat Cincinnati, all of a sudden everybody's imaginations start to go nuts.
Like how?
Like, man, they can win 9 games, 10 games.
Okay. I still think they can win 9 games with a loss to Cincinnati and a win against Arizona.
Well, and here's the other thing.
That's why I'm asking, because I'm minimizing this, and I'm looking at it as a 2-week thing where you get to 5-5, and then the final 7, if you can go 4-3 or something like that, you get to.
I mean, I'm just jotting down some things that are going to change. If you the dialogue that's going to change if you can beat Cincinnati.
But how is dialogue relevant? Or you're
well,
saying
it's not
like
just
relevant
dialogue.
relevant dialogue.
It's not just dialogue. It's reflection of what this club is doing all of a sudden.
You calling them a club?
I do that.
What the hell is wrong?
You always give me a hard time. It's a club. It's an organization. It's a club.
Team.
It's a team.
It's a program.
It is a program. It is a club.
Okay,
it
Casario.
is a team.
The program.
Fans go nuts, and that's more organic. That's more not necessarily stuff that translates onto the field. That's number one. Number two, you're talking legitimately playoffs. You're talking.
I'm talking that if they go 5-5.
Yeah, but like they beat Cincinnati, it's like legit. This is a playoff team.
Oh, you're in the driver's seat.
Yeah,
you're in the driver's seat.
The other thing, all these whispers, kind of back discussions about C.J. Stroud, MVP conversation.
Oh no,
legit. Like,
all right.
You can shrug.
You've ruined the moment.
You can shrug and roll your eyes all you want. Legit.
Okay.
All right.
No, that's fine. If that's where you want to take it, I'm more focused on the team.
That's part of the team.
You're focused on the end. I'm more focused on the
that's
squad.
Part of the team. It's a reflection of what this team is and what this quarterback is.
I'm looking at the name on the front.
Okay, Hardo. Coach of the year, DeMeco Ryans. That's in.
No, that's in.
That's in.
That's in the mix.
10-win season. That gets into the mix. I mean, like, everything changes. It's a huge if.
Well, what happens is that Jacksonville game becomes real interesting because Jacksonville, man, if San Francisco beat Jacksonville this week and you do steal this dub, woo-wee.
And that's the last thing. That's the last thing I jotted down. That Jacksonville all of a sudden is for the division lead. Could easily be for the division lead.
Yeah, they got San Fran.
Like San
Fran has lost 3 straight ball games.
I'm telling you, man. Like I don't expect it, but if it does happen, buckle up. It's going to get wild.
You're not dismissing it?
I'm not dismissing it. No way. Are you?
The Cincinnati game?
Yeah.
I want to see if Chase is playing or not.
Yeah.
I mean, he's talking like he's not. I don't think he's going to. I hope not.
I don't think he is.
And then you got Higgins versus Nelson, and then we can adjust accordingly and figure that out.
You can work with that.
Yeah, we can see what happens there.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, if they're missing now, if they have Chase,
yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's 7-11 as he calls.
Are you ready for this? If they win?
No, I'm going to be on to Arizona.
No, are you ready for everything that's going to happen
on to
around
Arizona?
Hell out of here.
No, I'm serious.
You're going to be rubbing those hands together.
6 days from now, I'll rub them together on Sunday, take it in, and then on to Arizona. I'm onto it, man.
Yeah.
You got to focus. You can't cancel out that dub. Got to get to 6-4 if that happens.
Okay, Bill.
On to Zona.
Yeah.
What I'm doing. On to Arizona.
The Landry way.
No rat poison.
The Landry way.
Hey. I'm telling you right now, I'm focused right now on this game.
Do your job.
I can't wait to see what
Do
goes
your
on.
job. No halftime show. I'm focused on the game.
Yeah.
They got to put on a master class this week. They just got to put on a master class. I do like the way the field looks, though, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like when they play, because even when Nuke was here, like when Nuke was here, and you had him doing his thing, and you had Will Fuller doing his thing. I guess for that little stretch of 2017 and 18, you felt pretty good. Like they could make plays all over the field. But even then, like they didn't have great tight end play at the time. It wasn't it wasn't awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have Dalton Schultz, who C.J. Stroud seems to trust in the biggest of situations. You got Tank, you got Nico, you got Brown. Like it does kind of feel like the whole field is open to where like you can make plays any area. It's not just, hey, let's stare down Nuke. And they did that a lot even when they had Will Fuller when it opened up. But it just seems like, man, these are coming from all over the place.
Well,
if only they had an elite running back.
Right.
Like, could you imagine if they just had a dog that could catch the ball out of the backfield and just completely add a whole nother element, or there was like a threat to run?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be scary.
You're Bill Belichick 2.0. So put on your Bill Belichick hat.
Okay.
Who on this offense are you taking away?
With the Texans?
You don't know who to take away.
Like, if you told me I had to take one person away,
it's like
but you can't take out the quarterback, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not like receivers, tight end,
like if I had
running
to take,
back.
If I had to
you know
take
how Bill
someone
Belichick
away?
always like took away your best player.
I would
Like,
take away Tank.
Yeah, but that's not exactly a recipe for success.
No, I know,
Yeah.
but I would take away Tank because I think that Nico. I would line up Nico man to man, and I would press Nico, and then I would take away Tank. Like wherever Tank is, just take Tank out. If I had to take someone away,
But it speaks to your point. Like if the field is wide open. Okay, take away Tank. There goes Noah Brown. Right down the sideline. There goes Nico. There goes Dalton Schultz splitting the safeties. So yeah, it's a benefit.
When did Dalton Schultz become such a pissed off jerk on the field? I like it. I did not know, but I mean, like, he is mean as hell out there now. Like he's pushing guys. He's like getting in their face.
Mm-hmm.
He's still a little bit stiff when he catches the rock, like at the yards after the catch, but he's pushing dudes. He's getting up. He's pointing. Like, that's our gamer buddy, man. Like that's just our friend of the show, gamer
He should be
buddy,
just sitting in his living room playing a game.
When did Dalton Schultz has become a mean SOB out there, and I kind of like it.
It's kind of hard not to.
When did
like
this
it.
happen? And maybe he just kind of sensed that they need some of that because the Texans need some of that. Like Nico plays mean. Like Nico runs very violent after he catches the rock. But Dalton's out there like, I mean, they don't have it on the O-line.
Yeah.
The Texans O-line, they damn sure don't have that.
Who's the real mean guy on the offensive
Dalton
line?
Schultz.
Yeah.
Like this team is such to where I think Dalton Schultz is the meanest guy on the squad on the offense.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
I don't think you are. I don't think you are. You sure it's not Titus?
I don't know. Like,
no, I'm kidding, of course.
Like Titus Howard, to me, like the way that he's playing, like, would you like? Let's say that you want to go home and you want to go and you're going to use the restroom.
Okay.
Would you invite people to come watch you use the restroom, take a dump? Would you?
What in the world?
What are we
I'm asking.
talking
Would
about?
you invite people?
I think the answer is no.
So you wouldn't invite people to watch you take a dump?
I would not.
Okay.
I can pretty much assure you of that.
Why the hell is Titus Howard giving away tickets?
Oh my God!
Man.
Come watch me. Hey.
Somebody clip this part and put it on.
Shut up, Figgy.
We'll be watching. Oh, you're gonna tag Titus.
Yeah.
What kind of teammate is Figgy?
I know he's gonna be tagging, throwing you under the bus.
Golly,
tagging.
That's what happened when we on YouTube.
What an absolute hater Figgy is. Good Lord.
Yeah.
What an absolute hater Figgy is.
By the way, speaking of YouTube, you got one guy that's in Team Bill Belichick 2.0. Landry.
They going hardo?
Every game is big. Got to be 1-0 every week.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Like these people, I'm saying these people aren't going to be like over the top giddy if they just about all the possibilities on the table.
Let's get you to the Cougs game. Oklahoma State's coming to town next week, and let's keep the vibe going that they had against Texas. A lot of people anticipated that there would be a lot of orange in the stands. You know what? That happened. There was more red than orange. Almost got the dub. They got the dub against Baylor. They got Cincinnati, a familiar foe, coming to town this week, and then next week Oklahoma State with Big 12 championship hopes. Cougs with an opportunity to play spoiler in front of hopefully a rowdy crowd that we want you to be a part of. Saturday, November 18th. Call now. Caller number 9 to 713-572-4610. That's caller number 9 to 713-572-4610. You are going to see the Oklahoma State Pokes come to town and take on the U of H Cougs in a now very rowdy TDECU atmosphere. Good luck. Coming up, Lunchtime Confessions. Lunchtime Confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during Lunchtime Confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I've been spending way too much time the last few breaks looking at the Montgomery Inn menu in Cincinnati.
Brother, it's whack.
If you weren't listening, John McClain, we were talking about how Skyline Chili is overrated. I think a lot of us agree on that. Well, they got great barbecue, and we both went like, "What? That's like the Mexican food I had in Mississippi over the weekend," which I didn't, because you don't do that. So I'm looking at the menu. I kind of think John McClain should be nominated for a slime ball here. And now maybe we're all wrong and he's right. But how do you have a barbecue restaurant where your most popular side and your most popular appetizer is potato chips? Okay, whatever. Maybe they're Idaho potato chips like they say on the menu, whatever. But there's no beans, no potato salad.
Dude, those ribs, it honestly looks like the McRib. I'm not just hating.
Yeah. And on their sides, no beans, no potato salad, no coleslaw. How is that a barbecue restaurant? Now, you might not like those sides.
I don't know.
And the desserts, like carrot cake, no cobbler.
Do we have this? Like, did we get McClain? What? Just play it.
I love the barbecue up there at the barbecue at the Montgomery Inn.
I don't know how much barbecue I've had in Cincinnati.
At the Montgomery Inn, there's 2 of them, and it's great. But the Skyline Chili, those are fighting words.
You said their barbecue's great?
Barbecue's fantastic. At the Montgomery Inn, I've never had it anywhere else.
You looked up that barbecue place.
You're telling me that's fantastic? Look at this picture, Lopez.
Oh, man, I can do that in my
sleep. As soon as we got to Cincinnati, we ran to the Montgomery Inn to eat their barbecue.
Damn, the McRib is back. Holy crap. Are you kidding me?
Ran to the Montgomery Inn.
Dude.
Come on now.
It's terrible. Like, it looks awful.
Figure you might want to hit that.
Oh, no. This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime me.
Yeah.
To be fair, we haven't had it, and he has, but still.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the menu, and then the sides that they don't have, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Nah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Potato chips, bro.
Potato chips.
I'm excited for this Sunday night game next week between the Raiders and Jets. I know a lot of people are upset about it. I'm intrigued.
That should be flexed.
I like seeing the train wreck that is the Jets. I like just seeing Robert Saleh on the sidelines ticked off. Also, the Texans are 4-4, just like the Jets. Mm-hmm. I'm intrigued by this Raiders squad. I like the vibe that they got with Antonio Pierce. I wonder if they can stack some wins. A little Rich Bisaccia remix to where maybe Antonio Pierce coaches his way into that gig. I also like seeing my man Max Crosby get flowers. So a lot of Texans fans upset that it's not Texans-Bengals. I don't want to see the Texans in prime time yet. I want them to just keep playing ball under the radar. So I'm happy that Jets and Raiders is going to be the prime time game.
I'm happy for the Raiders, especially Max Crosby, that's for sure.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Along those same lines, and maybe this is just me being weird, I want Kyler Murray to play against the Texans, and I want Aaron Rodgers to play for the Jets when the Texans visit up there December 11th. If he can. He's talking about, yesterday he's like, give me a few weeks. He was telling some player from the opposing team, like, I want to see these guys against C.J. Stroud. I love it. No, I don't think so either. But nevertheless, I want to see CJ go head-to-head with Trevor Lawrence and Kyler Murray and Joe Burrow and all these guys. And if it's Aaron Rodgers, sure, I want to.
I'd rather see him against Zach Wilson, to be honest.
Nah. I want to. It's CJ Stroud we're talking about here, man. You know?
Aaron Rodgers is dead.
Aaron Rodgers, I don't think so.
He's going to be 40.
But if he's talking about it,
and now he's played his way into where he's like their savior. Like, you would honestly think that Tom Brady got hurt in his prime.
Yeah.
The way they're acting.
It's Jets fans. What do you expect?
Look at him throwing the ball.
Jets fans are a miserable
warming
lot.
up on the sidelines.
They're a miserable lot. That's for darn sure.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Manning cast ain't even a thought for me. I confess, it's not even an option at this point.
What's that?
They put clips of it still on. I don't know. They're not even in the same room. I don't know. Like,
what channel that come on?
I don't know. It's on like ESPN2 or ESPN News. Remember when a lot of Jamokes Lopez were talking about how, Manningcast is going to change the game. It's going to be the best thing ever. You ain't watching that no more.
I didn't say it was going to change the game.
You were pumped.
I was pumped. I didn't say it was going to change the game.
Like it was like going to revolutionize stuff.
I said, where'd you get that from?
Figgy.
I said it was going to revolutionize?
You were acting like this is going to be innovative. Manningcast, oh my God.
Well, I might have said it was innovative.
This is going to change the way we watch football. You know what it does? It made me appreciate real games more because these guys are awful. And by the way, these guys are lazy too. Get your ass on a private jet and take your ass in the same room and sit on a couch.
They don't have to.
Yeah, they just have to sit there and talk over
that's
each
the
other
part
and
I
have
didn't
all these
understand.
technical issues and stuff like that. Do y'all not have a producer at ESPN that can at least get someone some
I never understood that, man.
It's easy. Y'all,
this ain't the pandemic, man.
Send them a damn computer or something like that and just have them turn it on. It's only like a couple $1,000s to you. Aaron Rodgers' mic doesn't even work. You have all these guys skipping. Like, mail them a damn computer. This is embarrassing. Manningcast sucks. I'm glad it failed because guys like Lopez.
First of all, it hasn't failed. It's still thriving.
It's not thriving.
It is absolutely thriving.
It's clips right at this point.
Well, everything is clips.
Not the game.
The game clips.
I'm actually watching the game.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying some games that you don't see are still clips. Everything is clips. By the way, where else can you see Arnold Schwarzenegger feeding a donkey live?
I saw a picture of it.
Yeah.
I didn't have to watch that awful production. Why is he feeding donkeys?
I think he has a pet donkey.
Why?
Ask Arnold. I mean, I don't know.
Why is he on the show when I'm trying to watch football?
Why do I want to hear Arnold Schwarzenegger talk?
Y'all are such haters.
If I want to see Arnold Schwarzenegger, all I want to see him do is go shoot someone and kick him or do bad acting. I don't need to see him.
I just feel like the Mannings are not that entertaining to me. To sit there and watch them over a football game.
Let's get Sue Bird here to talk about the Seahawks. What do you think of Geno?
Why do y'all hate fun?
It's not
It's
fun.
not
It is fun.
It is not fun.
It is fun.
It is not fun.
The Mannings are not even funny to me.
Peyton Manning played his way into no matter what he does, he's funny with a lot of guys like Lopez.
Look, you can chastise me all you want.
He's gonna get a laugh no matter what.
Okay, hate on me because I like to have fun. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not fun.
I like to be entertained.
It's not fun.
What am I thinking? Being entertained.
Is that
not fun.
Is that more entertaining than the game?
Sometimes.
I'd rather watch the game.
Sometimes.
It's trash.
It's not.
It's the worst thing there is. Yes, just give me someone that's like even the Barstool stream is more entertaining than that. Like Peyton Manning sitting there with like his low.
The Barstool stream, the dude sitting on the couch?
Yes, it's way better.
You're out of your mind.
I don't watch it. I watch the game.
The Manning's sitting on the couch too.
What are the Mannings doing?
You watching the All 11?
What are the Mannings doing?
you and Figgy sit at home watching the All 11?
You mean 22?
All 22, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I'm watching football, guys.
And let's be real, man.
Let's talk about the run game.
This Manning cast was cool because Monday night
holding the edge.
Monday Night Football, they didn't really have a good team.
Yeah,
at
they
that
didn't
time.
have Joe and Troy.
Now
either.
they got Joe and Troy.
They had Steve Levy and Lewis
and left
Riddick
them in
and
the
whatever.
dust.
Yeah, now it's just crazy.
Y'all are ridiculous.
The Manning cast.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that I enjoy being entertained.
You are not entertained. by that.
Forgive me. I am. You got Arnold Schwarzenegger was feeding a donkey.
Who cares?
It's entertaining.
Who cares?
It's awful.
Over a football game, man.
Yeah. Y'all still got your high school helmets?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Anyone who does this, flat out, idiot.
Oh, God.
Idiot.
I'm nervous.
No, you would not do this. Well, maybe you would. So there's this thing going on social media right now because there is now a machine that can simulate labor contractions for men. They put these things on your stomach and your lower
my wife
abdomen.
will want me to do this.
And they simulate, and it's all happening because Mario Lopez did it.
Yeah.
And he buckled over in agony.
It wouldn't be that bad. Plus, let's be honest, they would exaggerate.
Hell no.
But I don't trust that it would be 100% accurate because I feel like they would exaggerate.
Doctors doing it.
Yeah, but the doctors would want they would exaggerate the pain.
Dude, simulated labor contractions?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people been doing this as like a joke and all that stuff.
Yes. Get the hell out. Who wants to do that? Yeah. Who wants to do that? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
With that said, I considered getting some simulated breasts to feed the baby type of thing. Like where you wrap them around you.
That might be worse.
No, but not walking around in them because
they've been around for a while.
There's nothing more guilty as a father. of a newborn where there's literally nothing you can do. And you start to feel like, okay, I'm just a slime ball who's just passing the baby
and you're just
off
sitting
no matter
there.
what. Yeah, it's like the baby, like the solution is nothing that you can produce. You can't produce it. But I've gotten to the point where she's eating more formula. And if you don't know, my daughter's she's going to be 3 months in a little less than 2 weeks. But she's gotten to the point where she'll drink the formula every once in a while, but sometimes they just want the breasts. They're addicted to breasts. They're addicted to breast milk sometimes. So
I'm a breast man.
the thing about it is that, like, you kind of just wonder, like, if I, like, simulate and, like, put like just some skin on skin, can I help more?
Yeah.
So I thought about it, but then I was like, nah, I don't want to do
You feel
this.
guilty that, like, it's okay, and you're just sitting there.
Nothing I can do.
If I did that, I'd get like a 36 double G. Which kid is yours? Oh, it's the one with the stretch marks on his jaw.
Do y'all have the Dolly Parton size?
36 double G.
I'm a breast man.
My kid would just have like all these stretch marks down his neck.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Okay, we're going over the top. That's my.
It's all good.
That's my.
It's all good.
No, I'm talking about what I'm about to say.
Okay.
That's my confession.
To what?
Well,
just talking about fake breasts.
Speaking of double G's, speaking of babies, we're having my granddaughter's first birthday at our house on Saturday.
Okay.
It's getting completely out of control.
Why is that?
There are now going to be 70 people at my house.
That's weird.
Family members. 70 people for a daughter.
Isn't that normal?
My granddaughter's. Well, we do have big
for
parties.
Your parties.
Yeah, we do have big
Get
parties.
the race card, please.
Yeah. Race card. We do have big parties.
That's kind of normal for your party.
I got to make 3 briskets. I'm making 3 briskets Thursday and Friday. In fact, I'm probably going to pick them up tomorrow at Texas Star Grill Shop because they have good ones there. And we're having a voting booth, which is like a camera booth. We're having like decorations, front yard, backyard, everywhere. I fully admit, but it is my first granddaughter. We are going way, way, way over the top with this thing. I'm sure I'll share pictures.
You got to do it for the first one.
Got to. Then
you got to do it for the second one.
Yeah, and then of course,
and then the third
can't leave the second one out. 70 people for a 1-year-old birthday party.
That's a lot.
Now, is this going to be like a kiddie birthday party, or it's just everything. Like a grown up gathering? And it's the baby's first birthday.
It's both. It's both. 3 briskets, all million sides. We're gonna have bunting. My wife brought bunting because it's like the theme is election. You know, vote for Natalie. You know, that kind of thing.
Man, our Hispanics got jokes, man. It's Hispanic here. He's taking it too far on the text line.
How's that?
What did he say?
You know what he said with 70 people. Good Lord. Come on, man.
It's just family.
Good Lord. He said, look at this freaking guy. Come on, man. That's
70 people in 4 cars.
Come on, man. What the hell is wrong with you? Good God.
Race car.
I got one more. And this is kind of Hispanic. Some would say it's not. Some would say it is not Hispanic. But I'm just being honest.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't mind getting a quick bite. The people that know me, shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. I'm not opposed to getting some fast food every once in a while. I'm not opposed to a quick bite.
Mm-hmm.
Pete Davidson might get me with this breakfast taco from Taco Bell. I kind of want to give it a shot. They're playing the hell out of it. I feel like I actually feel like it was good, really good, like self-deprecation because he's calling them out and he's like, how do y'all not have a breakfast taco? Y'all put a quesadilla inside a burrito and you don't even have a basic breakfast taco. Yeah. And then he gets the breakfast taco. He's up there. I feel like at some point Pete Davidson's going to get me to try this breakfast taco from Taco Bell.
Absolutely, he will.
At some point,
I'm just glad
it's going to happen.
I'm just glad it's something different. Like it's something that's not in every other meal that Taco Bell make.
Coming up, Air Slowick.
Air Slowick.
Lopez has a new nickname for Bobby Slowick. Well, we'll find out what y'all think about this nickname. Plus, is this going to be the norm, or are we going to see something different on Sunday when we go on to Cincinnati? In the Loop continues next.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Everybody likes a good nickname. Might not like this segment then, because we have a new nickname courtesy of John Lopez.
Great nickname.
713-572-4610. I want you to rate this nickname on the Twitch, on the YouTube, and on the text line. 713-572-4610. Scale of 1 to 10. Rate John Lopez's nickname that he has given your offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick.
The Savant?
Nah, that one's fine. We can get down with that. We can definitely make that work. But after Sunday, you got a new one for him, and I want you to just lay this out for the people. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one.
It's really for the Texans in general, based on what he's doing. Air Slowick. Air Slowick.
Okay.
Here's the point, though.
Air Slowick, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been saying it when it wasn't cool to say. This is a passing team. This has been a passing team. They kind of refused to get away from the run as much on first down for a while there, but now they've seen the light. They are a passing team, 470 yards worth on Sunday. John McClain actually agreed with me. It should be a 2-to-1 ratio of passing on first down. That's what they do. That's what they're best at. Can't run the ball. Throw the ball. Throw the ball. I mean, like 40 times, 35, 40 times. Do it. I mean, that's how you're going to win games. You know, and it goes back to, using your best players to make the most of every possession. And then the second part of this is not only is it Air Slowick in terms of C.J. Stroud, it's Air Slowick in terms of the teams that you're facing, the quarterbacks that you're facing that put points on the board, starting with Joe Burrow, and your receivers. Like, this is one of the most bizarre, awesome things of the entire season for the Texans is we thought the receivers were going to be bad.
Yeah, it was a big question mark to the point where I'm getting, like, whether it's on the stream, whether it's on the text line, you talk to people, fans outside the stadium, et cetera, Texans fans, and they say, when you start looking to the offseason, hey, should the Texans sign T. Higgins or should the Texans sign Mike Evans? Mm-hmm. And I'm like,
no.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some stuff they need, but I don't feel like they have an elite receiver, but I don't even feel like they need one right now. Like, if the first round comes around and you have an opportunity, because you want to talk about a good wide receiver draft.
Yeah.
Like, this is a good wide receiver draft. Like, if that opportunity presents itself to where you can maybe draft one and add him to the mix, I'm not opposed to it.
Mm-hmm.
But paying T. Higgins like a number one receiver, I'm not in that desperate of a mode. Giving Mike Evans a lot of money, I'm not in that desperate of a mode. I feel pretty decent about Tank Dell with 3 years remaining on his deal and Nico Collins with 1 on his. I don't even feel like wide receiver. Like, when we list needs, I don't put wide receiver in the top 3 heading into the draft.
I don't either. And like I said, we thought this team was going to be really bad at the wide receiver position. They're really, really good to the point where I don't think it's outrageous. Now, you're going to play him. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's outrageous to say, man, what do you do with Robert Woods when he comes back? Because Noah Brown, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz, all of them are just absolutely excelling right now. They're throwing the ball. They're all 3 of those dudes are all in the top 10 in yards per catch. They're stretching the field. What was it? 9 plays of more than 20 yards on Sunday.
21.
More than 21 yards on Sunday. Like, this is a passing team. You talk about what this team is going to need.
Yeah, but I think they're going to run the rock a little bit Sunday.
2-to-1. I want a 2-to-1 ratio.
2-to-1
on first down.
So 50-25.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking on first down?
On first down, 2 passes to every 1 run, because I think that's how you got to go with your strength. You got to go with your best player. And I'm not even just talking about C.J. Stroud.
Did you hear what DeMeco said about Singletary yesterday?
What did he say?
Felt like he ran the ball well.
I didn't hear that part. I was listening to DeMeco.
No, he said, I felt like Singletary ran the ball well the other day.
Was he talking about the second half?
Oh, no. Does Singletary get credit for the yards before the pitch to CJ?
No, it always goes. I looked that up a long, long time ago. Like, because back when the days they had the wishbone.
Yeah.
Like, the wishbone quarterback could run.
Like if Tommy Frazier ran out.
If Tommy Frazier could run 20 yards downfield, and if he pitched it to whomever.
Lawrence Phillips.
Yeah. And went for
He
another
was a good guy.
And went for another 5, Phillips would get 25 yards.
Oh, wow.
That was ridiculous. That's back in the day. Maybe
You say 25 years or 25 yards?
20. Both.
Oh, okay.
Both. They need to draft a running back.
They need to draft a running back. They need to pay a running back. They need running backs.
They need, like, your priority right now in terms of wide receiver, and you're going to have money. It's not, unless you're trying to just fill an exact need at the time, maybe because of injury or whatever. You're not going to pay money for a receiver.
What if they pay Derrick Henry for like 1 year? 1 year, $12 million, Derrick Henry. Or Austin Eckler. Or Saquon.
I would probably lean Saquon.
I mean, Saquon's the
more.
man, but
Yeah.
I got to think New York's got to be thinking like franchise tag. But like Saquon in this offense, like if they had Saquon,
Yeah.
I'm not saying there wouldn't be problems on the O line, but if you had Saquon, like you're going places.
Yeah. But see, they have the luxury to do that now.
Yeah, and it's cheap. Like running backs are cheap. Wide receivers are expensive as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are expensive as hell. Like T. Higgins is going to get paid.
Oh, it's
that's what happens in free agency. And sometimes you'll need to overpay things. Like you will need to, but with where the Texans are right now, if the wide receivers had been what we feared they would be, then maybe I would be talking myself into. Yeah, maybe you got to overpay T. Higgins and pay him like a number one receiver, even though he's never been one. Kind of like the Jags did with Christian Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
Except I think Higgins is probably going to get more than Christian Kirk. Obviously, because it's the year, but I think even proportionally, I think he's going to get more. But at this point, hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Don't you want to see this team throw the ball 35, 40 times? More so.
I want to see him be able to run the rock a little bit.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, I do think they need to be a little bit more. I mean, he had a perfect passer rating on first and second down.
Air Slowick, baby. Let's go. Let's do it.
I've
been calling for it for a month and a half.
Nah, Air Slowick.
Well, okay, you don't have to use the nickname, but let's do that. What I'm talking about, let's do that. And then you start looking down the road, like all these wide receivers. You know, we've not only did we think they weren't going to be real good, we all agreed they don't have a stud. You know, they don't have a go-to wide receiver. They don't need one. They've proved that. They don't need one in this offense right now. Whereas if you could add a running back, you know, then we're on to something. You know? What are you laughing at?
I just saw a funny quote. I don't even want to bring it up.
Well, you just did, man.
You just did.
God, I am so glad that we're out of this business.
Mm-hmm.
The blowhard coach business.
Well, you and Figgy were just doing it in the last segment.
We were just trying to
watch football, man.
So Bijan Robinson, okay?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
against the Vikings,
they said about him?
Against the Vikings, he got 11 carries for 51 yards. So he's not touching the ball. He's averaged 4 points. He's averaging 5 yards a carry this year.
Yeah.
This fool is averaging 5 yards a carry, and he's gotten 11 carries in the last 2 weeks.
But Landry, you're not.
He has 103 carries for 517 yards. You know what that blowhard Arthur Smith said?
You're not seeing the big picture here.
Arthur Smith asked about Bijan Robinson, 5 yards a carry, and he can't touch the ball. They got to the one the other day. They ran 3 plays. One of them was a reverse with the tight end. The other one was the other 2 running backs touching the ball.
Yeah.
You know what Arthur Smith said?
I do. I almost mentioned it a second.
He's excelling away from the ball.
That is so Bill O'Brien. That is so Bill O'Brien. See, it's you guys haven't. You guys don't watch the film. You're not seeing what he's doing away from the ball. I just rolled my eyes. And you're right. I'm glad we're out of that business.
Oh,
Rookies
my
just,
God.
They don't know anything.
I'm glad we're out of that
He's
business.
excelling away from the ball.
It's the things you don't see, Landry. It's the things you don't see.
Golly, man. Oh, my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
This is rough. They could use it back, though, man. They could definitely use it back. We'll see what happens, but thank God we're not in that business. Coming off of a tie, it's the headline showdown. Also go around the league. In the Loop continues on a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday next.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL first, though. Let's hear about DeMeco. Let's hear from DeMeco Ryans. There's been a lot of talk about fans leaving early. Look, I don't blame you. Kind of felt like it was going to be the same old the other day. 46 seconds left. Texans blow the lead. Texans lose. CJ Stroud said, not so fast, my friend. So I'm not looking down on you. Now, there's a lot of hardos that stayed that are calling you out. A lot of fans in the stands. How could you leave early? Well, probably won't be happening too much in the future. Will Kunkel, Fox 26. He asked DeMeco Ryans about this. Here's what DeMeco Ryans, head coach of your Houston Texans, had to say about the absence of fans and seats emptying with 46 seconds remaining.
It doesn't mean anything to me, right? If people want to be here, they'll show up, right? And if you want to stay through the entire game, you'll stay. So we just go play our game. We'll play till the clock says 0-0. We love our fans for showing up and being loud. I think that's where our fans really affected the game yesterday for us. Caused some penalties for them on offense, caused some timeouts to be called. So our fans matter. They affect the game. If they're in their stands and they're loud, it affects the game. But we're going to play till the clock says 0-0 no matter who's in the stands.
Great answer. I mean, that's how you do it. You don't want to alienate anybody, but make it clear that it helps, when they're that loud.
It is time for the headline showdown. It's been a rough year for Lopez.
It's been a great year for me.
He lost a few straight, and then
he lost
tied.
2 straight.
Yeah, and then he tied, which kind of felt like a loss a little bit. He's not what he used to be. It's okay. It happens.
I'm better than ever.
It happens, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Headline showdown.
Landry and his narratives.
Week 9.
Yep.
Here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Figgy's the judge. Lopez, man, it's not what he used to be.
I'm predicting this is going to be dominance.
Dominance. Well, you started out, 5-0 last week and then choked? Yeah.
No, it wasn't a choke.
Oh, it wasn't?
No, it wasn't a choke.
What was it?
It happens. Should have gone to review on some of them, but that's all right. I'm not going to blame the judge.
Let's start with the Texans. 39-37. Go ahead and give your CJ Stroud headline.
Oh, you don't think he should be in the headline?
No, I'm just saying.
I want to hear yours then.
No.
If you don't think CJ Stroud.
I'll
go first the rest of the way. I'll go first the rest. No.
Give your CJ Stroud headline. Give the CJ Stroud.
He said it.
Give the CJ Stroud headline.
You always trying to contaminate the judge.
Oh, so you are giving the CJ Stroud.
You're always trying to contaminate the judge. Go ahead, give your CJ Stroud headline. I want to hear your headline, because if it doesn't have CJ Stroud references or CJ Stroud in it, you should probably be disqualified. I'll go first the rest of the way. You go first on this one.
All right. From tanking to lose to tank for the win.
Okay.
Don't even act like that wasn't good. Look, I could see the heartbreak right there because I surprised you.
Have you heard my headline?
From tanking to lose to tank for the win.
Have you heard my headline? Run circles around that. How dare you doubt CJ and the Texans? It's spelled the same way as dare. How dare you doubt CJ and the Texans? That has everything from the game in one headline. Everything.
I got to go with the OG on this one. Okay. I like that one.
Okay. 1-0 Lopez. Titans fall to the Steelers 20-16.
Steelers hold the Mayo. You like that?
Say that again.
Steelers hold the Mayo.
Okay. Same Kenny, but Levis says Pickett.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
That was an easy one right there.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, mark that one.
All right.
That one might go in the Hall of Fame one day.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Chiefs 21, Dolphins 14.
Robert Brazil. Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Chiefs 21, Dolphins 14.
Dolphins have their worst moment in Germany. WURST. Dolphins have their worst moment in Germany.
Is that like an accent?
Like verse. Sausage. They were in Germany? Wurstfest?
Never been. Okay. I mean, I'm not questioning. I'm just asking. I'm just trying to understand. Yeah. I'm sure it was
great. You need
great.
to get out more.
I'm sure it was great. I've never been to Germany.
Wurstfest? You've never heard of Wurstfest?
No idea what you're saying. That's good.
You've never heard of Wurstfest or Wurst sausage?
No, it was a good theme. I liked it.
Bratwurst?
No, I liked it.
Yeah.
I liked it. I
Dolphins
liked it
have their Wurst moment in Germany.
Okay. That's fantastic, man. I like it.
Yeah.
Cheetah extinct, defense elite.
I'm gonna go with Landry on this one.
Yeah, that was easy. That was.
I'm just interested to see how you're going to try to dump a bunch of crap on my headline before you give yours.
No,
that's a tactic.
I was trying to understand.
And see, all of that bull jive y'all doing, I'm not paying attention to.
Yeah,
that.
but
I'm listening to the headline.
I'm not questioning your integrity. He is.
No.
I'm trying to understand.
I'm
what
not
you're
questioning
saying.
everything Landry's saying is not contaminating my.
I'm not questioning.
It is literally a explanation that I am asking for, and that's it. I'm trying to appreciate the art.
Trying to understand it. Okay.
I'm trying to appreciate the art. That's all I'm doing.
Say what? What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't understand it. Never heard of it. Wurstfest? Bratwurst? What's that? I don't doubt Figgy, but you're like after every headline, you're trying to like angle.
I am not. I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand.
Okay. What's the next one?
Vikings 31, Falcons 28.
No, this has got to be about Arthur Smith. Okay.
He shaved his mustache, by the way. Did you see that?
I did not.
That's how he shaved his mustache after this loss.
Oh, that'll change things. Okay.
And you know why? You know how you know he's a jackass?
How's that?
Because he shaves his mustache in November because he's like just such like a contrarian slime weirdo.
What is it? No shave November. King Arthur? More like B. Arthur.
Off with this to get rid of his ass.
I'm gonna go with Landry on this one.
Okay.
You have any commentary, Dad? You good?
Oh, I don't do what you do.
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to stay focused. Browns 27, Cardinals 0.
Cardinals can't carry a tune.
Servant leader over bottom feeders.
I gotta go with the OG on this one.
Clayton Tune, baby.
Is this NFL Blitz back in the day? Keep game close on?
Yeah.
Packers 20, Rams 3.
You need to be asking yourself that. Y'all the ones that's keeping it close.
Packers 20, Rams 3.
Packers win. I'm absolutely LaFloored.
Setting football back. Where is Lombardi?
I'm gonna go with the OG on this one.
3-3. Commanders 20, Patriots 17.
Yo, Bill Belichick, do your job. He might get fired during the season.
Okay.
Read Boston Globe.
Okay.
Yeah.
A dub, no edge dudes needed. They traded their DNs.
I'm gonna go with Landry on this one.
Bears fall to the Saints 24-17.
Taysom Hill had a huge game.
He had a huge game, and I set him on my bench.
Ooh. Bears, Taysom's like chicken. Again, I mostly write these just for my own entertainment.
Yeah.
Bears, Taysom's like chicken.
I write them for the people, but, it's just me.
Oh, the people enjoy them.
Taysom makes Bears taste them.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Ravens 37, Seahawks 3.
It's time to start raving about that running game.
Grunge Town, ground and pound.
I'm going to go with Lopez on this one.
Colts top the Panthers 27-13.
All right. CJ versus Bryce. That's pick 6 degrees of separation. Because he had 2 pick sixes.
No spite. Irsay was right. Because he beat Frank Reich.
Yes, he did.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
All right, it's 5-5.
Oh, wow.
Giants fall to the Raiders 30-6 in the debut of Antonio Pierce.
No McDummy. Raiders breathe a giant sigh of relief.
Piercing the Pats way. Is it Antonio Pierce?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Cowboys fall to the Eagles 28-23.
Dak, a couple inches short of sticking it in. Because he had the sideline play and then the 2-point conversion. Dak, a couple inches short of sticking it in.
I would say that's one of the most immature things that I've ever heard.
It's not.
But I haven't read mine yet. Cows like whiskey dong, can't finish.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Let me see which one going to get me in the least amount of trouble. Man, I'm gonna go with Lopez on this one.
Wow.
I felt like I get at least
question the size of Dak's package. You're okay with
You're
that?
saying whiskey dong in the headline.
And I'm generalizing and saying whiskey dong can't finish. And you're talking about the size. Y'all are talking about the size of another man's package. I hope y'all are proud of yourselves.
I feel like Landry get me in trouble, man.
I wasn't talking about that.
Wow.
I feel
whiskey
like
dong? Everybody can relate to whiskey dong.
You don't put that in the headline? And by the way,
you put Dak like you know damn well what you were saying.
He fell a couple inches short of sticking it in.
Okay.
Did he not?
I hope y'all are proud of yourselves.
Yeah, we are very proud.
Bengals 24, Bills 18.
Bengals no longer burrowing worry. Bengals no longer burrowing worry. Because they stunk at the beginning of the year.
Yeah. I gotcha. Bills beat with Hamlin having best seat. What do you mean? He wasn't active. He wasn't active.
You went there.
He wasn't active.
Okay.
He had the best seats in the house. Bills beat with Hamlin having the best seat.
I'm going to go with Lopez on this one.
Oh, my God. That means Lopez is going to win. Just for good measure, one more.
I would have won anyway with this last
Chargers versus Jets. Jets fall to 4-4. Chargers improve to 4-4.
And Zach Wilson stunk. You ready? I would have won anyway if it's any consolation. Because
this one's a W for me.
No, you can't. You can't beat this headline.
No, you can't beat this one. I promise.
You can't beat this.
No,
headline.
this one's very smooth, and yours is going to be long. I can already tell.
No.
All right, yours is going to be long.
You can't beat this headline.
Yeah, it can.
Just admit, I won anyway.
All right, then put the title on the line.
I won anyway.
Put the title.
Whoever got the best one here.
No, if I can't beat it, put the title on the line.
I already won.
You're
trying to change the rules?
No, let's go game show. You said I can't beat it.
No,
let's go game show. Count it as 4 points.
I'll bet you $2.
No. Count it as 4 points. No, I'd rather.
You're trying to game the system.
No. You said I can't beat it.
Here's a 5. Put a 5 out there.
I don't have any
on
cash.
Who wins this?
No. Hey, put 4 spots.
You're trying to game the system.
No,
I won.
I'm adjusting. Put 4 points on the line.
Take the L.
Put 4 points on the line.
Take the L.
All right, go ahead. Let's hear this.
Yeah. Come on, man. Everybody loses sometimes. I was going to win anyway. Seriously. Chargers 27, Jets 6. All right. Once you go Zach, you only go back. You can't beat that.
Wait, what?
Because Zach Wilson sucked. Once you go Zach, you only go back.
That was what all the hype was about?
You can't beat that.
Man, if I would have known that was going to be it, I would have just thrown the car keys in the middle.
Okay,
instead of a $5 bill.
You can't.
I was expecting some. I'm not going to lie. The way you hyped that up, I thought that was going to be great.
That's an awesome headline because he's awful, and
Once you go Zach, you never go back.
And their offense went backwards. Once you go Zach, you only go back. You can't beat that. Let's hear it.
4-4 eyesore.
Oh, that's awesome.
They both went to 4-4. It was an ugly ass game. 4-4 eyesore.
You just say it.
4-4 eyesore.
We all know already. Just say it.
Come on.
All right.
You won already. So what you?
I'm just saying. Which is the better headline? I won.
I like Lopez headline. It was. I think it was simple and to the point.
Yeah.
It wasn't nothing too difficult.
Thank you. Once you go Zach, you only go back.
That's the headline showdown every Tuesday, 1 o'clock here on In the Loop. Pat McAfee. He loves him some Dare. Here was Pat McAfee, who's got a very strong appreciation for punters and kickers. Here was Pat McAfee talking about Dare.
They have a player on that team who might be the best athlete in the entire NFL.
Yeah? Who's that?
Dare Ogunbowale. Okay, Ogunbowale, you wonder if you know that name from anywhere else? Yeah, his sister beat UConn.
Yeah, and is currently one of the best players in the WNBA.
He's a running back for the Houston Texans, but he can tackle if you need him to. He can throw if you need him to. He can sell food in the stadium if you need him to.
Right.
And he can kick. Takes his steps. How you doing? Keep it moving. Right down the damn center. High tops on as well. Not easy to point your toe and have to kick through it. You normally see kickers' shoes are very tiny because you're not trying to get anything in the way. And there's a special team. Yes! Yes! Yeah. Now, he's going to give a full interview about how we always had faith in Dare if we needed him, and we knew we'd have that. He played high school. I think he's a 4-sport athlete. But damn, what a performance. And I think the reason why everybody's so pumped is because we all know now that kicking is very hard.
He loves it, man.
He loves it.
He loves the Dare.
Having been a special teams guy himself, he's just over the top.
Chase Young. Chase Young is in San Francisco. He's escaped Washington. He's not with the Commanders. Here was what Chase Young had to say about his new situation and how he feels about it.
Nick is here. Always been a big brother to me. Even at Ohio State. I'm just stepping in here for, today. Got in here last week. Just the culture, the vibe is a lot different. I definitely know that I'm in the building with winners.
In the building with
Kind of
winners.
an intimidating voice too, man.
Chase Young's a beast.
He's
man.
a beast.
We'll see how he looks in San Francisco. That's going to be a really interesting watch. How Chase Young looks.
Interesting week too.
There. Yeah, we'll be rooting for Chase Young.
Yeah.
You got the Jags. They can win that one, man. Although they're in danger right now. Brock Purdy kind of coming down to earth just a little bit. Jacksonville filling themselves. This would be a big favor for the Texans because if you do lose to Cincinnati, and let's be honest, it's an uphill battle for the Texans to win in Cincinnati. It would be nice if Jacksonville doesn't gain any more ground on you because if they get more ground, you're kind of,
Yeah, I've had my eye on that Week 12 game against Jacksonville for a while now. That could be a real special day here if it's for the division lead that late in the season. And then you got the Titans twice at the end of the year, and the Titans, who knows what they're going to be doing, if they're going to be doing anything. I mean, Will Levis has been playing well, but how much has it really affected him?
Yeah, I think Will Levis is going to be coming down to earth very soon. Mm-hmm. I think the Will Levis train's going to die. They're not going to go back to Tannehill, right?
Hell yeah, they might. I mean, unless they're tanking, unless they're out of it.
I mean, you think Will Levis is a tanking thing?
He's a rookie. I mean, but he's not. He's not a regular. He's not a C.J. Stroud rookie. He's a regular.
If they tanking, they might as well keep him in.
Right. That's
Will Levis. Yeah.
He said, "Do you think they're going back to Tannehill?" I said, "Yeah, unless they're tanking. They're 3-5. Will Levis is not a C.J. Stroud type rookie. I don't think he had the one big game. We'll see, and you got to play him." But see, that's the thing about the Texans. If you can get to Week 12 with a lot on the line then against the Jaguars and you beat them again, obviously tiebreaker, obviously division lead perhaps if it's on the line, then you got Broncos, Jets, Titans twice, Browns, and Colts. Hell, man. I mean, give me that. You got the Titans twice. Who knows where they're going to be? Broncos, again, Russell Wilson is quietly having a pretty damn season, but still, it's the Broncos. Cardinals, tanking. And then Jets.
They're bringing back Kyler, though. I mean,
yeah, you never know.
Maybe they want to get a look at him. I don't know.
Yeah.
Some of their fans got to be like, man, what are we doing?
The Cardinals? Yeah. Absolutely. We would be.
But, I mean, their fans were also at one point thinking, and this was a popular topic, and I'm not sitting here saying, oh, look at that. But they were thinking, man, the Texans are going to be one of the worst teams in the league. Yes. We're going to have one of the top 2 picks.
We fleeced them.
Yeah, we fleeced them. We're going to figure this out. We're going to get a quarterback. Hell, we might have Marvin Harrison Jr. and Caleb Williams. Look at us. Ha, ha, ha.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think at the very least we can agree the Texans aren't going to be one of the 2 worst teams in the league.
No, not at all.
They probably had like the 15th overall pick, something like that.
I mean, yeah. And maybe lower.
20s.
Yeah, maybe lower.
Yeah.
20s, dude. Hiking your leg on the success right now, Figgy. Goodness gracious.
Mm-hmm.
Just kidding. That's the headline showdown here on In the Loop. Sports Radio 610, Round the League. Lopez with the dub. Congratulations, man. It's been a while.
Oh, I expect it.
Okay, well, you know what you've been watching the last few weeks. It has been a while. Coming up, the internet goes nuts, shots fired amidst a cheating scandal, and a lot more. Plus, what are we doing? Like, do we really have to do this with cartoons? Like, for real? Come on. Next.
See.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez. Figgy Fig with you. We're on to Cincinnati, baby. We are on to Cincinnati. Who'd the Texans play on Sunday? I don't even remember.
Oh.
Don't even remember who they played 2 days ago. Don't care.
Yeah.
Means nothing. Matt Rhule. Cheating scandal in Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Some people have kind of tiptoed around. Matt Rhule, the coach in Nebraska.
He's clomping around. He's not tiptoeing around.
So apparently he thinks that Nebraska's gotten kind of screwed over by the refs, but he also thinks they've gotten screwed over by something else. Listen to this subtle shot, and props to the reporter for asking the follow-up after this. Here was Matt Rhule, gone viral.
This is my fourth head coaching job. I'm in year 11 as a head coach. I've never had a touchdown wrong on replay, and we've had it. We've lost 2 games by 3 points. We've had it wrong twice this year. It was wrong in Minnesota, and it was wrong here. We had 1 game where the team scouted us. We've had 2 games where replay was wrong. That's tough to swallow, but you know what? That's where we are. We are where we are.
When you said earlier, when you were talking about the replays, and you said you also lost 1 game to a team that scouted us. Just to make sure, I know what you're referencing.
Everybody knows what you're talking about.
Come on. Yeah. I'm just saying, I feel for our players, right? Like, Like, at the end of the day, like they're out there battling, trying to get the bowl eligibility, right? We're sitting there with a 5-4 record. They're watching ESPN as they're getting ready. They're like, Coach, well, what do you think, Coach? It's just kind of, that part of it's kind of, I don't know what the right word is, kind of crappy, right?
Very crappy. And we all know what you're talking about.
And all those coaches love him now.
Dude, have you been
so much
reading about this Cat Stallion?
I haven't. I've avoided it. I've avoided this. I don't know about this. Like,
it is.
What's going on? What happened? Like,
he's
fill me
weird,
in.
man.
Who is it?
Connor Stallion, the guy that was doing all the scouting.
The guy that was the Michigan guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All that.
Like, what about him?
Like, he got on, he's a next door kind of poster and was complaining about some neighbor that was a Michigan State fan that reported him. His mom apparently is like some Michigan truther and posts a bunch of wild stuff about Ohio State all the time.
So he might just be like a rogue?
Well, I don't know if it's rogue or not. I mean, they're going to
like
investigate.
Just a psycho rogue?
Yeah, but
like, you ever see the movie The Fan? You ever see the movie The Fan with like De Niro and Wesley Snipes? Where he's like
that
just
was
doing
good.
it on his own.
Yeah, I'm impressed that you watched that. Yeah,
so maybe he's just like a crazy rogue fan. I don't know.
Could be, but they're investigating. But he's a weird cat.
Put Michigan in the college football playoff if they win. I don't give a damn.
That might be not on the table. They might just get a slap on the wrist because the NCAA is weak anyway. The Big Ten is investigating. Well, hell, the Big Ten.
The Big Ten.
The Big Ten is not going to hurt their own chances, you know?
Come on, Big Ten.
But the NCAA is investigating it, and they're just weak. So the Michigan might get off on this, with nothing more than a little kind of slap on the wrist or whatever.
I got the internet going nuts.
So USA Today.
Okay.
We are all familiar with that news
Still
outlet.
a paper?
It's a news outlet. Is it? Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
It used to be the go-to when you would want to go get like a 50-cent paper.
Hotel rooms?
Yeah.
Hotel rooms, you always got your USA Today.
It's not good now. Do they even cover sports anymore?
Well, they do. But what they've done, they've become the first major.
They're basically like blog, like a random blogger figure it out. Mark Lane does a good job, though. Mark Lane covers everything. He covers the Texans from there.
They're still big
does
time.
about 10 stories a week.
They've become
Texans. Shout out to Mark Lane.
They've become the first major news outlet in America to hire a full-time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week beat writer.
Okay, that's good. I mean, beat writers, it's a good profession.
For Taylor Swift. They hired a full-time Taylor Swift beat writer.
You're joking.
Every day he's going to work doing something on Taylor Swift.
Okay, who is this guy?
His name is Brian West, 35-year-old journalist from Arizona, is now the full-time Taylor Swift beat writer for Gannett, the biggest newspaper chain in the United States.
That's awful.
They've got a Taylor Swift beat writer.
This is propaganda. Like, I'm starting to think Taylor Swift's going to, try to take over the world or something.
Well, she already is, kind of.
Well, I mean, Travis Kelce has all these commercials. He ain't that good. Like, he ain't seven commercials on my TV, 7 endorsements on my TV. Good. The thing is, he had them before he got with Taylor Swift. Now, all of a sudden, he's with Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, Brittany Mahomes is going out with Selena Gomez, Taylor Swift, and all these other famous people. They went out on, a night. I think they're called The Squad.
Yeah.
I was watching TMZ yesterday.
Look at you.
I'm worried about Taylor Swift, man. I feel like she's up to something.
I mean, that's fair.
And I feel like I might get shot after work for saying that.
And by the way, there's no truth to the rumor. that Roger Goodell applied for the job but didn't get it? Because he loves Taylor Swift at games?
I got the internet going nuts.
What is going on with Disney? Why is Disney so weird now? Like, why are y'all doing this? Like, Disney, just put out good
You got to be
movies.
more specific.
Just put out quality movies. Quit doing weird things. Y'all are weirdos at Disney now.
Like what?
They own The Simpsons, okay?
Oh, I did see this. Go ahead.
They own The Simpsons. They Disney. Did you see what they did? Homer put out a statement the other day on The Simpsons that he's no longer going to choke Bart. So now
that's the best part.
You're ruining all these Disney movies with your weirdness.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, Homer Simpson's not going to choke Bart anymore.
You want Homer?
Come
to choke
on,
Bart.
man.
Please choke Bart.
Like, has anyone ever watched a cartoon like The Simpsons and said, you know what, I really want to go beat my son's ass?
We'll go back to Looney Tunes.
Come on, man.
Like the coyote fell.
And that's classic.
Like,
that's
come
classic.
on.
The coyote fell off a cliff every episode.
What are we doing, man?
Why you little?
Why you little? Now what's he going to do? Why you little? Come on, let's go to therapy and talk together.
Yes.
How's your mental?
Yeah.
Come on. Like, what are we doing?
How does that make you feel?
Come on. I hope that this is just that this is going to be something where it's a bit, but I fear that.
No, I don't think it is.
I don't even watch The Simpsons anymore. He can't choke him anymore. What are we doing?
Choke Bart. Come on.
Like, come on.
I agree.
Maybe do this for an episode.
Quit
and then
catering
at
to
the
all
end,
these
why you little?
losers. All these losers online that just want to like go complain about The Simpsons.
I want to see somebody who complained about that.
If you are a person who watched The Simpsons and decided you're going to beat your son's ass, you need help.
No, you were going to beat it anyway.
Yes.
Yeah,
and you're just blaming The Simpsons.
Yes.
I got the internet going nuts.
Nikola Jokic had a post-game press conference.
Did they ask good questions?
He asked good questions. This was awesome. This was absolutely awesome. Nikola Jokic, vet that he is, MVP that he is, like went to the podium. He knew every question that they were going to ask to the point where you can hear the reporters laughing in the background like, yeah, we were going to ask that. This is awesome.
So he just goes up there and says, I know what y'all are going to ask, so I'm just going to do it.
Listen.
Actually, I can just talk because I know what you're going to ask. Ready, guys? Yes, Julian was really good today.
Yes.
He had a really big impact. He brought the energy that we needed. He okay scoring. He still needs to learn. When you score a little bit, the defense is going to be, someone else is going to be open, but that's fine. Yes, we feel really confident with Colin playing with us on the floor. But I think he needs to be a little bit more aggressive, just because for confidence, for him, for himself, kind of looking to play for others, which is a good thing. I think it's going to help us too if he's a little bit more aggressive. Yes, third quarter was really amazing.
Yes, third quarter was amazing.
It's especially after the first half, we didn't have a really the energy. The ball didn't move. We finished the game with 37 assists, which is really good, really good, and only 9 turnovers. I think in the first half we didn't create for others. We kind of played, I don't want to say selfish basketball, but it was we didn't run at all. Of course, they made a lot of shots. They made a lot of threes. I mean, the people that we know that they're shooting well, but we didn't have a focus in the first half. But the second half was, I think, we beat them like 75 to 45. That's where we won the game, of course.
That's awesome. That was
So he
better
just asked
questions.
all the questions?
That was better questions than I've heard at some Texans press conference.
Yesterday, DeMeco, I think, was asked like the first question of the press conference was hilarious. I think someone was like overzealous or something. He goes, "Oh, easy there, buddy. If you're gonna ask the first question."
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, DeMeco, like it was
awesome.
at the very beginning. He's like, "Oh, buddy, what'd you say? Who you're talking
Tap the
about?"
brakes
Noah?
there. On to
Yeah, tap the
Cincinnati.
brakes.
Let's go.
You gotta ask the first question. You gotta tap it down. And then he was asked like DeMeco was asked some good questions. He was asked like, what percentage of your halftime speech was as a former player and as a former coach? And he just answered like what he said as the speech. Like he kind of ignored that part of it.
Yeah.
But it was like, it's like, why does it have to be one or the other? Like it's him.
He's a coach.
It's both, but it's both.
Yeah, I'm saying, but
like it's just him. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't like it's him. It's not one or the other.
I think that's.
But he just like
Kind
went
of a
in on
weird
it.
question.
What if he was
Nikola
like,
Jokic would have asked a better one.
62.5 to
Yeah, that's what Mike McDaniel would have done.
37.5?
McDaniel would have done that, or Popovich, or the late great Bob Knight. Oh, Bob Knight would have had a field day with that. Yeah,
Bob Knight.
Yeah, he always did stuff like that.
Bob Knight.
What, you're not allowed to talk to him now anymore? About him anymore?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Am I allowed to talk about him?
No, I'm asking. Just because he passed away?
I don't know.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Larissa Pippen is getting called out. Did
What
you see
now?
this, Figgy?
Nah, I didn't.
All right, so BravoCon was this weekend. I'm a big Bravo watcher. I watch a lot of Bravo.
As in the network.
Yeah, the network. Don't judge me. Or judge me. It doesn't matter. I don't like your superhero movies and some of your sitcoms, so I watch BravoCon. I watch Bravo. BravoCon's like a big gathering, whatever. So she claimed that her and Scottie Pippen, back when they were married, used to have sex 4 times a night.
Maybe once.
4 times a night. She claimed that her and Scottie Pippen had sex. So she got called out by someone. Someone called her out and said that wasn't true. And Larissa Pippen's firing back saying, they weren't in the bed with me when I had sex 4 times a night. Cardi B's the one who called her out.
Oh, good.
Cardi B went on Instagram Live and said that Larissa Pippen is one of the biggest liars and clout chasers, and ain't no one having sex 4 times a night.
Yeah.
And Larissa Pippen's kind of like casually clapping back at Cardi B and saying that's not true. This is a big lie. Soldier Boy, like, come on, 4 times a night, Larissa.
It is.
And the other thing is, you were getting donged down by other people.
Yeah.
Like you were hooking up with Future and stuff. So you dang sure weren't having sex with Scotty 4 times a night.
Yeah.
You were making the rounds, ma'am.
Yeah, no, that there's no way that's true. No way. No one.
4 times?
Come on, man.
And they didn't even like each other for a while.
Yeah, exactly.
I got the internet going nuts.
You want to hear a drunk NASCAR press conference?
Do I have a choice?
You don't. Ben Rhodes, young stud, hillbilly. This is absolutely awesome. Got completely wasted after he won the NASCAR Truck Series championship and then went to a press conference.
I'll kick us off with this. I was the experiment in 2021 because they just built the barn. I went to the barn first. They're taking me to the barn second. It's like they learned something. So guess what I did? I got lit beforehand. Jeffrey.
I don't even know if you can stay with me right now.
Hey, by the way, everybody, dinosaurs aren't real.
What's the drink count at tonight, and what are you drinking?
Well, I started on my champagne, and then I ran out. So then I had to fill up my shoe twice. So I had to borrow a Rich's champagne. So I filled that up. They drank it, and then I drank the rest of the bottle. Those were big bottles, actually. That's like 1.5 liters. You know, like a real 1.5 liters. It's European. Yeah, I had most of that, and then I got this drink right here, Bud.
Good Lord.
What is this guy? What's he?
He won the NASCAR Truck Championship Series.
What's that mean? Like
that's a big race.
So
big accomplishment for him, and it's covered by a lot of media. Yes, and went to the press conference completely plastered. Dinosaurs are not real, by the way.
I don't know that I disagree with that, but I get what he's saying. You think dinosaurs are real?
Yes,
they
absolutely.
Just disappeared.
Yeah,
like we don't have any sign of them.
Yeah, they went extinct. There's signs of them.
Where?
All the
made up fossils.
Go to a museum.
Those
Yeah,
big ass bones that they make.
Yeah, that they make. You're a dinosaur truther now.
No, I mean I think they're exaggerated. I don't think they look like as perfectly laid out as they made them. I think there's obviously some big ass animals, but I don't think it was as smooth. Oh, look at Brontosaurus. Look at Triceratops. Oh my God, look at Tyrannosaurus Rex. I think there's a little bit of romanticism to it.
Is that right?
I'm not being a flat earther. I'm saying
I get it.
You don't think dinosaurs have been a little bit romanticized?
I do not. I think
so. You think they look just like Jurassic Park?
I would trust the people who have recreated the bone structure and everything else that they've found.
I trust nobody.
Well, that's not bad advice.
I'm from the school of Stone Cold Steve Austin. I trust nobody.
That's in a lot of situations.
I don't trust any of these people.
Yeah, but I'll just put it this way: I'll trust smarter people than me when it comes to recreating historical.
So, were there humans when the dinosaurs were there?
No.
Okay, then you can't. We can't. They can't. No.
What does that have to do with anything? The humans now know how to reconstruct
because
those
word
things.
of mouth, from the back in the day, that history gets there. But so we just woke up. Oh, let me brush this down and see this bone. Oh, this Triceratops must have been almost cussed effing flying.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what scientists do.
I'll take your word. Okay.
I mean, they spend a lot of money and research dollars, and
a lot of it's wasted at times.
A lot of it, I'm not disagreeing with that. For some reason, I'm going to have to lean with the scientists and the anthropologists.
Lopez is going to trust the science, man.
No. I'm going to have to lean. Figure, what do you think? Should I go with the anthropology and the science or Landry?
No, you should go with that. You should go with that, but I don't think that, like, a lot of these things, like, come on. Like that spitting dinosaur in Jurassic Park. You think that
I don't
existed?
know if that's real.
You think that guy?
I don't know if that was
spitting
real.
dinosaur.
I haven't read on that.
You think Tyrannosaurus Rex look like that?
Yes, absolutely.
And Triceratops look like that?
Yes,
100%.
Well, as high a percentage.
So some scientists just like dug this up, and all of a sudden,
it's not one dude with a sketch pad. It's not one dude with a sketch pad. It's hundreds of years of science.
Okay,
and scientists.
You dinosaur guy?
Jurassic Park, no.
Well, yeah,
but I think I think they're close, as close as they could get. I don't think you.
So you think they're close to the thing?
I think they kind of close. I don't think it look exactly like what we see.
They obviously exist,
but looking at the bone,
some of this stuff is made up. Like, let's be real.
That's the only thing they could do because nobody was there. Exactly. But they looking at the bones.
Point.
That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah.
I think they close to what they think it might be. I don't think they way off base or nothing.
This is so funny to me.
What do you mean?
Just roll with it.
I'm rolling with it.
I'm being open-minded, man. I'm just saying, like, you can.
So you trust the dude that did that?
I mean, he just brushed a.
Do you really think the Earth is round?
For sure, yes. The Earth is round. I'm not going there. I'm just saying, like, some of these. I question some of these dinosaurs that they put out.
Well, look,
like when you go to the dinosaur museum as a kid, even then I was like, man, they don't know about this guy. Like, come on. Like they. And we've got to have at least one.
What do you mean? Like one dinosaur?
One of them could have survived.
Well, no, because they couldn't reproduce. Ice Age, all that stuff.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I look at alligators as like this surviving dinosaur, man.
Things in the world.
They're the closest dinosaur we can get to, man.
Those things terrify me. Hippos terrify me too.
Hippos are meaner than rhinos.
Dude.
Hippos
and
are
you find
mean.
yourself watching them on TV, and you're like, man, that thing's cute. And then you're like, man, this thing's going to turn into a damn monster. There's nothing cute about that thing.
Yeah.
That thing is born to kill.
Houston Museum of Natural Science.
Yeah, look at that dinosaur right there.
Yeah.
Is that a Tyrannosaurus Rex?
Which one is that?
That
I don't know which one that is. It doesn't. Oh, T-Rex. That's a T-Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex.
And those are real bones.
Those are real bones.
See, it kind of looks like a
big dog.
What's the freakiest animal? Like if you were at the zoo and let's say that you were just walking around, like which ones just completely freak you out?
Which animals freak me out?
No snakes. Don't count snakes. Man, I
don't mind snakes.
I hate when I go to the Houston Zoo. Like I don't even like walking through that snake area. I'm good. Man.
I don't mind.
I don't need to
snakes.
walk through those snakes. I'm straight.
You know what? I think you hit the one that it always intimidates me. Hippos. They're mean. Like they're cute as a bug. We all played Hungry Hippos when we were kids.
They will kill you.
They swim fast.
Have you seen how freaking fast?
Yes.
And their mouths. But the only hope that you have with the hippo is that their tooth is like right there. So like when they're putting sometimes their mouth is too wide, so you might have a chance to get away.
Man,
I wouldn't take that chance.
No. But I'm just saying, like if you just like you can kind of like swerve a little bit, you have a chance.
But they swim fast,
man.
But you know what though? They do have like some sort of personality. So like the zoo people who are in there with the hippos.
No, they're cute.
But when the zoo people are in there with the hippos,
yeah,
I'm like, okay, I can understand you like developing some sort of like bond with these. Mm-hmm. These fools developing bonds with damn alligators. Like what is this? What are you getting out of this? This thing doesn't like you. This thing is just sitting there pouncing with you. Like dolphins and monkeys are sick. Like those
gorillas.
Like good. Those
gorillas
are awesome.
Yeah,
those are like you can develop a bond. But these people like developing bonds with like alligators. I'm like, what is this?
Alligators are built.
It's like having a pet fish.
Alligators are built to do one thing.
They doesn't know who the hell you are.
And that's eat and survive.
And chill.
Yeah. They don't even move until they're hungry. And then it's game on.
Crazy, man. I want to go to the zoo. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, nowhere else I want to go? I want to go on to Cincinnati. John McClain said something pretty crazy today. We're going to revisit that. We're also going to go on to Cincinnati and anticipate a very, very important day for the Houston Texans tomorrow. We'll tell you what to watch for next.
CJ Stroud.
with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
On to Cincy, baby. On to Cincy. That's where we're at. Tomorrow is going to be the most interesting injury report that I can remember. Assuming that Will Anderson's okay, what is the significance of the injuries that we're looking at? Jimmy Ward, big deal. Really, really big deal. Not like sarcastic. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
That's the versatility. That's the nickel.
And
that's the
they're
safety,
there,
communication, all that.
Yeah, big deal. Okay.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
Fairbairn, big deal.
Big deal.
Yeah, big deal. Okay.
And then
Robert Woods?
I think
I don't think it's that big a deal.
Well, I think we've seen him.
I mean,
without
it is, but it isn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't rush it back. I think you can function at a good level without it.
How big a deal is Dameon Pierce?
I would like to see Dameon play against Cincinnati. I would like to see them run the ball. But I think like the most significant, Jimmy Ward and Fairbairn are what we're looking at. I think Will's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think Will's kind of like one of those guys. I don't see him going to a Rockets game and smiling if he's not going to play. Larry Tunsil, I could see him. Who knows? I could see him going to an all-white Michael Rubin party if he's not playing. I think he'd be fine. But Will Anderson doesn't strike me as a guy who's going to go to a Rockets game smiling, walking around.
Yeah.
If he's not going to play. We'll see, though.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, you have Cincinnati, Jamar Chase, and how that's going to play. That's probably the most significant, right?
That would be the equalizer. If Jamar Chase is out tomorrow when that injury report comes out, then I think that kind of equalizes it. Now, I don't know if his college teammate Derek Stingley even exists at this point. It's been 58 days since he's been on. I don't even know. Like, is he going to play this year?
I would think so.
Over under December 1st, we see Derek Stingley.
Oh, that's a good question.
Over.
After December 1st?
Beyond.
He's played 2 games this year.
Yeah.
What is he going to play this year?
It's been 58.
The rest of the year.
58 days since he's.
I think I'd have to lean past over as well.
What's that? 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Do you think Clint Stoerner here? By the way, I want to show you a video. I just want to get your live reaction real quick.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you the question. I'm going to come show you the live video.
I'll do the play-by-play on this video.
So you're going to see Titus Howard run block, and you might have already watched the tape.
I've not, no.
Yeah.
Oh, well. And I'm looking forward to this live reaction. Do you think all the grading systems, taken with a grain of salt, are saying Dieter did a hell of a job the other day at center? Do you think that if Juice Scruggs comes back, maybe since he was higher up on the depth chart at guard than he was center, you think, like, for now it might be good to just put him at left guard and put Titus at right tackle instead of messing with the center for the 5th time with C.J. Stroud if Dieter's playing okay?
Ooh. Yeah, no, look, I think anything's on the table when it comes to the center. Mm-hmm. I really do. I think anything's on the table when it comes to the center because you're hitting on something that's very critical too. Obviously the snap, the exchange, quarterback center exchange is important. You don't want to keep playing with that. You want a guy that understands the cadence and is on rhythm. You don't want to change that at all, if at all possible. So yeah, if he's playing well, I don't think we've seen anybody play well enough at the center position to come back and upseat whoever's playing well in the moment.
And while Landry is showing you the video of Titus Howard, there's not anyone, Ron?
Stop it, man.
There's not anyone.
Stop. But you can't. But that's sorry, Lopez.
This ties in with that video. There's not anyone that can play guard while Titus goes back to tackle.
But why do you want that at tackle?
No, I get it, but I mean, at least he's a better pass blocker.
The reason he's still at guard is because in pass blocking situations, it solidifies the middle, and that interior pressure is the biggest issue. If you move him to tackle and you put somebody at guard that can't pass protect, and now you've got a guy that is below average run blocker,
pressure up the middle,
and you got pressure up the middle on pass. So that's the scary thing for me. But damn, that awful. Right there. The thing, my thing. How do you even? Because that's not the. I mean, that's the first time it's been that bad.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the same exact play that he missed old boy last week twice.
At least he knew he was.
At least someone was there last week. At least he was. This time he just dove at air.
Lee, man.
Listen. Titus has shown you and shown us.
Let me see that again. I got to see that one again.
1 out of roughly 12 starts at left guard. One time when Chris Jones was really sick. Did he dominate him?
Yeah.
All the other times,
he
has not just been like average. He's been below average.
Average is a goal.
And then the other times he has made the all-rookie team at right tackle and played to a point where nobody really blinked. This man right here, Clint Stoerner, who was advocating weeks before they actually signed him to a long-term deal, nobody blinked about him becoming a top 5 paid right tackle.
Yeah.
When he plays right tackle, he doesn't look like somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. He looks like he's somebody.
The fear is he carries it over to tackle too.
But he never has. He's played that bad when he plays left guard repeatedly. Now somehow Kendrick Green was able to make it through, and you were able to find ways to play him. I don't know what Michael Dieter did during the preseason that you felt like. No, listen, and George Fant has done
fine.
But
that's at the end of the day, the deal is not about Titus Howard. It's about, is Fant better than your other option at guard?
Right.
I mean, it's sad to say that about a guy that you're talking about, that you made a top 5 highest paid right tackle in the game, but that's just the reality of it right now. It's not about Titus. It's about creating a hole if you do move him.
Yeah.
And they're going to leave him at guard until something changes. But that's I don't give a damn what position you play. That right there, that video.
I'm going to ask DeMeco about Titus playing guard today.
Oh, yeah, 3 o'clock, baby.
You guys got him.
3 o'clock, baby.
That's
Can't
right.
wait.
Don't
Can't
piss
wait.
him off.
I'm not going to piss him off. I'm going to ask him the questions. Hell, I don't work for DeMeco. I work for. I work for.
Gassed up.
Yes.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Get what I believe the people want to know.
You're
I
listening.
think there are people who want to know why Titus Guard continues to play left guard when he can't.
I think you should name him Titus Guard. I think that's what you should name him from now on, just Titus Guard.
Titus Guard. Can he be Titus Tackle? I'll let you finish.
KILTAM, KILT HD2, The Drive. It's live.
There we go, baby. The Drive is live. Big day. Big day today on the show, as you heard it, 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, the head coach.
H-Town, I'm back.
That's right. DeMeco Ryans, who is damn near performing miracles with what he has done, taking over this organization and having that 4-4 and one of the positive talks of the league. He is showing his skill set. He will join us 3 o'clock, Clint. Tyler, 3 o'clock.
Game change.
This is fun, baby. I like a big day like this.
Yeah, man. I like to talk to the head man in charge.
Right?
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah. Looking forward to it.
I am. I'm looking forward to it.
A lot of pressing questions, by the way.
Yeah. Practiced a few of them last night.
Did you?
In the mirror.
What's the first one?
I won't tell them.
You ain't put it out there yet?
I ain't going to put it out there yet. You have to come back and listen at 3 o'clock.
Did you get real animated in the mirror when you were doing it?
No, I'm not animated.
The showman.
All right, man. Hey, man. Just in and out, baby. That's what we're about here. I'm going to go in and out, baby. I got him, man. His son did kick my son's ass. Their teams did in Little League football.
Wow. I think you should ask him about that.
No, I don't have time. I want to talk about what the people want to know. People don't want to know about his son kicking my
Did your
son's
son,
ass.
when you went home from practice, did your son brag to you about how he whooped my son's ass?
Game is over.
Did he tell you about that?
They probably. I think his son plays O-line. I think they may have matched up as Trey was doing a little outside linebacker.
Mono at mono?
Maybe. Didn't catch his number. I know Trey played every single second of the game because we only had 11. All right. So they had 37. All right. It should be a fun day as DeMeco joins us. And no, I'm not going to piss him off. As DeMeco joins us, it should be a almost cuts time, I swear. Almost,
we got a dump button. Don't worry about it.
Almost said nephew. I swear I forgot where we was. I looked up at you and that face
you almost
made,
said what?
F you? Yeah.
What was wrong with his
I was
face?
making a face because we joke about it, but you have pissed off several guests that have come on the show. It's not like it's not like it's crazy to think that DeMeco would come on the drive and you would promptly piss him off.
It's not several.
And I'm not really worried, but there is a minimal worry in there, a real one.
Jim is the only one, and Jim was being Jim. That's the best way I can put it.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
He's the only one.
You just got away,
and
man.
Trey Wingo, man, come on, man. Where's Trey? I mean, he put his feet in the fire, and I just kept the flames up with the follow-up questions.
Spit out, damn. So.
All right. That's it. Mark Ingram appreciated what I had to say to him. So that's it. But the head coach, he'll join the drive the #1 afternoon show in all of Houston sports radio. He'll join the drive at 3 o'clock. Can I say something, though?
Anytime, man.
I want to kick this thing off. I want to kick it off about DeMeco. Because yesterday, and what we're hearing the most out of the game and what we're hearing nationally, especially because you know how you just look at kind of the box score and the numbers at a national level, and you see, wow, C.J. Stroud set records. The most yards from a rookie, 470, 5 touchdown passes, 0 picks. Carved them up with 46 seconds left to win the game with a last-minute drive to win the game. And the story, deservingly so, was about C.J. Stroud after the game and yesterday. But I was thinking about this yesterday, actually Monday, and when I was listening to the post-game show when I was sitting out in traffic waiting to go home and hearing DeMeco speak about this after the game, talking about what they're developing as far as culture.
Yeah, with the culture, it's about believing in each other. That's one thing I mentioned to our guys pregame before we went out there. Like, everybody just lean on each other, believe in each other, right? And when we come back in this locker room, let's make sure we come back with the win, no matter what it takes. And that's what I saw today. I saw a team gritted out. When things, of course, they didn't go our way, right? We didn't get stops when we should have got stops, right? We lose our kicker. Like, everything that could have possibly went wrong for us, it went wrong. But it didn't matter because of the mindset of our locker room. Guys who are going to fight for each other, guys who believe in each other, and guys who are going to hold each other accountable. And that's what good culture is.
All right, as we will speak to him at 3 o'clock, a lot of people talked about it's the C.J. Stroud craze, I've arrived game. Yesterday, to me, felt like it was as much about DeMeco and what he has established with this team as it was about what CJ did yesterday, as much as it was about what Tank Dell did yesterday, and Schultz and Noah Brown, who went crazy, and the comeback. It was, to me, the C game. The C game for culture, not the other C word that rhymes with the last name of the Chiefs owner. Like, not that's the C word for culture. It was that was a culture game. As he said, man, they lost the kicker. You got a third string running back that probably, when do you think he knew he might dress? Wednesday, when they officially let Pierce out, and he thought he might dress to maybe return a kick, maybe get in, running the ball. Not kicking field goals, not having to come up with a fourth quarter kick. 30 yards, 31 yards. I'll keep adding to that 29, 31-yard field goal. Like, it didn't matter. Hell, this MJ Stewart goes out. Then Jimmy Ward goes out. And hell, Son Ridgeway, he goes out. I mean, just falling by the wayside, player after player. And they just kept coming. And they just kept playing. And to me, CJ, what he is doing as a rookie overall is amazing. He is clearly catching this quickly. But I'm sorry, what DeMeco has done from the organization that we've sat here and watched the last 3 years, and you before this, and Tyler, you before this, but what we've watched with the televangelists leading this organization, with everything that has happened from Deshaun to everything that has happened this quickly in 8 games, this entire culture that they've been trying to preach and push for years was on full display. And in 8 games, Clint, you know how hard in this league it is for coaches to instill what they're about. In 8 games, he's done it. It is one of the most amazing things I've ever seen when it comes to that in sports.
Look, you're spot on with everything you said. I'll take it one step further, and when you look at what Bobby Slowick has been able to do offensively, he's not doing that unless it's DeMeco, unless he has DeMeco's blessing. He's not adjusting the way that they adjusted in the second half of the Indianapolis Colts game, and the way they adjusted between the Carolina Panthers loss and this past week, the win in dramatic fashion versus the Bucs. I mean, that's not happening if DeMeco Ryans is, again, that old crusty defensive-minded head coach that just believes in doing his damnedest to establish the run. It's in his blood. It's all he knows if DeMeco's not a guy that is able to adapt, able to adjust, willing to let his coaches coach, then you don't see the offense score 29 points in the second half. You don't see C.J. Stroud playing as well as he's playing right now. So beyond just the culture, you just talk about the who is getting all of the attention this week and who has gotten, rightfully so, a lot of the attention throughout the season in Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. None of that's happening. None of it's happening without the right culture. None of it's happening without the right decision maker at the head coach position to allow all of those things to happen. None of the overcoming and adapting the way that they have is happening if you don't have a head coach that's setting the standard of preparing, having answers. And it all comes back to DeMeco Ryans. And you're right. It was all on full display. It's been on full display all year, but no time was that light shining brighter than it was Sunday.
Listen, Lovie Smith is a good football coach. It wasn't changing like this. It didn't change. Now they've got better players, and CJ helps, but it's not just about CJ. Like, you could tell, like, even when Lovie was here, when things start going wrong, it just keeps going wrong. Like, we watched the adversity that they had just in that one game the previous years. It damn sure ain't 39-37 and a W.
Yeah.
Like, that thing is going south and going south in a hurry. And it's every week, Clint. They just keep fighting. It doesn't matter who is playing. I mean, the injuries that they have suffered does not matter who comes in.
Yep.
And it's like, you look in there, and I know in my mind, like, I don't know who the hell came in for Jimmy Ward and MJ Stewart. I really don't. I don't know. I saw numbers. I don't know. That 41 fella kept coming in. I don't know. I didn't know he was an edge rusher too. 41, whoever the hell that was, kept waltzing in. But it did not matter. He could have been wearing an 8. He could have been wearing a 16, a 20. It doesn't matter. These guys get in, and at least it's not an embarrassment, or they are doing what they're at least in position to do, and it works. They find a way to make it work. They're not going to win every one of these games, but, man, to see this stuff flip so quickly with how much this team struggled with things like that to this in 8 games, I can't believe this. Someone texted in, Sean Payton couldn't have done this. I'm watching him. He's not doing it. And I thought Sean Payton was the right guy. And and I would have, if it were to me at the time, I would have said I will go with the offensive coach that's won a Super Bowl, that has been able to put together good offenses over DeMeco. Would have been wrong, right? Cal, Hannah, Nick, all involved, make the right choice.
Does this count as us being on your show?
DeMeco is not. No, it hasn't. DeMeco has not only been the right guy for the job because of his ties and his history and what this fan base needed. I mean, this is Mike Tomlin. This is Andy Reid. I'm talking about flipping the culture that quick. I watched it in Kansas City. I mean, they were in hell.
Yep.
The year before, number 1 pick, 2 wins. Their linebacker killed himself in the parking lot. Andy Reid comes, flipped. And that's what we're watching right now with DeMeco. Just insane. So shout out to DeMeco Ryans, who we will meet with coming up in a little bit. Once again, I just kept saying, Clint saying up there in the press box, what the hell is 41? How is 41 getting all this run? Who the hell is 41?
They said
we're
DeMeco liked him. That was the kid they got from the Cardinals.
Yes, we're looking at papers. Like, what the hell are these players out here? It doesn't matter, man. They do their thing. Hey, real quick, some injury updates, Clint, for the Texans. Graylin Arnold, who they had off the roster, he has now been added to the 53-man roster per league source. Hassan Ridgeway, who we talked about yesterday, torn Achilles, will be placed on IR. And MJ Stewart, we saw him, as I said, and Jimmy Ward back-to-back plays. They go down. MJ Stewart's shoulder injury is considered to be long-term recovery outlook. This is coming from Aaron Wilson. And then also, Clint, the Texans, they signed veteran kicker Matt Amendola to the practice squad. And the thought is that Fairbairn is going to miss some time, at least miss this Bengals game. So looks like they're going to have a new kicker. I guess they didn't want to just roll with Dare. So I guess they're going to go with a new kicker, and it looks like MJ Stewart is going to be down for some time, and that is already with
Eric Murray,
the other safety, being down, and we'll see what happens with Jimmy Ward. So Clint, these injuries are jumping up in a major way for the Texans at important spots.
I mean, major contributors. And when you look at what DeMeco Ryans wants to do defensively, it's even magnified more so, because you're talking about Derek Stingley, a cover corner that you would hope would be a guy that you'd feel comfortable manning up with really anybody in given a certain situation, but really any situation for the most part with Derek Stingley. Jimmy Ward, you're talking about a safety that knows this defense inside and out, plays in and around the line of scrimmage, can play your nickel defender. He's gone. Eric Murray, who was overpaid and got a lot of flack for it, but he's actually been a good player for the Texans, definitely in DeMeco Ryans' system. And then you look at MJ Stewart, again, a guy that has been in the system, a guy that knows the system, a guy that was going to be relied heavily upon in terms of being at added depth at the safety position, and now he's gone as well. So, again, it's obvious you lose 2 starters and 4 guys that were going to be pretty big contributors, whether they're starters or backups. You lose those 4 guys, it always hurts. When you're in a system that likes to pressure, and when you pressure, you got to be able to cover, and you're down 3 safeties.
Yeah.
Right? 3 safeties, 2. Eric Murray and Jimmy Ward are both guys that play in the box as well and can help you in coverage. When you're down that many players, you are in a rough spot. So keep an eye on D'Angelo Ross, is the guy that you were looking for that played safety, I believe, this past week.
DeAndre Houston Carson.
There you go.
Was another option.
That was him.
Yeah,
that was actually him.
Safety, yeah.
Yep, that was him.
Like this is a thing where you're like, all right, well maybe we can use Tavier Thomas in some roles and they may have to do that, but hell, all your corners aren't there.
Yeah.
So it's just that in the secondary as they're trying to hold it together, and that's going to be a tough thing to roll with, and a tough thing to roll with against this particular group. When you're looking at the potential of Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and who's the third? Yeah, Tyler Boyd in the slot. That's and obviously with Joe Burrow as a trigger man. That's gonna be something. Hey, what y'all want to hear from DeMeco? We got him coming up at 3:00. What you want to hear from DeMeco?
Well, I want to ask about the run game. I mean, there's got to be a level of frustration there. I mean, I don't expect him to give us the ins and outs of what I just watched Titus Howard doing on film, but the run game as a whole, I mean, there's got to be some frustration, some concern, some kind of like I want his feedback on that, whatever it may be. Derek Stingley Jr. It's the interesting part about Derek Stingley Jr. to me is like he's somehow disappeared from all conversations, damn near.
Yes.
Like all reports, damn near, and with these secondary pieces being down, it would be big to have Derek Stingley Jr.
Because he was eligible to come off a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Off IR. Yep.
So I think that's where I want to start is the run game, the struggles in the run game, the O-line, Titus Howard, and Derek Stingley are the 2 big ones for me of what the heck's going on here, man.
Yeah. Should be fun. 3:00. We will speak with the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. So stay tuned right here on Sports Radio 610 and The Drive. Coming up, DeMeco, his quarterback, C.J. Stroud, had him a big day on Sunday, and it now has caused former players, experts, to have an interesting opinion on C.J. Stroud. We'll see and let you hear what they had to say and discuss if we agree or not. That's coming up next right here on The Drive.
Just how good can the Texans offense be? Pretty good if you ask C.J. Stroud.
Man, I don't think we can be stopped.
4 on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
4th and goal from the 9. Stroud gets the snap. Stroud, quick throw, right side. Caught, touchdown! Golden Schultz! The Texans are in front on 4th and goal. They convert. What a rocket from C.J. Stroud to the tight end. 4 touchdown passes for C.J. Stroud. 4 different receivers have caught them.
That's right. Mark Vandermeer on the call right here on Sports Radio 610 as C.J. Stroud had himself a day. That was his 4th touchdown pass. He would later have to get another. The team needed another touchdown pass, and they got one from their young star as he hit Tank Dell for another touchdown, and he had 5 touchdowns, 470 yards.
God bless you too, C.J. Stroud.
And yes, and
I think it's very fair.
God, that was so genuine the way you said that. And he had a big day to add to his season. I think the real mark is the 14 touchdown passes to 1 interception, especially for a rookie. And that is a big mark. And really, that's a big mark for anybody, rookie or not. But now we're starting to hear conversations. Now you're starting to hear conversations in Week 8. And I listen, I want you to be as objective as you possibly can. 713-572-4610. You can jump in on this, or if you're on YouTube or Twitch, we can see your responses there as well. 2 things starting to come about. If he's an MVP candidate, and should he be in the conversation, and where he rates in terms of quarterbacks going right now. And let's go with the MVP one first. Dan Orlowski, ESPN, he said he should definitely be in the MVP conversation. And when you look at his numbers, is what he explained and looked at. You with that, as objective as you possibly can, do you think C.J. Stroud should be in the MVP conversation?
No, I think it's a tad bit too early for that.
That's a little
I think it's a 4-4 football team that's been inconsistent. He's done some tremendous things, given that he is a rookie and he's 2 months into the season. But I have a really difficult time with the inconsistencies. I have a really difficult time with the 4-4 record of the team right now. So no, I wouldn't feel comfortable including C.J. Stroud in an MVP conversation. Now, if you want to use the term or the phrase MVP conversation real loosely and say, hey, well, let's talk about 10 guys, then maybe he's a fringe guy that, boy, if they rattle off 10, 11 wins, get in the playoffs, you take into consideration what this organization looked like last year to this year, then maybe he's a fringe guy. But right now, I mean, if we're talking about legitimate MVP conversations, I don't feel comfortable putting C.J. Stroud in that conversation.
Yeah, record has a lot to do with it. You look at guys like Lamar, Jalen Hurts, and even I think is having a down year, but Mahomes and hell, Jared Goff, who is been having a big year as well.
Tua and
Tyreek Hill, and Tua, yeah. It's just hard for me to get to that point. I will say it's not like, oh, shut up. It's not like I'll turn my back on you and I just won't hear it, right? It's not crazy to say it, but no, I think it's a little aggressive as well. What about, is Richard Sherman, I've heard this talked about, I've heard Brandon Scott bring this up, our own Brandon Scott on SportsRadio610.com. Richard Sherman has said this as well, that he believes C.J. Stroud is a top 10 quarterback right now in the NFL.
That one I can get with. And when I first heard it, I was like, ooh, that's aggressive. But then I started going down the list of quarterbacks. And
now, do you define this as top 10 playing right, the way they're playing right now?
Yeah, I exclude Aaron Rodgers because he's not playing. I'm talking about the guys in the league right now that are playing football. Are there 10 guys that I would rather have quarterback in my football team right now? Tomorrow, playing right now, than C.J. Stroud, and I couldn't get there. I mean, there's some guys that I ended up putting him in the category with that some may prefer over him, and that's a conversation to have. But if you look at the NFL right now, you've got obviously Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Kirk Cousins. Those three guys. I'm not Kirk Cousins. I was looking at the list. I'm sorry. Jalen Hurts. You got Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson. Those four guys to me are, without a doubt, your top four guys that when we're talking about MVPs and we're talking about top 10 quarterbacks. Did I leave anybody out? And I know
Joe.
There you go. Yes. Joe Burrow was in there. You are correct. Joe Burrow was in there. I believe I had Trevor Lawrence in mind. I had 6 was my number. I think Trevor Lawrence was the 6th guy. But then you get into the conversation about Dak Prescott, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, you mentioned them, Kirk Cousins, you mentioned them. Like, would you legitimately right now take all of those guys over C.J. Stroud?
Yes.
And for me, that's a conversation that's not crazy to have.
I don't think it's crazy. I mean, I would. Yeah.
I had 6 guys that I would without a doubt put above C.J. Stroud right now. You got Tua, obviously he's playing lights out, but when you watch him, would you really take him over C.J. Stroud right now? So I just think he's in that conversation with the Dak Prescotts, the Justin Herberts, the again Kirk Cousins, the Tuas. I think he's put himself in that conversation, and you can have it openly, and it's not crazy.
I think he's clearly in the top 15. Clearly, I think you could even say clearly in the top 12. He has had, like I said before, I think he has had before last week, Sunday's game was a whole nother level. But before that, it's just like, boy, he's having a really good year, and especially a really good year for a rookie. It's just when I go to that point and I think, all right, top 10. Now remember, he's played 8 games. And if we look at the 3 games prior to Sunday, we look at it and say, he got outplayed by Desmond Ridder. Derek Carr, the numbers, if you really look at the numbers, you could make a real argument that he got outplayed by Derek Carr.
I'm just pissed off.
And then he got outplayed by Bryce Young. So when I look at those 3 games leading into it, right, in his entire, it's hard for me to jump to the top 10. It's not a crazy conversation at all. But yeah, he is marching up there. I mean, he's getting up there, but last week was amazing, but if you take the entire thing, right, like the 3 games leading into that one, I don't think we were having that conversation.
No. I mean, look, last week every game he's building that resume of like, hey, where does this guy fit in until you see a larger sample size. I'm just like right now, I would take C.J. Stroud 10 out of 10 times over Dak Prescott. I would take C.J. Stroud 10 out of 10 times over Tua. I would take CJ 10 out of 10 times.
You had to win a game Sunday.
Yes. Now these guys don't get their weapons now. I mean, we forget like Tua. You give Tua this group. I don't know that he's making plays like CJ is, and more importantly, you take away Tyreek and Waddle, and what was Tua? They were trying to boo his ass up out of the league at that point in time. So look, I would take him over those guys. I would take him over Kirk Cousins. I would take him over Jared Goff. Right now, I would damn sure take him over Derek Carr. And I don't dislike Derek Carr.
I got you with Derek.
Yeah, I mean, I would take him over all those guys, man. Right now, given what I've seen and what I know he's capable of doing, and there's some guys that I didn't even mention that we've yet to see raise their team to the level of what we saw him do on Sunday. Maybe a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit more talented, maybe a little bit more athletic, but we hadn't seen him do what he did on Sunday. And again, those individuals are playing with much more pass catchers, weapons than he is. So, yeah, I would have him in my top 10 right now.
Yeah, future-wise, damn sure over all those guys you're taking. But tomorrow, yeah, Jared Goff is playing at a high level right now, and I get what you're saying. This guy's been to a Super Bowl, done some things. He's playing at a really high level. Like those guys, I'm going to back off a little bit with CJ. But CJ, I think the big thing with both of those things, although I don't agree with them, I think it's a little early. I don't think they're crazy. I think CJ has played at a level where they're not, you can't, 14 interceptions, 14 touchdowns, 1 interception. You can't, that ain't just luck for 8 straight weeks. So, he is doing things to put himself in the conversation where it is not crazy. All right, coming up, there's a lot going on outside of the Texans that we got to get to, and as we look forward to talk to the head coach at 3:00, we got to look at this Michigan thing. Is Jim Harbaugh going to get himself suspended? We'll discuss that and many things like the Rockets as well coming up next on The Drive.
C.J. Stroud put on a show in the
Applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 11/22.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Just got the text message in my my friend group. One of the fellas said, "Hey guys, who's all been snipped in here?"
I have.
You've not been snipped, Tyler.
Circumcised?
Vasectomy. Sorry.
Oh. Yeah.
Is that what you think when you hear someone? Is that what
you didn't really think he was talking about circumcision?
I think he did,
I wasn't sure.
I think he did. I was going to say, maybe it was just me. I thought I was going to say, maybe it's me. When I hear someone say, "Did you get snipped?" I didn't think circumcision.
Maybe the pupper's ears, but not your piece.
I thought it was just me.
No, none of the pupper's ears have been snipped either.
That's right.
Let me be a little bit more specific. Yeah. Vasectomy. Yeah, I've been sliced and diced. There's a few of us in the group.
I can't believe you did that, man.
That I got a vasectomy.
I mean, yeah, man. What if you get my age? And you're like, man, I need another little one running around.
I will not get there.
Snip, snap. They can reverse
I know
it.
that one. Feel that one.
They can reverse it.
That's
if you
not
need.
what that fella told me.
Michael Scott got it reversed and redone like 3 times.
He said to me in our first meeting, he said, or consultation, I guess would be the proper verbiage.
About your boys.
He said, listen, you want to really make this decision? He said, because I'm going to really mess them up down there. And I'm going to light them up down there. So you really make your decision.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
I'm going to add that to the list of things I do not want my vasectomy doctor telling me. Like, hey, I want you to be real gentle.
Yeah.
I want you to be real gentle.
I mean, he was gentle, but I'm just saying.
I would prefer you not laugh.
He was gentle, but he was saying, he just said, hey, I'm gonna really take care of them. I'm gonna take care of them swimmers.
Man, that makes
you rip your nuts and your wiener off, you're dead.
It really was not as bad as I thought it was. I built up what I thought it was gonna be. It was not as bad. I mean,
Did you have to lay up there spread eagle?
Yeah, I was spread. Yeah, but my favorite part
Were you awake?
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
Yes, it's a procedure. You're awake. My favorite part.
Did you look him in the eye?
No, I didn't. not during it. My favorite part was he said he started playing like some like metal. I think that's his own.
Like Metallica or something?
Yeah, it was pretty hard. And he said, "Hey, do you mind if I play this? If there's something else you'd like to?" I said, "Hey, I want you to be in your space. I want you to play whatever the hell."
So every time you hear heavy metal now, you think about getting snipped?
I said, "Hey, I want you to get to your safe space."
Right.
Hell, I don't care if you wanted to play. I don't care if you wanted to play whatever it is. If you need Southern gospel.
I need you focused, sir.
I need you to do whatever it is your best thing.
As my boys were talking about here.
Oh, man, take care of it, man. If he said, "Hey, man, I like a little polka," do it, man. Play your polka, man. Wherever your safe spot is. Whatever your safe. Hey, shout out to the Rockets last night. They had that little deal. Some teams, they're doing this around the league where they won't make multiple trips. They'll have a team come in, and you'll play them back-to-back in a couple of days. They did that with the Kings. Now, the Kings were without their best player, De'Aaron Fox, but I don't care. They absolutely hammered the Kings on Saturday and yesterday. Yesterday, they won 122-97, and hell, it wasn't even that close, it felt like. It was like 90-something to 60-something in the third quarter, and I was like, okay, maybe move on a little bit from this. And then they won Saturday 107-89. They're back to 500.
Yeah.
So after getting blown out by 30 in Game 1 by the Orlando Magic, they've come back to play some good basketball. So there it is. Shout out to the Rockets, baby.
Well, I'll be honest. I over and catch some of that fourth quarter after seeing a tweet on social media, and I thought, let me flip on over. And I looked at the score, and as you said, it was 90-something to 60-something, and I was pleasantly surprised that the Rockets had the big number, and I quickly lost interest. Something about watching a team up 30 in the fourth that just doesn't tickle me.
Yeah,
doesn't turn me on a bit.
Doesn't tickle you. Doesn't turn you on. You had to move on.
Move on, man.
It was good, man. So shout out to them, man. They play Wednesday.
They had the Lakers?
Yeah, they got the Lakers at home. Dylan Brooks is already
here.
Uh-huh.
Are you going?
I can't. I got to do some work.
Oh, hate that for you, man.
Stupid podcast.
Work gets in the way.
It
Tyler,
really
you want to
does,
go?
man.
I'm down.
That's a real sucker move right there. After I bought that dragon fruit yesterday.
I think we ought to send him a picture with our feet on the floor.
I like it.
Maybe LeBron smiling in the background.
It's been a while since I've been courtside. Let's make it happen.
I'd never forgive the both of you.
Really?
That would cut deep. I knew it would.
Yeah, it would cut real deep. If you got, especially if you got close. Oh, hell no. Y'all ain't even been watching the Rockets the last couple of years. Y'all gonna go to this bad boy with the lake? All right.
I would imagine half of the Toyota Center that's going to be there that Wednesday night has not been watching the Rockets lately. Yeah. They just turned over.
Yeah.
I was just telling my buddies, a few of my buddies, I want to get to a Rockets game soon. That might be the one. You want to go?
Is that tomorrow? Yeah.
Shut up.
I mean, I could probably pull it off.
Stop, man. Stop. You're not going to
No, I've been wanting to go to a game.
No, well, wait.
That's nothing to do with you.
No, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
That's
and
that's the icing on the cake, Chief.
You know what? Go.
am.
Let's see what happens to the Rockets.
And I'm going to send you a picture.
Let's see what happens to the Rockets Wednesday.
Of LeBron's bald spot.
You show up. Let's see if you continue your trend with the Milner curse. Let's see what happens.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
I think we should test it.
Sounds like we are.
Nah, hey, seriously, man, don't do that, man. Don't do. You know that's one I need.
Last time I went, I was in the bowels of Toyota Center hanging out with the people, man, the higher ups, man.
Yeah, text line said don't let Tyler in the Toyota Center.
I really didn't consider that, but I think I'm going to go. I've been wanting to get to a Rockets game. It's early in the season. If the curse is still there, then they'll be fine.
Yeah, they play a lot of games, Tyler.
Yeah.
They can't put that one on you.
Can't put that one. Yeah,
hell no.
Just would add to the machine. All right. Hey, by the way, the Big Ten formally notified Michigan that it could be facing disciplinary actions from the league. And the word is that the thought might be that Jim Harbaugh, who has already been suspended 3 games for a hamburger incident with a recruit.
Hamburger?
Yeah.
They call
it hamburger. No, he was. He was contacting a player too much during the recruiting process, and he said he was just getting them a hamburger.
Okay.
They just went out to get hamburgers,
but he didn't pull a Jameis Winston and just steal some burgers.
They got no, he did. That was lobster. They got a big game Saturday against Penn State.
I think it was crab legs.
It was crab legs.
Lobster. I think. Come on.
Lobster's a lot closer than hamburger. I mean,
he mixed in lobster.
At least you had a crustacean. He had a damn cow.
You nailed it. It was a crustacean. It's fine.
I would have just let lobsters go if I were you. But anyway, they play their first game of the season against Penn State. You think Jim is coaching? You think Jim's on the sideline for this game Saturday? Because it seems like this story is getting hotter and hotter by the day.
Yeah, I think he's on the field this Saturday. If it's up to the Big Ten, I believe he's on the field this Saturday. But I do believe that they're going to have to drop the hammer on him at some point in time, because you've got every other Big Ten head coach and every other Big Ten program staring you in the face. And apparently, according to one of them, Purdue, which I think it's actually multiple, but the Purdue head coach is on record of saying, look, we have got like the strongest kind of evidence you could possibly have that it's been going on. They've got to do something. And so when the other parties in the Big Ten have the evidence, I would think the governing body, the Big Ten Conference, has no choice but to pull the trigger.
It's really bad.
Yeah, there is obviously a dynamic to it where Michigan can sue the Big Ten, and it can get into a legal battle if they suspend him, I believe, before the season's over. But I don't know how that's going to end up playing out. I do think that they're going to drag it out enough to let him coach this week, but I think at some point they got to suspend him.
I mean, you have to. Like if the Big Ten or the NCAA, if somebody just does, like, come on, man, you can't get in trouble for pushing the envelope.
Yeah.
And where initially they wanted to put you down for 4 or 5 games, they got it down to 3, and now you have beyond pushed the envelope. I mean, beyond done it. Well, in the same year, you just go.
The timing is what's so interesting here, because I just firmly believe that whether it's the NCAA or it's the Big Ten, I just firmly believe that you've got they are trying to navigate the schedule and allow him to do what he did earlier in the season and self-impose for 3 games and make it games that really didn't matter and that they were going to win anyway. There's no way around this one. Right now, if you look at Michigan, they've got Penn State this weekend. They've got Maryland the following weekend. They got Ohio State the following weekend, and then they got the Big Ten championship and obviously college football playoffs. So if they suspend him more than one game, which it will be very interesting, by the way, if they suspend him just for the Maryland game. But if they suspend him more than one game, which I believe it's thought to be that it's going to be 2 or more games, then it's going to be a monster game for not only Michigan but for the Big Ten as a whole. And so we'll see. Now, there's part of this I read too. Reportedly, the College Football Playoff Committee, who met yesterday, I think, and the new rankings come out today, I believe, college football playoff rankings. The Michigan AD stayed back in Michigan to deal with this investigation. But the College Football Playoff Committee, I don't know if it was a statement or if it was a regulation or just an opinion. But anyway, the point is the College Football Playoff Committee said they are treating Michigan, as long as Michigan is bowl eligible, then they are college football playoff eligible.
Yeah.
And so that's how they're viewing this thing. So if nothing
you think
drops,
this should just be on Jim real quick? This should be just on Jim and not really on the program?
Oh, man.
Like on the kids?
That's I heard somebody earlier having the J.J. McCarthy Heisman. Should this hurt his Heisman hopes? And man, I battle with that. But I think definitely for the most part, as of right now, it's got to be just the head man.
All right, DeMeco Ryans, the head coach. He will join the drive live. We will sit down and talk with the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans, coming up next right here. half of your Houston Texans. And we are joined by the head man, DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco, we appreciate you jumping back on with us. Coach?
All right. What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Hey, you almost made me real nervous there, Coach. I was about to say, damn, I scared him away. He said he's out. All right, man, we appreciate you jumping on with us. I kind of want to kick this off with Sunday's game, man, and it felt more than just a win. It was an important game to get to 4-4, but it felt bigger than just a win. Was that a program-defining type win on Sunday?
You know, as we continue to go through the season, we'll see, what that game meant to us. What I loved about the game is just how it took everyone, right? And we faced a lot of adversity throughout that game, losing guys, all right, things not quite going our way. But to see guys just continue to fight, continue to rally no matter what happened, and to see our guys fight to finish, that's what I love most about that. And for me, as of right now, it's a defining moment in our season as we are right now. But it's encouraging to see just a bunch of young guys is going out fighting, and the way they finished with CJ and Tank finishing with the big touchdown there, just unbelievable to see.
DeMeco, for me, you're 2 months into your head coach career, and I think the most impressive thing as a whole, we're talking about the whole program, is y'all's ability to adjust and adapt, whether we're talking about injuries or we're talking about offensive philosophy and approach and identities and all those kind of things. I think that's been unbelievably impressive over 2 months. It's obviously something that you guys have done well. What's your how do you view that? How do you approach that week in, week out, and how important is that within what you're trying to build?
Yeah, each week for us is not always about what we want to do. It's about winning the game that week. So whatever it takes for us to win a game that week, that's the plays we'll put in, that's the defensive structures we'll play. To me, you have to be adjustable. You have to be willing to adapt, right, to play to your opponent's strengths. How are you going to defeat your opponent? That's what it's all about on a weekly basis. So if that causes for us to change things, all right, adapt, adjust, that's what we'll do.
All right, DeMeco Ryans joins us as the head coach is with us as they just coming off that huge win over the Buccaneers. I'm curious, from the start of the season, it felt like that you were really serious about, hey, man, we're going to really be physical and be a real run team. And I'm wondering, now that the season has progressed, have you kind of changed your thought process on that for this team?
No, I don't. From my thought process for our team, I want to be a physical team. Right, no matter how that looks, whoever touches the ball, I want us to be a physical team, finish physical in a physical manner. Or defensively, I want to finish with a physical mindset. So, no matter about running the ball, throwing the ball, it's about moving the ball down the field, right? Gaining yards, however we have to get that done, right? That's what we'll do. To me, it's about winning games. So if it's throwing it 50 times, if we have to do that, we'll do that. If we have to run it, we'll run it. So that's what to me, it's all about what does it take to win football games, and the mentality of our team overall. I want a physical football team, and I think we're showing that each and every week that we are a physical team.
How do you deal with the struggles though, Coach, in the run game? I mean, it's no secret. I mean, you guys have talked about it in post game pressers. You guys have talked about it during the week when you talk to us. How do you guys address that with the inability to consistently generate a run game, along with what you said of, hey man, we're going to do whatever we got to do to win this week versus said opponent?
Right. Again, we attack everything the same way. Again, we'll have our run plan together, and whatever the best run plan is for that week. And again, we'll try to establish a run. I think our backs have done a good job of making some explosive runs happen for us, and we've mixed it up as when it comes to our schemes with our run game. And we try to do different things in the run game to generate some movement there. And I think as we continue to go along, we'll continue to get better in our run game, and it's just a collective approach from O-line, tight ends, the running backs, everybody being involved, right? Just it comes to a mentality of moving people off the line of scrimmage, playing with a physical mindset.
DeMeco, with that, real quick on the run game and that part of it with the physicality, do you sense that Titus Howard will remain at left guard, or is there any thought that he may jump back out to right tackle his more neutral position?
Yeah, I'm not going to discuss, our pieces up front and how we move guys around with our players. We'll have the best 5 guys out there.
All right, DeMeco, is Michael Dieter going to be your center?
We'll see.
I heard you loud and clear, Coach. I'm just pulling your chain, man. Hey, talk to us a little bit about Derek Stingley. I mean, that's one of the biggest topics in our day-to-day business, man, is boy, the defense has been good, but what would they look like if they had Derek Stingley? And then you guys have a little struggles this week of shutting down Tampa. Boy, Derek Stingley would have been nice to have, and yet we hadn't heard much of a report or an update on what's going on with Derek Stingley. Can you catch us up on his status and how he's doing and what you expect from him moving forward?
Yeah, Derek has had some positive weeks. He's trending in the right direction. And when the right time comes, when he's fully set and ready to go, we'd love to have Derek. We've definitely missed him, missed his ability to play out there on the perimeter. He's a very talented young player, and of course we'll be excited to have him back when that time comes. But he's been doing a great job of working on the side, getting himself ready to go.
So you do expect him to return at some point this season?
Yes, yeah, we expect him to be back at some point this season.
Okay, DeMeco Ryans joins us here on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. I know you've heard and talked a lot about C.J. Stroud. I'm sure you ain't tired of it when you look at what he's done. I'm just curious from you, been around the league, playing in the league, working with young quarterbacks where you've been in San Francisco. Are you at all surprised that he was able and has been able to reach the level that he is in terms of quarterbacking this fast in 8 games?
Not surprised what CJ has done, because I think with all the players that come into our league, you see who they are in college. And for the most part, those guys were successful in college, and get those guys that have the right mindset to continue to, get better. And that's what CJ has. He has that mindset to grow and get better each week. When you tie that with a guy who has a talent and an elite skill set, I think he has so much room to continue to grow and get better. So not surprised by what he's done, just watching him work each and every week, watching him get better each week. It's been really fun to see just such a young guy, right, develop right in front of our eyes and do some really cool things. And I think the best part about CJ and what I say for him is just, what he does and what he inspires amongst his teammates, right? Building that confidence in the guys around him. Guys believe in him. They believe he can make those plays to help us win games, and that goes a long way. When you have the locker room behind you, that's everything for a quarterback. So proud of CJ, proud of what he's done, and he still has a lot to improve on, right? He's done some good things, but he still has a lot to improve on, and he's willing to put the work in to improve.
Do you still treat him like a rookie, Coach?
He's still a rookie. It hadn't changed.
Hey, you talked. I think it was Monday, maybe. I mean, we hear from you so much, which we greatly appreciate, by the way, that it all runs together. But you mentioned the one thing or one thing that I think is you see as one of the best traits for C.J. Stroud was his accuracy this week. Can you take us inside the locker room, Coach, or inside the film room a little bit? What play, what throw, or what throws was it from Sunday's game where you guys looked at each other like, "Woo, that was special"?
Right, man. I think for me, it starts with the double move we hit with Tank, the touchdown to Tank. I mean, just the pinpoint accuracy to put that ball exactly where it needed to be for the touchdown. Tank and CJ just connecting. And I think it's 3 plays for me that stick out, and they all involve Tank. It was the first touchdown to Tank during our 2-minute drive, right? The big the play that Tank hit on their sideline. Like, that ball it's pinpoint accuracy right on the sideline where Tank has just enough room to keep his feet in. Great hands, great catch, awesome throw by CJ. And then no better throw than the last one for the touchdown. You talk about the accuracy. CJ hit his back foot right on time. Tank goes up. He puts it up high enough where it's away from the defender and Tank goes up, snatches it with his hands. I mean, those 3 plays right there from CJ, that's what sticks out to me with the accuracy of him and the connection that him and Tank has. It's you don't see that accuracy a lot, especially from young quarterbacks.
All right, we appreciate you joining us, Coach. One last thing here. I know you talked about it, about the rat poison, about responding to to positive. Well, it's listen. Your team has been the talk of the town. Your thoughts of now going into this game against Cincinnati with a lot of positivity going to your team, and how you all are going to react to that.
Yeah, man, we love the positivity that's been our team's being talked about, and the guys deserve it. The guys that put the work in his locker room, the city of Houston deserves to hear some positive talk about their team. So we're just happy to be in a place to give, our city some positivity when it comes to, all right, the football team here in Houston. So, we're encouraged by our fans. We appreciate the support of our fans, and we feel that excitement from everyone. But we know that it's a week-to-week business here. So we know it's tough. Yeah, the more you win, the tougher each week, the next week gets. So going against Cincinnati, man, really good team. Joe Burrow, they got it rolling there. They're playing at a very high level offensively and defensively. So we have our hands full. So, I make sure our guys understand that, hey, it's hard to win in this league. So we celebrate the win, right? We congratulated those guys, right? Honored them, and guys had big games. Noah, career game. CJ, career game. We had multiple guys who did some really cool things, and I made sure to highlight those guys for that because it's hard to do those things in this league. And we definitely highlight and appreciate those guys, but we also understand that, all right, Tampa is over. All right, we're excited about it. It's over, and now it's on to Cincinnati. And the more we keep winning, right, the more important these games will be, and that's where we want to be. We want to be playing meaningful games late in the season here in Houston, and that's what excites us.
Hey, Coach, I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, man, but this has gone so well, man, our first date, our first conversation. I just want you to know Tuesdays at 3 o'clock moving forward, man, we got them reserved for you, brother.
I appreciate it, man.
All right, Coach. I still have to forgive you. Your son beat the brakes off my son in Little League football. We ran up against the Stallions and caught a nice L. I was looking for you there, but I think y'all was on the road. But
man, what team are you on?
We don't need to talk about it, man.
They're the Broncos, Coach.
Man, we don't talk about this, Coach.
They're the Broncos.
I didn't like how you laughed that hard on it, Coach. It wasn't that bad. All right, man. We appreciate you. Good luck this week in Cincinnati.
All right, thanks, guys. Enjoy it.
All right, that's Coach DeMeco Ryans there as he joins us here on the drive. Good conversation with the coach, and he hit him with that on to Cincinnati. God, Landry is going to have a field day.
I think you'll hear that on In the Loop tomorrow.
Oh, my God, because Landry said it. Oh, Lopez threw his papers in the air. That on to Cincinnati. I'm surprised. Tyler, he's not even gonna hit you up and say that. Nah, he got it. I got you, Tyler. We might see it. Landry might be up here to pull that one off. Yeah. So I guess Titus Howard gonna be playing left guard.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. He didn't give us too much, did he? On that Titus Howard deal?
No, he wasn't going to. It's all right. That's all right. You gotta ask it. You gotta feel it's what the people want to roll through.
I read between the lines a little bit on that though.
Did you?
And I may need to listen back on it, but I really liked he didn't drive home, or we're going to establish the run, and we're going to.
No, he didn't.
I mean, he just simply said we're going to strive to be. Ultimately, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but what I took from it was, I mean, ultimately we are going to strive to be physical up front.
We want to be physical. If we got to throw it 50 times,
right.
That feels like that's a change from kind of the identity thought that this team was going to be,
right.
which to your personnel and what you've said, I don't think he believes this either, or Slowick does either, that you just throw it in the trash.
Right.
But I think your personnel kind of dictates what you should be doing more.
Well, and two, when you self-evaluate, self-scout, and you look back at 7-8 weeks of football, and I mean they're watching the same film that we're watching. And I feel like I beat a dead horse, but like I've been saying it from jump. Like we can talk about running backs, which by the way, it's funny. All of a sudden, Dameon Pierce ain't the problem, and it's we're just gonna need to throw it because we need to throw it because C.J. Stroud can sling it around the park. But you're watching the same tape that I've watched from Jump, and it's clear the issue is up front, and it's inconsistencies across the board. It's not one guy. You plug the tight ends into the conversation, all of a sudden there's another problem, and so it makes sense DeMeco to say, hey man, we just gonna strive to be physical. I mean, there's nothing about that tape that says, nah man, we're gonna keep running this thing, and we're gonna be a balanced football team, and we're gonna. Nah, it's safe to say that what you have to do to win ball games moving forward is lean more into C.J. Stroud and what we saw on Sunday. Not necessarily to the tune of 39 points, maybe, and 470 yards, but that's got to be the mindset more so moving forward than what we thought was going to happen.
Yeah, appreciate the head coach jumping on and joining us here on the drive as he had some good things to say. I'm sure you'll hear that again. We may have that for you again later on in the show, so stay tuned with us. Let's talk about another guy, a guy that he brought on, Bobby Slowick. A lot of people are all over C.J. Stroud, as they should, but how much of a role did Bobby Slowick play? How much of a role did he play in Sunday's performance for C.J. Stroud and this offense? We'll discuss that coming up next on The Drive.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors, man. If you were raised up around these
and biggest performances around the league, all in the time it takes you to drive to the office. Just follow the best football show in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. We appreciate the coach, DeMeco Ryans. He just joined us on The Drive, and one of the reasons why we're the number one afternoon sports show in all of Houston, right there.
Top ranked show in the city.
Big things happened as the Texans had their biggest win in years, and the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, takes the time, and we appreciate him and Omar for taking the time and jumping on with us.
I think Hannah and Cal should probably jump on with us tomorrow. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, hell, they can jump on right now. Hey, Nick, you got an open door invitation as well. That's probably what he would do to that.
There ain't no question.
Hold on, Joe.
There ain't no question. He is in a committed relationship with one Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne.
I think he'd do that even if he wasn't committed.
Good point. Yeah, good point.
Unless I gave my schedule when I wasn't here. All right. But no, we appreciate that. Some good things. Hey, Derek Stingley will play again this year. At least that's what the plan is. That's what coach said. So I'm looking forward to it.
He's got to be chomping at the bit for that time to come. As a defensive play caller?
Yes.
Ooh-wee, man.
Yes.
I'm gonna tell you, man. There is
especially Sunday.
Well, I mean, look, there's a handful of teams on this schedule that are remaining that whether they're good football teams or not, when you look at them offensively, there's a certain, if they've got a above average to really good receiving core and a quarterback that wants to drive it down the field, your ass is going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
Down 3 safeties, down what should be your best corner. You're back to your nickel guy being kind of if 4's in the game, it's got to be zone or it's got, that kind of deal. The secondary, and there's one this week. So I know that's not the conversation we're having, Ron, but he's got to be chomping at the bit to get
him back. Yeah,
to get some of these guys back rocking and rolling.
Yeah. So good to hear from the head coach. All right, man. CJ had a record-setting day, and I know you watched it. Probably watched it a couple of times. We'll see when the All-22 comes out, and I know you'll check out the film.
Yeah.
But how much do you think Bobby Slowick played a role? And I'm not going to – obviously he did. But how much – because I can remember back there was a game, the Bobby Slowick game, where we were like, boy, he is in his bag today. It was a Steelers game. He was something else and was, as you would say, a weapon on the sideline, a weapon in the polos. How much do you think Bobby Slowick played a part in yesterday or Sunday's performance for the Texans?
Well, if he's not your OC, it's not happening. I mean, I think it's I just think it's absolutely huge. And right here in Houston, as a fan base, we've watched the offensive coordinator and the quarterback not seeing the game through the same lens. We've watched a offensive play caller and a quarterback, or an offensive play caller ask the quarterback to play left-handed. And we've watched those guys have some success together, but it's just constantly been a struggle, man. We've seen offensive play callers and defensive play callers just refuse to adjust outside of what their scheme is, no matter what in the hell their quarterback's strength is. And when I say that, I'm mainly talking about Bill O'Brien and him asking Deshaun Watson to get at the line of scrimmage and Tom Brady that thing and getting the best protection every single time and use all the play clock and all that kind of job. Like, we've seen all that. And we've seen an offensive play caller try to be all things to everybody to allow the defense to dictate what the hell their identity is on offense, kind of thing. We've seen all the bad, man. When you look at what Bobby Slowick is doing, look, Bobby Slowick, be honest with you, Bobby Slowick should be getting coaches fired around the NFL. He should be getting coaches fired around. Like, there's no excuse for us to watch. Now I'm talking about Nathaniel Hackett.
Bobby's about to get interviews next year.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about just play callers in general. If you're an NFL play caller, your ass ought to be able to do some of the things that Bobby Slowick's doing. Bobby ain't never called plays. Hell, Bobby been on both sides of the damn ball, offense and defense. Bobby ain't never played quarterback. I mean, like, it's if you're an NFL play caller, you should, like the Jets last night. And then we're talking about Nathaniel Hackett, and look, I get it. I mean, I understand how bad he is, and it's low-hanging fruit when you talk about what he did in Denver last year. But he went out there with an offensive line that can't protect worth a damn and threw the football 49 times last night with Zach Wilson. I mean, absolutely. I mean, there's just
and early. It wasn't just because the game became that. It was the game plan.
Well, it's hold the football and try to drive it down the field too. It's not. And look, you can look at Zach and you can blame all that on Zach, but there's a development that just isn't happening with Zach either. And so it's like guys like that. Like, and you hear people on TV putting film up and just talking about how it lacks intention. Like it's. Everybody's at the same plays, but when you run them and how you run them and who you have in certain spots matters. And Bobby Slowick is of all the different categories, mindset, personnel, play calling, timing, all those things, Bobby Slowick has been lights out for the majority of the season. The down games that this offense has had, you can literally pinpoint Atlanta, super conservative. You can look at it and say, well, you had a young quarterback. You were trying to. You had an offensive line that had been leaky early on in the season. You're trying to overcome some things. You really didn't know who your pieces were yet. That's just a reason, not an excuse. I'm not taking it off the table. And then you look at the Carolina game, and it's like, hey, that was your last ditch effort to try to establish the run and do some things up front, and they adjusted after that. So I just think this guy was in his bag all day Sunday. We talk about the second half, but we've mentioned the plays that CJ missed a couple of big throws in the first half. I just think Bobby Slowick is as much responsible for what we're seeing CJ Stroud do as anybody, including CJ and DeMeco in this conversation. I mean, it has been absolutely beautiful to watch my man work.
I don't think it was a coincidence or an accident that we kept seeing 24 for the Buccaneers continuing to get matched up in matchups in which he got absolutely abused. I don't think that was an accident. I don't think it was a coincidence. And I think that has something to do with Bobby Slowick, as you just spoke about it, putting the right people in the right spots and places. Like, we continue to see, like, there's not anybody that Carlton Davis can cover, and especially your best route runner and most elusive guy in Tank Dell.
Right.
And he can like, if you go watch it, I know I heard oh God, what's his name on the morning show with Payne and Pendergast? Ross Tucker talking about, didn't you keep, he was on Red Zone as much as Scott Hansen is what Carlton Davis was. He continued, they just beat him down and attacked that clear advantage that they had over and over again. That ain't just CJ. That is clearly, I think, Bobby banging that and killing that until ultimately they won the game.
A good offensive coordinator is going to find the duck if you got one.
Yep.
And they're going to attack you. And they're going to attack you. And they're going to attack you. Until you get the kid off the field, they're going to attack it. And I don't think it's any coincidence that the two biggest plays for Tank Dell, I believe, were both on him. Yeah. I don't think that's a coincidence. And so, yeah, I mean, those are just the little things. Like, I just don't want, the all of us that are fans that care to this level to take that for granted, man, because what that dude, and not for any other reason than I just want you to enjoy it. I want you to know how special the future is as long as Bobby Slowick's here with CJ Stroud. I mean, because it's unfortunate, but there's a good chunk of offensive play callers in this league that just don't have the ability to do 50% of what Bobby Slowick appears to be able to do, just again, in the moment, drop of the hat, in game. Hey, we don't have a kicker, two-point plays galore. Hey, and I know they didn't all hit, but you had some, right? You come back, hey, we're in a shootout, man. We got to figure out a way to take advantage of this defense. We got to keep up with Baker and Evans and Godwin and all these pieces. And how are we going to do it? Boom, we're going to get Tank Dell matched up on Carlton Davis, and we're just going to keep on abusing him as much as we possibly can. We're going to score 29 points in the second half. I mean, that is hell of a job, CJ. No doubt about it. Should get the credit that he's getting. But the play caller behind all that is he's coming into his own, man, and this could be a fun ride.
Yeah. It's he's been impressive. They both had a rough week last week against the Panthers, and then they bounced back in the game where they had to have all these points. Mm-hmm. As you said, adjustments from half to half, right? As they scored 29 in the second half. All right, let's get to this. People have been wondering if we wanted to talk about this, and yesterday, despite what some people on the text line And YouTube say, yesterday was a positive day. I do think we can take a look at what a lot of people have been wanting to look at, and that is how concerned you are about this Texans defense. They gave up 37 points to Baker Mayfield. How concerned are you about this defense? We'll discuss that coming up next right here on The Drive.
C.J. Stroud put on a show in the Texans' 39-37 win over Tampa.
Today was a statement game by C.J. Stroud. Houston, you have one of those dudes that can go get the whole thing for you.
He just put up a classic. He told us he's a ball placement specialist. He was right, and it was front and center today, man.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Bell Prices Traffic Center, this traffic report is brought to you by Yellow Rose, Houston's first legal whiskey distillery. An accident sitting along the Gulf Freeway northbound at Scott. It is currently blocking that exit left and right interchange ramps. And I-10 westbound after Woods Road out of Waller County. Some road debris blocking your left lane. Yellow Rose Distilling pays tribute to Texas, Houston's oldest legal distillery since Prohibition, where Yellow Rose is
Home Depot. How doers get more done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
That's right. And, Texans' biggest win of the season, boys. And
what the hell was that?
What's that?
That's right.
That's right, boys. Easy, you two. Good gosh, man.
You just can't.
Big win.
That interest.
Yeah, big win. Well, I was trying to buy myself a little time here to open up. I don't know why, but my damn screen over here was minimized on me. The Texans win 39-37 over the Bucs. That's what I was trying to get. Is that pacing a little better for you?
I was going to say, Lo got excited at home if she was listening to that.
She's got bigger fish to fry right now, I believe.
There ain't no bigger fish. Ain't going to be no bigger fish than you coming home, is it?
That is a very good point.
Come on, Daddy.
I hope not. I hope
Come
not.
on, Daddy.
I hope none of them Amazon drivers or FedEx drivers or anything of those. I mean, they know my wife by name.
Nobody goes to the worst.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you, man. You never know, man. You got to keep an eye out. I got that Ring camera. I'll watch it.
I got a Ring camera. There's a guy named Edgar. There's an Amazon driver named Edgar that really can
keep that package away from my wife, Edgar.
That's right. You leave her package at the door. Keep your package in the truck. How about that,
yours.
Talking about your. You get it.
Hey, Clint, how's the wife and the kid? Wait a minute, how do you know I got a daughter? What are we doing here?
Well, she has my eyes.
Well, yeah, right. She's got your blue eyes, Edgar. Damn it. And the thing about it, I mean,
I know somebody can fix that wall that you got an issue with in your bedroom.
I bet you do.
Hold on. How the hell you know?
I know. Yeah, that crack in the sheetrock in your bedroom. Yeah, I got somebody who can fix it if you need it.
The hell you know about that crack?
Got a cousin that's hell on sheetrock now. Yeah, well, that's good. That's about right.
In fact, I'll look at it next time I'm in there.
Anyway, Texans got a huge win this week, and when that happens, obviously the head football coach DeMeco Ryans, he joins us on the drive, and if you listen on the Odyssey app, good for you. If not, you need to download the Odyssey app. AUDACY. Search for Sports Radio 610. You can take us everywhere that you go. And there's also this little rewind feature on that Odyssey app. You can rewind and listen to DeMeco Ryans in full at 3 o'clock. But I'd rather you wait till about 6 or 7 tonight to do that and catch the rest of our show here. But DeMeco was great. And there's a couple of talking points here, I think, in the city around the Texans team right now that he hit on, that he touched on, and I wanted to bring that to the people, Ron. I thought you did a hell of a job, by the way. Didn't piss him off or anything like that. You did a hell of a job.
I was really about to accept that as a real compliment.
No, I really do. I think you did a hell of a job.
Piss him off.
It's always a roll of the dice.
One of those things. One of those things in Houston is the run game, or the lack thereof. The run game. Here's what DeMeco Ryans had to say about the Texans' run game.
Right. Well, I mean, again, we attack everything the same way. Again, we'll have our run plan together, and whatever the best run plan is for that week. And, again, we'll try to establish a run. I think our backs have done a good job of making some explosive runs happen for us, and we've mixed it up when it comes to our schemes with our run game. And, we try to do different things in the run game to generate some movement there. And I think as it continue to go along, we'll continue to get better in our run game, and it's just a collective approach from O-line, tight ends, the running backs, everybody being involved, right? Just it comes to a mentality of moving people off the line of scrimmage, playing with a physical mindset.
I'm going to tell you what I loved about that particular piece right there was he was not overly committed to the run. It sounded to me, and I'm paraphrasing, but it sounded to me like, hey, man, we're going to do the best that we can. We're going to continue to try to be physical up front. But ultimately, we are going to. He said we've mixed things up schematically. We've obviously mixed things up from a running back perspective. But I think that my biggest takeaway, Ron, on that run game comments was you got a defensive-minded head coach. It would have been very easy to just go, no, we're going to establish a run. We're going to be a run-first football team. We're going to be a balanced football team. I heard none of the above.
He said if we got to throw it 50 times, we will.
Yeah. I mean, I like the clearly the mindset is we're going to do whatever we need to do to win ball games, to put our guys in position to play well and play to their strengths. And so we've all seen the same film over 8 weeks really 9 weeks, but eight games, and it's just there's not a lot of hope in this run game in Houston right now, and they've got games to win. Ron had a great follow-up, by the way. This is really what folks really want to know is what are we going to do with Titus Howard at left guard? Titus Howard struggled at left guard. I think all of them have struggled in the run game at every position. But Titus Howard at left guard, you paid the guy through the roof to be your right tackle, your bookend tackle with Laramie Tunsil. He's been playing guard all year long. Here's DeMeco on Titus Howard.
Yeah, I'm not going to discuss, our pieces up front and how we move guys around with our star players. We'll have the best 5 guys out there.
All right, DeMeco, is Michael Dieter going to be your center?
We'll see.
Yeah, I heard him loud and clear there. I knew he wasn't going to answer that question, Ron. But your thoughts on Titus?
Yeah, it's up to him, but I'm going to put it out there. I think one of the pressing things is, as we walked in on the crosstalk, as the video that Landry showed us of, Titus Howard looking like he's at the very least struggling again with pulling and trying to block and try to move as a left guard. I mean, it is a question that many people wonder, and it's one of the things each week, even in the win, each week, of if they're going to move or continue to have their expensive right tackle playing left guard. And Clint, it is hard for me to find the return of anybody, whether that is Patterson if he miraculously comes back from that fractured leg injury, whether it's more likely or more soon, you would think it'd be Juice Scruggs. I don't know who would move him. Like at this point, I don't. I think he is going to be the left guard for the season, and I think that's what the plan is, unless something else happens. Obviously, something happened to George Fant. That is the plan, and it continues. And I think you've brought it up. It continues to make you wonder. All right, is there somebody that can play left guard as well as George Fant plays right tackle? And if there is a person there that can play left guard as well as George Fant can play right tackle, then I feel like the move should be made for Titus Howard to go play right tackle. And part of me believes if there's somebody who can play right tackle just better than Titus, because Titus is clearly that's not his strong suit. Yeah. So I think that's going to be something that is going to be talked about a lot.
You hit the nail on the head, Ron. I just firmly believe this is not about Titus Howard. This is about whoever the other option is at left guard, and are they better than George Fant is at right tackle, period. I think that's what this is about. And you look at this team's identity is for the only way they've been able to score points, the only way they've been able to move the football is through the air. And with that said, Titus Howard has been good in pass protection. And the worst thing you could do right now for this football team is to move Titus Howard to right tackle, insert said guard, and then that guard be leaky as hell in pass protection. Now you got a group that can't run it, and now you've got interior pressure on your offensive line, and you're impacting what you know you can do and what you ultimately should be hanging your hat on moving forward, which is the pass game, C.J. Stroud in the pocket. So I think it's more about that than it is where Titus Howard shouldn't play, if he's your best tackle, right tackle on this football team. I think those are easy answers. It's just a more complicated formula, if you will, to make sure that they can at least do one thing right. Let's be clear. I mean, the left side of this offensive line, and you can include the center. I mean, we don't need to include the center. I think they've been through 4 center. They're on their 4th center right now. I think the left side of this offensive line in Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, you got a boatload of money wrapped up in those two guys, and they are struggling mightily. Again, everything's relative, right? With the amount of money that you got invested in those two guys and what you expect from those two guys from the offensive line position, not just pass protecting, from the overall offensive line position in terms of playing a clean game, being good in the run game, and being good in the pass game, really great in the pass game. Those guys are struggling mightily at times in the run game. And that's not just that.
It's hard to watch those two struggling. It is, especially those. It is hard to watch.
Yes.
that with what you're paying him and the talent that you believe they have.
The part that is hard for me to watch, and this is, I don't know any other way to put it, man. When I watch, like, it's inexcusable things. Like, there's not a whole lot of fight. Like, I watch George Fant. I'm gonna tell you, I watch George Fant. When I watch film, I try to pay as much close attention.
Giving it everything he's got.
I mean, George Fant is trying to whoop somebody's ass. I mean, I don't know if he's going to win every time, but he is, whoever he's up against, his mentality, and as I'm watching him, I'm like, I don't know if George Fant's going to win that fight, but whoever he's in a fight with is going to know they were in a fight. I mean, he is getting after them. Even if he misses them, he is getting after them, right? And I just don't see that from the two on the left. Like, consistently. I just don't see it, man.
It seems like they're dealing in a lot of confusion. At least Titus. It seems like
that's the scary part to me, though, Ron, is I feel like you're right.
Which I would agree with you, and I think people listening to have expectations that those two, of all people on the line, shouldn't be dealing with confusion. Because many times they look like they don't know who they're trying, who they're going to hit, who they're supposed to get.
In that crosstalk, Landry Locker showed me, because I've not watched the All 22 yet. I mean, it literally looks like me out there trying to torpedo somebody coming off the defensive end, putting my head down and missing them, and it's Titus. It's like, and you don't have to. The thing is, you don't have to do that. Like, technique, like, who taught that technique? On that, I mean, it's an inside run. The running back's coming off your tail. You're pulling, kicking out a defensive end. He's sitting there. He's running upfield for you. He's doing a job for you, and you duck your head and completely miss the guy underneath. Now, the fact that he went over the top of Titus, the running back ran right by him on the backside, it ended up not being a problem. But you can't tell me that's how he's being coached. I mean, that ain't it. It's just it's not good up front, man. So anyway, DeMeco on I think DeMeco's mindset is who are the best pass protecting five we can put out there, and then we'll try our damnedest to scramble a run game together. I think that's where they're at offensively.
Or the fattest protecting five too.
What'd I say?
No, you correct yourself. You were good.
Did I say fat?
You were starting to. But those guys are big. You're
I don't believe
point.
I was going to say fat.
I don't think you were either.
It was a slip of the tongue, like fresh.
This guy.
All right,
it's okay when it's Ron. You leave me alone.
You leave.
Hey, blue 80, easy white 90. Hey. The other hot topic, by the way, with this football team right now is Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley not only has been injured, but he's been gone how many weeks?
Since week 2 was the last time he's played.
7 weeks. And the craziest thing is like we don't even hear questions about him. We don't even hear responses about him. We don't even get updates on Derek Stingley. Well, we had to ask. We had to ask obviously about Derek Stingley. We had to ask the head coach that. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Derek Stingley.
Yeah, Derek has had some positive weeks. He's trending in the right direction. When the right time comes, when he's fully set and ready to go, we'd love to have Derek. We've definitely missed his ability to play out there on the perimeter. He's a very talented young player, and of course we'll be excited to have him back when that time comes. But he's been doing a great job of working on the side, getting himself ready to go.
So you do expect him to return at some point this season?
Yes, yeah, we expect him to be back at some point this season.
So there you have it. We've missed him. We need him out on the edge, and we expect him back at some point this season. I know it's vague, but it is the head coach giving you an update on Derek Stingley.
They expect him to be back. That is one to watch. Then we'll see how long it is, because last year he had a hamstring issue that took him out for the rest of the 9 weeks of the season. And I just wanted to get that clear that right now at this point the expectation is that he plays. That he gets back on the field and plays for this team.
I thought you did a great job of that follow-up.
And they need it.
Yeah?
Appreciate that.
That follow-up was really, really good. Coach, let me be clear now. I'm going to work on my let me be clear question, because that's good. You really make them be specific.
Yeah, kind of, hey, where are you going to go with that?
Yeah.
Because if he'd have said, hey, man, we're just going to keep seeing how he progresses, and you're like, uh-oh. But no, it was conviction. He'll be back, which means I think he may be close.
If you're not going to get a clear answer, let me exclude one possibility, which is season ending.
Yes.
So that's out the window.
Yeah.
Oh, dang, that's a good job.
Right, man. Go right into it. Attack it.
Ronald Hughley. Set, red 22. Boys, we're up against it at the house. Mama's about to pop.
No. She's ready. She's ready for this to be over.
Oh, she's been ready.
Honestly, kind of forgot Lord was pregnant.
Well, she hadn't. Let me tell you.
No, she had. Clint had.
Let me tell you, she has not. I just need you boys to be prepared because I could get the call at any minute.
Oh, we're in any minute.
Oh, wow. I didn't know we were here, man.
Well, she's inside. She's outside of 36 weeks.
I thought this would be more planned.
She's out. Well, it is planned.
Yeah, I was going to say. I feel like it'd be. Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe they may have to go again.
I mean, I don't think. The water breaking. There ain't nothing about that. Now the doctor says December the 5th, but the Liv, their first baby came a month early, and so they say when that first one comes a month early, the odds are you might want to be ready a month early with the second. Well, we're inside that month.
Yeah, I just figured with the way that Liv she gave birth, that it'd be more planned. Because of the way she gave birth.
Yes,
they can
it is. It is the C-section. It's a planned C-section. But I don't know if we're gonna get. She says whenever that water breaks, it's go in and get that. We'll have a baby in about 15 minutes.
There you go.
It's
I bet
exciting,
she loves
man.
that labor.
Oh,
not having that. Not having that
I failed
18-hour labor.
I failed last night, bro.
Uh-oh.
I failed last night. I gave the response of, babe, you did it last time. You'll be fine.
Oh.
She said she was a little bit nervous, a little bit concerned, a little bit anxious. I said, baby, and I was being sincere. It was not the.
You just didn't think that one through before you just reacted.
Well, I didn't. It took me a minute to, because then I said, well, what do you want me to say? And then it dawned on me, like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have.
I know what you can do to make up for it.
I was being serious. She did such a good job the first time.
About an hour and a half you were down there?
Oh, we were already in bed, so she just rolled over and went to bed.
Sleep. She's still carrying that one with her.
I think I changed the subject, actually. So
you did. Still on her mind.
There's no doubt.
Hopefully she rolled.
She's probably complaining to her mother right now about me.
That'll come back down the line. Maybe, hopefully tonight.
Oh,
maybe, but you should, as Tyler, I think, is going to say, you should get out in front of it. And card, whatever she likes. Hey.
Oh, her birthday's next week, too.
In front of the birthday. Hey, I really just be intentional about apologizing for not thinking that one through.
Well, I'd rather that come back and bite me than one of those delivery guys.
Edgar, stay your ass away.
Edgar, I tell you what, I don't fight fair. I don't fight fair, Edgar.
Should the Michigan Wolverines be allowed to participate in the college football playoff? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Just how good can the Texans offense be? Pretty good if you ask.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Hey, listen up. This is what we're going to do. You got this ready for me, Tyler? Coming up in the next segment, we spoke with the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. And if you missed that, we'll let you hear that interview as he addresses everything from Titus Howard to Derek Stingley Jr., how important the win was yesterday, or on Sunday. He addresses a lot. So we'll let you hear that coming up in the next segment in about 13 minutes. So if you missed our interview and conversation right here on The Drive with DeMeco Ryans, we'll let you hear that coming right up on The Drive in the next segment. This, fellas, this Michigan thing is getting really interesting. Really interesting. Now, it is Tuesday, so the college football playoff rankings, the latest ones, will come out, and we'll see. They'll probably continue to be in the top four, as they were, I believe, 3 last week. They'll continue to be in the top 4, and I actually think Georgia may jump Ohio State after their performances this weekend. But it has been reported that the Big Ten has informed Michigan that there could be disciplinary actions taken towards their football program and could be taken towards their head coach, Jim Harbaugh. And it almost seems like, Clint, that is the expectation, that it is not just we'll see. It seems like it's the expectation that there could be a potential suspension for Jim Harbaugh. One, and you can jump in on this, 713-572-4610. You think Jim Harbaugh should be suspended? You think there should be action taken for Jim Harbaugh? They fired the kid who is at the center of this thing. Do you think he should have action taken towards him?
If the reports are accurate, which that's a big if at this point in time. I've read articles that go as far to say that Big Ten sources are saying this is as advanced as it is unsettling, that it's thought to be worse than what the Astros did and also what the Patriots did in terms of sign-stealing scandals, which the Patriots were recording. I think it was the Cleveland Browns or the Cincinnati Bengals or somebody from the sideline. And so if those reports are accurate, and if the reports are accurate of the Michigan paying lower-level Division II, Division III teams to allow their personnel to be on the sideline and video, if it is proven accurate that they were going to these games and videoing sidelines to steal signs, absolutely. Absolutely. And the thought is that the way that it would be worse than any other stuff that we discussed or that has been covered in sports is that those things were in-game. I guess the Patriots weren't. Yeah, what
are they? They recorded. I know they recorded the Jets.
But I'm trying to remember.
Practice.
And it was but they did.
There was something with the
game.
Bengals too. The Bengals, where they recorded them from the sideline.
But a big part of what is supposedly, allegedly gone on at Michigan is that it went beyond the Michigan game. Like they were going to other people's games.
He was apparently going and dressing in disguise. And getting on the sideline.
Oh, he was. There's video of him in Central Michigan coach's gear on the sideline of Central Michigan when they were playing Michigan State,
which people believe Central Michigan was behind potentially helping.
Which Jim McClain, the head coach, come out and said he had no idea, and they are investigating kind of how that happened. He said every one of our sideline passes, all of them have names assigned to them.
Well, that should be quick then.
It should be very quick to determine who exactly did that. Which a lot of this should be. Right, I mean, a lot of this, which I think it is. I think it is. I heard the Purdue coach talk a couple of days ago, and he hit my overall takeaway was this dude is adamant about some kind of discipline falling on Michigan because they have hard evidence that's enough just between Purdue and Michigan for that head coach to think that they should drop the hammer on Jim Harbaugh. And so, and there's multiple schools that believe they have that kind of evidence. So, yeah, Ron, I mean, the interesting thing here is that Michigan has. They got Penn State this week. They got Maryland next week. They got Ohio State the following week, and then they got the Big Ten championship. There's no way to dance around this the way that Michigan did earlier in the season, where they self-imposed, I believe, whatever they did, where they suspend Harbaugh for a couple of games, whatever it was, and they're really non-issue games, right? These are big-ass games that their head coach is going to have to miss if they do indeed discipline him at this point in time. You know what I mean? So it's interesting, man. He
shouldn't be on the sideline Saturday. I don't think he should be on the sideline Saturday at Penn State. And I'm surprised. Not that I'm surprised. I'm not surprised anything that the NCAA does. But it's not just that. Like, Jim has thrown the middle finger up at them over
his Heisman Trophy candidate.
He lied to the NCAA about what happened, and that's why they were ticked off some more. That just happened this year. He should be at least done for this year.
Here's something that's pretty recent. Michigan apparently has sent documents to the Big Ten that the school believes showed 3 conference teams engaged in communication about their signs in 2022. Those teams are Rutgers, Ohio State, and Purdue. So now Michigan's doing their own fact finding and sending some things out as well. It's a mess. That's the one. Like I expect him to be on the sideline this weekend. I don't think Michigan can complicate this enough. I think to buy them this weekend, but I don't know that they're going to be able to complicate it enough to buy them through the season.
I think something could happen to Jim. You think anything happens to the program? Like, do you think anything to where it's like they disqualify them from being able to participate in a postseason?
No.
Like they get a postseason ban this year?
No, I don't think that's the only way that would keep them out of the college football playoff. By the way, the college football playoff committee has come out and said that as long as Michigan is bowl eligible, they are college football playoff eligible. No, I don't think they will. I think it'll all come down on Jim Harbaugh's head. Because there's no way that this was all going on and Jim didn't know about it.
Even if he didn't, that's on you. You got it.
Fair.
They've got coaches who've got in trouble for not knowing.
Sure.
You know, and not
the interesting. You do bring up an interesting thing though. Is like, does the team end up getting penalized? I heard a conversation earlier, which I completely disagree with, about J.J. McCarthy and should his Heisman chances. Our candidacy, if you will, be impacted by this because, of course, the thought is that they're still in defensive signs, which obviously directly helps the quarterback in terms of where to throw the ball, knowing the coverage, yada, 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 which I don't disagree. It would help him tremendously, but I don't think the kid should be penalized at all in terms of having a Heisman-worthy season.
All right, coming up, DeMeco Ryans. You'll hear his entire interview we had with him earlier today. If you missed it, stay tuned. You don't want to miss what the coach has to say about Derek Stingley, about Titus Howard, other things. DeMeco Ryans, his full interview coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, you better buckle up, man. We got some good DeMeco Ryans audio coming to you, and there ain't nothing better than to sit around and drink some cold Coors Light and listen to the head ball coach talk about your Texans because they are hot right now. They're rocking and rolling 4-4, and
So, you ready? I'm ready.
Please welcome to the stage.
Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks VapoCool Drops.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, if you missed it, we sat down and had a good conversation with DeMeco Ryans. Does this start with my question? I'm just asking you. It doesn't matter. I was going to lead into it. It's probably something we should have talked about over the break, but I like to be just completely 100% to our people. If you missed it, you don't want to miss this. It starts off with us talking about if this was a defining win on Sunday. Here's DeMeco Ryans as he sat down with with us here on The Drive. Joined by the head coach of your Houston Texans, and we are joined by the head man, DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco, we appreciate you jumping back on with us. Coach?
Hi, what's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Hey, you almost made me real nervous there, Coach. I was about to say, damn, I scared him away. He said he's out. All right, man, we appreciate you jumping on with us. I kind of want to kick this off with Sunday's game, man, and that felt more than just a win. It was an important game to get to 4-4, but it felt bigger than just a win. Was that a program-defining type win on Sunday?
You know, as we continue to go through the season, we'll see, what that game meant to us. What I loved about the game is just how it took everyone, right? And we faced a lot of adversity throughout that game, losing guys, all right, things not quite going our way. But to see guys just continue to fight, continue to rally no matter what happened, and to see our guys fight to finish, that's what I love most about that. And for me, as of right now, it's a defining moment in our season as we are right now. But it's encouraging to see just a bunch of young guys is going out fighting, and the way they finished with CJ and Tank finishing with the big touchdown there, just unbelievable to see.
DeMeco, for me, you're 2 months into your head coach career, and I think the most impressive thing as a whole, and we're talking about the whole program, is y'all's ability to adjust and adapt, whether we're talking about injuries or we're talking about offensive philosophy and approach and identities and all those kind of things. I think that's been unbelievably impressive over 2 months. It's obviously something that you guys have done well. What's your how do you view that? How do you approach that week in, week out, and how important is that within what you're trying to build?
Yeah, each week for us is not always about what we want to do. It's about winning the game that week. So whatever it takes for us to win a game that week, that's the plays we'll put in, that's the defensive structures we'll play. To me, you have to be adjustable. You have to be willing to adapt, right, to play to your opponent's strengths. How are you going to defeat your opponent? That's what it's all about on a weekly basis. So if that causes for us to change things, all right, adapt, adjust, that's what we'll do.
All right, DeMeco Ryans joins us as the head coach is with us as they just coming off that huge win over the Buccaneers. I'm curious, from the start of the season, it felt like that you were really serious about, hey, man, we're going to really be physical and be a real run team. And I'm wondering, now that the season has progressed, have you kind of changed your thought process on that for this team?
No, I don't. From my thought process for our team, I want to be a physical team. Right? No matter how that looks, whoever touches the ball, I want us to be a physical team, finish physical in a physical manner. Or defensively, I want to finish with a physical mindset. So no matter about running the ball, throwing the ball, it's about moving the ball down the field, right? Gaining yards, however we have to get that done, right? That's what we'll do. To me, it's about winning games. So if it's throwing it 50 times, if we have to do that, we'll do that. If we have to run it, we'll run it. So that's what it, to me, is all about. What does it take to win football games? And the mentality of our team overall, I want a physical football team, and I think we're showing that each and every week that we are a physical team.
How do you deal with the struggles, though, Coach, in the run game? I mean, it's no secret. I mean, you guys have talked about it in post-game pressers. You guys have talked about it during the week when you talk to us. How do you guys address that with the inability to consistently generate a run game, along with what you said of, hey, man, we're going to do whatever we got to do to win this week versus said opponent?
Right. Again, we attack everything the same way. Again, we'll have our run plan together, and whatever the best run plan is for that week. And, again, we'll try to establish a run. I think our backs have done a good job of making some explosive runs happen for us, and we've mixed it up when it comes to our schemes with our run game. And, we try to do different things in the run game to generate some movement there. And I think as we continue to go along, we'll continue to get better in our run game. And it's just a collective approach from O-line, tight ends, the running backs, everybody being involved, It comes to a mentality of moving people off the line of scrimmage, playing with a physical mindset.
DeMeco, with that, real quick on the run game and that part of it with the physicality, do you sense that Titus Howard will remain at left guard? Is there any thought that he may jump back out to right tackle, his more natural position?
Yeah, I'm not going to discuss, our pieces up front and how we move guys around with our star players. We'll have the best 5 guys out there.
All right, DeMeco, is Michael Dieter going to be your center?
We'll see.
I heard you loud and clear, Coach. I'm just pulling your chain, man. Hey, talk to us a little bit about Derek Stingley. I mean, that's one of the biggest topics in our day-to-day business, man, is boy, the defense has been good, but what would they look like if they had Derek Stingley? And then you guys have a little struggles this week of shutting down Tampa. Boy, Derek Stingley would have been nice to have, and yet we hadn't heard much of a report or an update on what's going on with Derek Stingley. Can you catch us up on his status and how he's doing and what you expect from him moving forward?
Yeah, Derek has had some positive weeks. He's trending in the right direction. And when the right time comes, when he's fully set and ready to go, we'd love to have Derek. We've definitely missed him, his ability to play out there on the perimeter. He's a very talented young player, and of course we'll be excited to have him back when that time comes. But he's been doing a great job of working on the side, getting himself ready to go.
So you do expect him to return at some point this season?
Yes, yeah, we expect him to be back at some point this season.
Okay, DeMeco Ryans joins us here on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. I know you've heard and talked a lot about C.J. Stroud. I'm sure you ain't tired of it. When you look at what he's done. I'm just curious from you, being around the league, playing in the league, working with young quarterbacks where you've been in San Francisco, are you at all surprised that he was able and has been able to reach the level that he is in terms of quarterbacking this fast in 8 games?
Not surprised what CJ has done, because I think with all the players that come into our league, you see who they are in college. And for the most part, those guys were successful in college, and get those guys that have the right mindset to continue to, get better. And that's what CJ has. He has that mindset to grow and get better each week. When you tie that with a guy who has a talent and an elite skill set, I think he has so much room to continue to grow and get better. So not surprised by what he's done, just watching him work each and every week, watching him get better each week. It's been really fun to see just such a young guy, right, develop right in front of our eyes and do some really cool things. And I think the best part about CJ and what I say for him is just, what he does and what he inspires amongst his teammates, right, building that confidence in the guys around him. Guys believe in him. They believe he can make those plays to help us win games, and that goes a long way. When you have the locker room behind you, that's everything for a quarterback. So proud of CJ, proud of what he's done, and he still has a lot to improve on, right? He's done some good things, but he still has a lot to improve on, and he's willing to put the work in to improve.
Do you still treat him like a rookie, Coach?
Still a rookie. It hadn't changed.
Hey, you talked. I think it was Monday, maybe. I mean, we hear from you so much, which we greatly appreciate, by the way, that it all runs together. But you mentioned the one thing or one thing that I think is you see as one of the best traits for C.J. Stroud was his accuracy this week. Can you take us inside the locker room, Coach, or inside the film room a little bit? What play, what throw, or what throws was it from Sunday's game where you guys looked at each other like, "Woo, that was special"?
Right. I mean, I think for me it starts with the double move we hit with Tank, the touchdown to Tank. I mean, just the pinpoint accuracy to put that ball exactly where it needed to be for the touchdown. Tank and CJ just connecting. And I think it's 3 plays for me that stick out, and they all involve Tank. It was the first touchdown to Tank during our 2-minute drive, right? The big the play that Tank hit on their sideline. Like, that ball is, it's pinpoint accuracy right on the sideline where Tank has just enough room to keep his feet in, great hands, great catch, awesome throw by CJ, and then no better throw than the last one for the touchdown. You talk about the accuracy. CJ hit his back foot right on time. Tank goes up. He puts it up high enough to where it's away from the defender and Tank goes up, snatches it with his hands. I mean, those 3 plays right there from CJ, that's what sticks out to me with the accuracy of him and the connection that him and Tank has. You don't see that accuracy a lot, especially from young quarterbacks.
All right, we appreciate you joining us, Coach. One last thing here. I know you talked about it, about the rat poison, about responding to positive. Well, listen. Your team has been the talk of the town. Your thoughts of now going into this game against Cincinnati with a lot of positivity going to your team, and how you all are going to react to that.
Yeah, man, we love the positivity that's been our team's being talked about, and the guys deserve it. The guys that put the work in his locker room, the city of Houston deserves to hear some positive talk about their team. So we're just happy to be in a place to give, our city some positivity when it comes to, the football team here in Houston. So, we're encouraged by our fans. We appreciate the support of our fans, and we feel that excitement from everyone. But we know that it's a week-to-week business here. So we know it's tough. Yeah, the more you win, the tougher each week, the next week gets. So going against Cincinnati, man, really good team. Joe Burrow, they got it rolling there. They're playing at a very high level offensively and defensively. So we have our hands full. So, I make sure our guys understand that, hey, it's hard to win in this league. So we celebrate the win, right? We congratulated those guys, right? Honored them, and guys had big games. Noah, career game. CJ, career game. We had multiple guys who did some really cool things, and I made sure to highlight those guys for that because it's hard to do those things in this league. And we definitely highlighted and appreciate those guys, but we also understand that, all right, Tampa is over. All right, we're excited about it. It's over, and now it's on to Cincinnati. And the more we keep winning, right, the more important these games will be, and that's what we want to be. We want to be playing meaningful games late in the season here in Houston, and that's what excites us.
Hey, Coach, I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, man, but this has gone so well, man, our first date, our first conversation. I just want you to know Tuesdays at 3 o'clock moving forward, man, we got them reserved for you, brother.
I appreciate it, man.
All right, Coach. I still have to forgive you. Your son beat the brakes off my son in Little League football. We ran up against the Stallions. Right, we can come back early. Caught a nice L. I was looking. Yeah, we can come back early. We don't need to get into
that,
man.
Come on.
We gotta go to break, man. I didn't need to relive that. Oh,
wow!
You hear him? Who was it? Who was it that my son's ass whooped? Who was it? Who was it? Was it?
Stallions.
You gonna say? You gonna yell out? It was the Broncos, DeMeco. He said, "Oh, yeah, I remember that ass whipping."
My son came home talking about it.
All right, coming up, we'll get you updated on some pretty significant injury news with the Texans right now. We'll give you the latest on that, and we got to give some love to your Houston Rockets, who are coming on strong after a rough first game. They're playing well. We'll discuss them coming up next on The Drive.
All right, the future of joint pain relief is here, folks. It's QC Kinetics, man, advanced regenerative medicine. And I'm telling you, man, it is absolutely amazing. If you've been told that if you're dealing with chronic joint
on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty, the DILF, and old Psycho T have the latest for you. And the latest is, all right, guys, if you missed it, we just replayed the interview in full with the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. If you missed that, you can go to the Odyssey app and listen to that puppy and find that. It was done at 3 o'clock sharp. You can find that and listen to our conversation with the head coach. I want to come clean, as I did practice had some thoughts and ideas how to attack this yesterday. I did have a question that I think maybe 7 years ago I would have maybe made the second question, but I decided to back it off.
What was it?
Hey, Coach, you've had a lot of injuries and issues in the secondary. Any thought of maybe looking at bringing a Des King, who is on the streets, maybe back to help out with the secondary?
Oh, you thought that would have been a good idea?
I just got the red carpet. We wanted to get into a controversy.
I jotted down, and I, as I said, there has been growth. I decided, I'm like, that's probably not.
Well, that's good to know, considering Tyler and I are somewhat attached to you a bit now.
That's a really good question.
Yeah, I mean, you got our livelihood kind of dangling out there with questions like that. I appreciate you. I appreciate you shelving that one.
I did. I put it down. I didn't even write it down in my notes.
Well, again, we appreciate it, Bob.
Coach, you go, but in the mirror when I said, "Hey, Coach, man, y'all gonna bring back Des King? Y'all need him." That's how I said it.
In the mirror, that's how you said it?
You gonna bring back Des King? You need him.
How you think he would have answered that?
He'd hung up.
A little disconnect. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got there's a little fuzz back here. I didn't hear you. Must have got disconnected.
Little hang up.
Yeah.
Hang up. I ain't been hung up on since Tony Gonzalez. He said it was an accident. He had a cricket phone.
Cricket must have been paying him well.
He told us, yeah, man, sorry, man, sometimes this cricket phone I have doesn't go through the right areas.
Yeah, Cricket and Boost Mobile, that's a tough route.
And I couldn't refrain myself.
What'd you do?
I said, Tony, you got a cricket?
What'd he say?
He said, yeah, it works well normally.
You got a Go phone, bro?
Works well until you piss me off.
I said, maybe I got to get back into this question. All right. It was a good day, good conversation with the head coach. Go check it out, 3 o'clock on the Odyssey app. All right, injury-wise, as DeMeco touched some things yesterday, he'll speak to the media again tomorrow. Be looking for that on In the Loop. You'll be able to hear more, I'm sure, as he'll address it. But there's some news coming out, Clint, that Fairbairn, the kicker, Kaimi is going to miss roughly 3 weeks, Clint, with a strained quad. And they have, as we reported earlier, signed kicker Matt Amendola to the practice squad. But Kaimi Fairbairn, the kicker, that guy is going to be down for at least 3 weeks. This looks like it is cutting it close to IR, which is 4 weeks. And look at this. I mean, we've talked about the injury situation. The Texans are going to have – their punter was on IR to start the year, and now their kicker is roughly 3 weeks, maybe more. So that's where they are with the kicking situation. Matt Amendola, listen, it's better than the situation they were in last week, which you think they'd be confident to kick extra points. But this will be something to watch. You really hope. And, I mean, and we'll see what happens against Cincinnati, but the other games they have coming as well, they're probably going to be in some potential close games. And the kicking situation is something that they've been confident about before throughout the year. Hopefully that isn't something that becomes of importance down the stretch.
I would be willing to bet it does. And you had a pretty good one in Fairbairn. And look, hopefully this kid can at least be a good fit while Fairbairn's down. We'll see what happens. But I think the most interesting thing about this is you clearly have seen DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick. Last week, they were forced into a situation of being a little bit more aggressive, going for it on fourth down, going for 2-point plays with a kicker that you don't know completely and that you don't have complete trust in, I wonder how aggressive they'll be with the offense in terms of those fourth downs and even down inside the goal line in fourth and goal situations, how aggressive they'll be. I'm here for it, man. It's going to be fun to watch. But it beats the hell out of having Dare Ogunbowale as your kicker for an entire game, that's for sure.
I think there should be a competition.
You think so?
I mean, I think Dare at least earned the opportunity to have a competition this week.
Do you think you could hit a 29-yarder?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Not a chance. No.
You don't think you could hit a 29-yard field goal?
10 tries, no.
10 tries, no chance?
No.
All the working out you've been doing, you get them hip flexors stronger?
I just don't think I got that.
You ain't got it, T?
I'll just tell you right now, I'm not confident.
Y'all have seen me attempt it. It wasn't pretty.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
That guy lost his.
You about gave somebody a concussion on that lower left side down there. I forgot about that.
Hooked it
definitely
left.
Not at one shot. No, I'm thinking I go over 10. I'm just being honest with you. I know that's not my journey.
Kicking, never was.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not the path God's put you on.
I would, if you gave me 10 shots, I think I'd have a hard time. Probably it'd take me at least 5 or 6 just.
You
to
think
get
you would hurt something?
Yes, just to get it above the crossbar, like to get the height on it, to get it above the crossbar. Then finally, once I get the height going, I've been concentrating so much on getting the height, I'm losing power, and then it's going 10 yards, and then that's when the hamstring injury comes. Then I'll be added to the Houston Texans hamstring issue.
Wow,
is when I go.
I don't know if the hamstring is the dominant muscle there. I think it's a quad.
Mine would. I just felt it.
Yours is a stretch.
I feel it. Yeah, the stretch. When I go,
right.
I felt it. Yeah, just felt it. Yep.
I think you could get it up there.
Yeah.
Yep. The best part about it, and it's even your beer pong shot. The best part of all of it is extra unnecessary movement in order to what
are you talking about?
Like your action right there. You literally hopped and you threw both arms up in the air a little bit and the other foot way back.
Get some of that power.
We got to stabilize everything else and just swing the leg.
The showman.
I can do. I can do everything that lines up before it. Like I can get up here.
Yeah, take the steps back. I told Dare Ogunbowale he did that nice. All right, now, there you go. See, just give me one step and a swing of the leg. See that? He kicked the wall.
All right, no, I don't think. I think I go 0 for 10. Those are on YouTube and Twitch. I apologize for that.
Boy, I hope the YouTube and Twitch watchers, I hope you can see what I'm talking about.
Oh, wow, man, that hurt.
Like you hop into it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that power in it. What, you're just going in swinging the leg?
Yeah. I'm not gonna push upwards if I'm trying to get power through the back of a ball. Like that don't even make sense.
Getting the height.
Science don't add.
I'm trying to get the height.
No, you just got to swing that foot through the back of it. You're wasting energy going up and hopping and all that crap.
I might be, man. That's just.
I'm falling.
I told you.
I can't get up.
I told you from the jump, it's not my journey. All right.
Oh man, I believe you could get it up there.
No.
And I believe Tyler could do better than what the hell he did too.
Yeah, he was a little hammered.
In my defense, I was hammered drunk when I kicked.
I just want to say I know a little something about Matt Amendola.
Do you?
Yep. Last year.
Is he Danny's brother?
Might be. I don't know. Don't think so. Last year he
Damn.
He went to the Chiefs. He went to the Chiefs and cost them a loss against the Indianapolis Colts, and he was immediately cut after the game. I don't know if you remember how bad the Colts were last year. You do. He missed.
Yeah, I remember.
He missed, I believe, an extra point. Missed a couple of. I think he missed. Yeah, he missed a field goal and an extra point in the game in which they lost by one possession to the Indianapolis Colts, and then his ass was cut.
Well, that's a hell of a report. I bet Texans fans feel real good about that, Ron.
It was like a 30-something yard field goal, but he caught on with the Cardinals and did something. So he's 26. I think, I think Dare deserves a competition. I believe Dare deserves, and it might end today, but I think Dare or tomorrow. But I think he deserves them to have.
If I was Dare, I'd retire.
Nah, man.
I'd retire from kicking, man.
Let's start at the 29. That's what I'm saying, Dare. Let's start at the 29. I came in with a touchback.
Well, yeah, but if it gets, the problem is if
he couldn't make one in the fourth.
But if the competition were to happen and he goes like 2 for 4 or something, it's going to tarnish the 1 for 1 in a game that gave you the lead. I would retire, Dari. Retire while you're on top, man.
If he wants to, that's fine. I just think he deserves a kickoff. A kickoff.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. Hey, congratulations to the Rockets. I really like what they have done. They play the Kings, and listen, I understand the Kings are a different team without De'Aaron Fox. He is their best player, and he is what makes them go, and he has been out with an ankle injury. I saw him when he got hurt in that ankle injury. It was nasty. He's going to miss some weeks. But they just played the Kings, the 3 seed out of the West last year, in a team that people believe is a playoff team, and not just because of De'Aaron Fox. And the Houston Rockets, 2 games at home on Saturday and yesterday, and they hammered them both times.
Beat them by 18 on Saturday, and what is that, 25 on
It wasn't even that close. I came back. I came on. It was like 97-63 or something.
That's when I flipped over, and I was like, well,
wow.
I'll go back to Monday Night Football.
Yeah, it looked good. And Jalen Green, I think, is the big story is he has looked good and started to play within himself, because that's one of the biggest things is, one, kind of what DeMeco is doing with the Texans, establishing this culture under Udoka. And then, can Jalen Green take a step? Can Jalen Green take a step?
Yeah, I need you to define playing well. Look good, whatever you said.
Yeah, he was a lot more efficient yesterday. Defensively, he made some plays. I like a block that he made, but no, he and the rest of it, everybody else, obviously, when you just beat the hell out of him like that. But I like the way he's played the last couple of games. And he's played more within himself and played within the team system. I like it, because that's the other big part is him and Smith. What are they going to show moving forward? And this is a team, like, generally when they do this, the league has just kind of started to do this where, hey, the Kings will come to Houston, or the Rockets probably have a team they're going to do this with. Oh, they're going to play the Suns, and they'll just stay there for 3 days and play 2 out of 3, and that's the only trip they'll make. It is generally difficult for a team to sweep that. They haven't had that great success rate, and they didn't just sweep it. They absolutely hammered them. So I like what I saw from the Rockets. We'll see what they continue to do. They play the Lakers here at Toyota Center on Wednesday.
That. I knew that.
And they asked Dylan Brooks about his matchup with LeBron, and Dylan said, I'm planning to lock him up.
I like it. Tyler, you locked them tickets up yet for me and you to go?
I actually have them pulled up shopping right now.
How close can we get and for what price?
Oh, I mean, money's no issue. As close as you want to get.
That's a good point.
Money better start being an issue.
It might be.
The hell you started
doing. It might turn into an issue.
You're weak. Hey, man.
Where you go see LeBron, man?
I know you got that Aggie money.
Ron, can you go?
I got some work to do, and it's really one of the real selfish things that you decided to do.
LeBron won't be the only superstar.
Hey, guys,
in the house.
man, you guys have fun. I'm just telling you, I'll never forget.
Do you think we should really go, Tyler?
I'll never forget.
Yes, I've been wanting to go.
I'll never forget.
I don't know that I've ever seen LeBron in person.
I have at a preseason game.
I've seen all the greats. I don't know that I've seen LeBron.
Got to check that one off, dude. We got to do it.
It's right here locally, man. Let's get it.
I'm not gonna hit this 5 o'clock fire button until you stop flipping me off.
Let's go to the next one.
Okay.
5 o'clock fire.
Yeah, I'm cheapskate. I did it again. All right. Speaking of hammered, the Jets somehow at home on Monday Night Football got hammered, and they got hammered with Justin Herbert throwing for 136 yards with no touchdowns, and Austin Eckler rushing for 47 yards. That's the rushing game and the passing game in this game, and they lost 27-6. Clint, 27-6, and they put up 136 yards passing and 47 yards rushing from their leading rusher. So I mean, it wasn't even an offensive dominant performance. The Jets just got their asses kicked.
Yeah, look, this is one of them that I watched a good chunk of the game. I've obviously heard everybody talking about it this morning. I don't understand what the New York Jets are doing offensively. Which, look, I know they're handcuffed a bit, but Man, it doesn't seem like asking Zach Wilson to drop back 49 times against a pretty damn good pass rush, which in turn you're allowing their pass rush, which is their strength, to become a factor. And boy, did they ever! It's a hard watch for me, man. I mean, because he's not only.
I hope the Texans get this Zach Wilson and this Jets team.
Well, I don't mind necessarily calling pass plays. 49 of them, I believe I'd pump the brakes a bit, but I don't mind calling the pass plays. It's the kids dropping back and holding the football every single snap with a bad offensive line, no run game whatsoever.
Yeah. Reese Hall is probably the strength of their team.
But I mean, I'm talking about last night. They weren't able to consistently run it. I mean, you'd think Breece Hall and then what's the kid's name they got from Minnesota?
Cook.
Dalvin Cook. They'd be able to run it, but they just don't. It's just it's interesting to see, like, win, lose, or draw, you'd like to turn the film on and go, okay, well, I can see where the New York Jets are at least trying to get their backs touches out of the backfield to kind of replace the run game. I can see where they're doing this or that, trying to get the ball in the quarterback's hands quick. They're not. I mean, it's just drop back and pray that he's got time. And more times than not, he doesn't.
Yeah, he threw it 49 times and didn't throw a pick. He fumbled 3 times, but other than that, it's not bad. All right, coming up, we've got to address the other side. It was all positive and a great day for the Houston Texans, but it wasn't all perfect. We'll discuss this Texans defense. How concerned are you about the Texans defense? We'll talk about that.
show every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we keep rolling through from the text line. A competition? Ron is nuts. I guess Singletary deserves a QB competition for throwing a TD earlier this season. Scary ass hoes. I was just kidding, guys. I don't think that Dory Agumbawale really should have a kicking competition with Matt Amendola. Just a little fun, trickster.
You got him, didn't you? You stirred up kicked the old ant bed, didn't you, Ron?
I didn't think that was going to be an ant bed. I didn't think anybody thought that was serious. But
I just saw your kicking motion. You better be careful.
It's not serious. That is definitely a joke.
Sidewind ass tennis shoes.
Hey, man. Kiss my ass, Larry. Hope you hear me, too.
The big deal.
All right. What do I want to get from you and the people? All right. How concerned are you with the Texans defense? And I'll just jump right out and say, if your concern level with the Texans defense right now, from what we've seen, and it don't have to do with injuries. If you're really concerned about the injuries, I got no fight with that one. I get it. But, man, if you're over a 5 with your concern level with the Texans defense, I can't understand that one or get with that one, man. They haven't allowed this many points. Now, they gave up 37 to Baker. I don't love that. But it's been since the Colts game, and that's week 2, since they have just, let a team just kind of get away from them and score on them. Outside of that, man, we're in the low 20s. If they get there to 6 to the Steelers, to 17 to the Jags, they lost a game where a team scored 15 in the last second. I don't love what happened Sunday, but I'll give them one. You give me 7 straight weeks where you have, really good defensive play, especially when it comes to scores. Like, I'm good on that. I just don't think the concern level should be that high on this team's defense.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about the defense at all, man. The one thing I believe the days are behind us as Texans fans. I think the days are behind us of having to worry about the offensive or defensive play caller not being a weapon. And with that said, schematically, when you're as good as DeMeco Ryans is, then that is a true weapon on top of the caliber players that you have across the board. Now, as you mentioned, the injuries are going to hurt. Yeah, they're always going to hurt. They're always going to hamstring you or handcuff you to a certain extent. Like the Atlanta game. Look, I just firmly believe that their cover defenders, they didn't have enough to pressure the way that DeMeco Ryans wanted to. And with that said, there were some holes in that secondary, and the rush wasn't able to get home, and they couldn't make enough plays to win that ball game. I think that's going to happen from time to time with as many injuries as they've had. But just big picture, generally speaking, after giving up 33 points or 37. Who put 33 in there? Did I mess it up? 37 points. That's going to happen throughout an NFL 17-game season. I am very, very confident that DeMeco Ryans will figure this thing out, correct the mistakes schematically. Like, I don't give a damn who's on the field. You can't put Henry To'oTo'o on an above-average pass-catching tight end in the NFL down in the red zone with your 2 safeties split wider and cover 2 splits. Like, you can't do that. I think DeMeco Ryans will probably take that one right there on the chin. Like, you take things like that out of the mix, then I believe, which I believe DeMeco will, then you're fine, man. I'm not concerned about the defense one bit right now.
Yeah, I would have, and I said this to you up at the press box Sunday. I would have believed that 33 points before Baker and them scored to take the lead. I would have thought 33 would have been enough at home against that Tampa Bay defense or offense, but it wasn't. And I'm going to need to see more poor performances in a row before I start to get nervous or to have some sort of issue. Larry, let's get your thoughts. Larry, how concerned are you about the Texans defense after Sunday?
Man, I'm not concerned at all. So that's what happens in the NFL. Sometimes you get caught and other teams put up some points. Sometimes you just got to outscore them by playing one of them blowout games where it's a 40-39 game or something like that. DeMeco defense is going to be fine as long as we continue to put some bodies on that D-line that's going to be able to get after the quarterback. The only true concern I have, which Clint already spoke on it, Toa can't be back there trying to do that in the red zone, man. We got to figure out if Christian Harris or Toa is going to be the ones that's going to play them kind of spots, man, because every time he gets singled up in that red zone, they do him bad, man. But so that ain't what I called you for, man. You had my coach on today. And, I was out there cleaning out the garage, man, and feeling good, man. And he still didn't say what I needed him to say when he said, when y'all asked his ass where Derek Stingley ass is. I don't need to know when he coming back and he practicing good. I need to know that his ass is going to get over there and lock somebody's ass down because we getting ready to make a run. I don't know if y'all believe it or not, but your boy and Stafford believe that we got enough talent over there to really get in this playoff picture, man. Because here's the thing. We should be sitting at no worse than 5-3 or 6-2 right now if you take out them two bonehead games against Carolina and Atlanta. And the thing about it is now that you got a quarterback that can win them kind of games, everybody over there on Kirby should be feeling good. And so I heard you say that when you get that bump about them sidewinders, I know your ass still wearing them. So don't be trying to come at me about them, man. You went over there to Ross or Payless and got them things, man, not me. So I'm going to tell you like
they're
this,
Nikes. They're damn Nikes. They're Nikes, Larry. You going to stop telling me I ain't been to Payless since my mama made me go to Payless in a long-ass time. All right? They're Nikes, damn it.
Look here, you ain't moved up in the world, man, and I get it, man. You going to start putting on some shine, man. Hey, T-Mill, we going to keep seeing each other, man, when we get that yak in and I'll holler.
All right, Larry. That's Larry and Stafford.
We did have a good time.
Yeah, I bet you did. They're Nikes. Don't put me in.
Sidewind ass.
Put me in no damn. Don't put me in. Now you can say sidewind. Don't put me in no damn Ross or no playlist. I want to take it this moment to send
damn
a shout
shoes
out.
At Mervin's.
Shout out to my Uncle Eric, man, Yolanda, who Teresa would tried to get me into going to that damn Payless. She did.
I've been to Payless time.
Oh man, I had like you supposed to be 8-year-olds with bunions. You're supposed to be 8-year-olds where your pinky toe, the skin is coming off the edge of your pinky toes. You wearing them hard ass shoes. I'm gonna tell you, this was Teresa. I got a little time.
You were 8 years old with bunions.
Telling you, this was Teresa. Go put on some Payless. She had my ass in Payless forever. This was Teresa. Teresa believes, when we're playing sports or things that I deem important, I'll go to the moon to you. I had Griffey's. I had Griffey cleats. Couldn't get a Nike to wear to school. I got a pullover shirt. I got the best bag on the team playing baseball. Easton Bet, Bugle Boy jeans. She didn't believe in, hey, man, just put on them. She just thought, you're 7th, 8th grade. You keep wearing.
You're going to grow out of them anyway.
Just grow wherever you want to wear.
Yeah.
And I'm fighting off people every day. Look at your ass, them Bugle Boy jeans. They don't even pull up. Yeah, I had a long
I had some Bugle Boys.
Oh, my God.
And you can't ride a bike.
Everybody here I'm talking about J's. J's? Hell, I ain't seen no J's till I could drink.
Wearing those Velcro ones, the ones with the straps where you just pull it over.
I had them hard-ass shoes. My Yolanda, my Uncle Eric said, you're going to get his ass killed. If you don't take that kid, thank God I was there. They got me them Sean Kemp Rain Mans. That was the first pair of non-Payless shoes I ever had in my life. And then I almost considered wearing my cleats to school. That's a badass Griffey.
Where's Show at? Oh, here he comes. Clack,
I'm looking in the closet. I'm thinking, damn, what like? And I'm in the relationship, and I'll be honest with you, I'm a crazy single black mother where hey, you just gotta accept it. You just gotta accept it. She came to the barbershop one day when I needed to get a new car, and she just pulled up with a damn Ford hatchback with bike rails over the top of it.
One of my favorite stories.
And there was no questioning. Oh, is that what I get? I just had to smile in that chair and act like, I was grateful. And there was no questioning back. I'm just sitting there looking at my closet. How the hell I got these expensive ass cleats? And I got these shoes that ain't got no band on. Game changing.
You didn't appreciate the new ride, man?
Hell no, I didn't want that thing.
Well, you ungrateful son of a gun.
No,
man.
yes. Hell, I got into the wreck. I'm the one that got hit in the back. That got us. She got a nice-ass brand-new Ford Escape. I'm sitting there with a Ford Escort.
Oh, you got the hand-me-down? She got the new rig?
No, I didn't know hand-me-down. She said, I don't know if you're going to like it, but I found this, and I couldn't pass up on the deal. I saw a Honda Accord. I told you. I'm sorry, Mom. I appreciate everything you did for me.
Teresa did you right, man. You over throwing her under the bus, man.
Did my ass dirty. Sitting in that closet. How the hell I got these damn Payless shoes? What is this brand?
You had shoes on your feet, man. You had a car to drive, man. Using good hands.
That's one thing. If it was flat broke, I get it. But how the hell I get these Griffies? All right, coming up.
I had a Hummer.
I had the big hurts the next year. But can't see Royal Payless.
Tyler, you're over here talking about your rough times. Tyler goes, I had a Hummer.
I did, but it was not rough times. It was rough times because she wanted them.
And I had Nike Shocks.
Oh, man, she was working good money at the Postal Service. All right, 2 things have been said about your quarterback. He had a great game, but MVP convo, top 10, is that too much? We'll discuss that next.
Sidewind-ass tennis shoes.
C.J. Stroud put on a show in the Texans' 39-37 win over Tampa.
Today.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. It's been a really, really good and fun show, and it is good and fun first and foremost because the Houston Texans matter. They matter, which helps this sports city as well as the Rockets. The Rockets right now, they're mattering as both teams are 500 and playing well. Happy about the young stars, in particular, guys like C.J. Stroud, who has played well above anybody's hit. Right, like there's nobody out here who's thinking like, boy, this is like for real thinking this is exactly what I thought we were going to get.
Hell no. I mean, look. There's
nobody like there might be people who said I would have picked him over Bryce. But nobody expected he would be.
Oh
like
no,
this.
hell no!
Right?
I didn't.
Quickly.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't. I don't recall one person standing on a table saying I would take CJ over Bryce when it was all going down, and that includes I did a lot of college football, podcasting, radio, all kind of stuff. The 2 years that CJ's last 2 years, and I'm talking about dudes that knew both of them intimately. Yeah. Now, to be fair, all those guys were fans of both. They would have been great with both. They were very supportive of both, but nobody stood on the table and said, nope. There's one dude. It's CJ. That's it. The bottom line, I don't give a damn what nobody else says. No, I didn't hear one person say that then or at the draft. And now you fast forward, the damn there ain't nobody that saw this coming. Yeah. I mean, I just don't. I mean, I'm gonna look at you sideways. First person I hear say, "Oh yeah, this is exactly what I." Nah, I'm gonna look at you.
Which end was he looking from?
This dude is. Obviously, if you look at the records, he's doing things that folks just very few folks have ever done. I mean, the rate in which
rookie or not yet.
And then you dig even deeper into how he's having the success. Because again, you would think 14 touchdowns, 1 interception, got a guy that's turning 50-50 balls into 80-20s. He's got a really good run game to support him.
You'd have thought everything because we were thinking, this could be a better situation for a young quarterback. You got 2 tackles, bookend tackles, in Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil. You got a guard that you brought in you feel good about Shaq Mason. All right, and maybe Kenyon Green you use a high draft pick on. You got Dameon Pierce, who before he got injured was easily in the top 10 in terms of rushing. Like that's what you thought like. None of those things.
None of those things have occurred, and he has balled out of his mind. Like there's no. I'm just telling you, man. I don't. What this guy's doing, the degree of difficulty, the consistency, the effortlessness, obviously the high end stuff like we saw on Sunday. It's. I don't know anybody that even shaped their mouth to think that he or anybody else would even do remotely close in an entire season what CJ has done in 8 weeks. Yeah. It's wild, man.
Text line, bro. I was screaming for CJ, just not on TV or radio.
Okay.
I believe you.
I just didn't hear you.
To the point of this, that this would even be a conversation that I would even allow to be called, to have.
What's that?
To think 8 weeks in, conversations that have been going around. And Dan Orlowski is one who said it, not the only person I've heard say it, to say that C.J. Stroud should be in the MVP conversation 8 weeks in. And never would I've even thought that I wouldn't even allowed it. I would have refused to even talk about it. But it's not insane. I don't agree with him at all. I don't think CJ is in the MVP conversation or should be at this point. I'm not going to forget about what happened the previous 3 weeks.
Correct.
Before last week. Last week was amazing, and he has been by far the best rookie quarterback, and I would say probably by far the best rookie in general, and will win Offensive Rookie of the Year as of now. But it's not insane, right? It's not nuts. It's not over the top. I mean, 14 touchdowns, 1 interception. Man, that's big-time stuff. But I never even thought we would even – I would have never even dreamed that we'd be even having a conversation where we would even say, CJ, MVP discussion?
Yeah, I can't go there yet with it. I mean, it's been awfully impressive, but a 4-4 football team, I can't go MVP with the quarterback that you know they've been really good offensively. I think in probably 3 of those.
Yeah, the Jags game, the Steelers game, this game.
Yep.
I mean,
and there's been a couple of halves of football.
Game.
The first half of the Saints game. I mean, there's been some really good moments. It's been inconsistent. I think they're still trying to find their identity. You know, they're still trying to figure out who their weapons are and how to use them the best way. They're still trying to get a run game going. I can't get there with this football team in terms of somebody being, you know, an MVP. I can't get there with CJ. But that's not minimizing anything that he's done, because here's the deal. If they move forward and they rattle off a bunch of wins and they get to –
I was going to say, what would get you to a point where you would have –
I mean, you got to compete for this division, and you got to get to 10.
You know, your record has to be – you got to win a certain amount of games.
First and foremost, you got to win a bunch of games. Like just blowing up the stat sheet in an unbelievably impressive way, in my opinion, doesn't get you to an MVP. Now, he's obviously lifted his team in a short 2-month span of his first year, rookie year. We've seen him lift his team, put them on his shoulders, and go win a football game. If he continues to do that moving forward and this team gets to where they're competing for the division and they're in that 10-11 win range, then I think you've got to – like at that point in time, I think you got to go – there's an outside shot at an MVP, but right now I can't get there.
To me, I will – as you know me, you know, I'm an evidence person. I will change with new evidence. Like if he were to go out and be like he was the major reason why they beat the Bucs. If he were to go out and have those type of games against the Bengals Sunday and they win, and against the Jags when they play them, then you got to now you got. But those two in particular, then I'm on change. Then you got to start changing your tune. Right? If he goes out and those are their
you got
two
those Browns in that mix with that defense, right?
Sure, but I mean,
people are going to be like, "Whoa!" I got you. Go ahead.
But those two games are ahead of it.
Yep.
Like those two games, like the Browns. I don't know if people look at the Browns as contenders. I think people potentially look at the Jags and the Bengals as contenders. And if he does it against them on the road, on the road with Cincinnati, home here, and clearly outplays them, and the reason that they win, then it's something to entertain. But right now, you got guys like Lamar, who is tied for the best record in the AFC, and they're hammering teams, and he is a major, major part. Like I saw someone text in, it's pretty hard. What do they look like without CJ? Well, I mean, the Ravens look a lot different without him. The Dolphins look a lot different without Tyreek and Tuba as well. And Jalen Hurts would look a lot. So, yes, he's been really, really, really good. Especially he's been amazing when you put the thought of him being a rookie, but not quite there.
Yeah, right. I mean, I guess, look, I mean, when you look at, I don't know what Dan Orlovsky was talking about from a standpoint of like, I mean, if we broaden this thing to 10 or 12 guys, then yeah, maybe he's a fringe guy that could possibly be in there. But when you're talking about the top guys who are not only winning ball games but putting up huge numbers, some of those guys get the benefit of what they've done in the past in terms of being championship caliber and Pat Mahomes. I mean, so it's just hard for me to put him up there in that conversation. Bob.
Yeah, and someone just texted in, well, 2 of the losses came because the defense couldn't stop their offense. Unless you're which game are you talking about? Because if you're talking about Carolina, I mean, he's got to score 15 points. If you're talking about Atlanta, he's got to score 21 points. Right? Like, I mean, this defense is this defense has been a big part of why the Texans have been good too. Like a big part of why this Texans team has been good too. Coming up behind us, Texans Players Show. Is this DP Sidhu's last one?
It is her last show, man.
It's her last show.
She's hitting the old dusty trail.
Yeah, it's her last show. Her, Indy Kalu, they will have things. Dalton Schultz, the cusser, he'll be on the show.
He did drop 2 S-bombs in his presser, didn't he?
Kept it moving like it wasn't nothing. Dalton Schultz will be on the Players Show tonight, and as well as the final show for DP. So make sure you listen to that. Stay tuned for that coming up. I do want to give a shout out. I know you do as well. Bobby Slowick, he has a lot to do with what CJ has done, and a big reason. Even in that game Sunday, Bobby Slowick was big time.
Absolutely, man. He's been tremendous in a short span here, man. If one of the most impressive things is the adjustments, the ability to adapt and consistently put his quarterback in position with some rough pieces from time to time. Put CJ in position to succeed as a rookie. I mean, it's Bobby Slowick is second behind nobody in this reasons for success in Houston. He's been impressive, absolutely.
Shout out to the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, who joined us. If you missed it, listen to that on the Odyssey page, and you can hear it in full. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. I am Ron Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby. Hey, guys, who's all been snipped?
I have.
You've not been snipped, Tyler.
Circumcised?
Vasectomy. Sorry.
Oh.
Maybe the pupper's ears, but not your piece.
Impossible to think.
CJ Stroud has arrived. 470 yards, 5 TDs, and the game-winning drive to beat the Buccaneers.